every player across the lineup is so solid. Even the new addition of Doran, I think has worked out really well. And even though he has his little moments, I still think he's so good.
Yeah, this team, they're just so solid. They surprised a lot of people at MSI. They're able to basically make it to 5 games against GenG and basically make it all the way to the finals. I think for them, it's simple against KOI. You're working with a lot of strange picks and a lot of interesting flexes. So you really need to get through the draft phase and be confident with your draft and then play accordingly, because when T1 plays accordingly, they literally are arguably the best team in the world.
Well, one player has had a very unique journey here in 2025, and he's standing by right now with an interview. Let's send it on over to Gumayushi.
Hey everyone, this is the pre-match interview between T1 versus KOI. By my side is the AD carry Gumayushi. I wanted to ask, so you guys will be going up against Super in the bot lane today. Were you aware that the AD carry of KOI actually has a nickname named after you called Super Yushi, and what are your thoughts about it?
일단은 첫 번째 질문으로는 이번에 MKOI 선수들과 맞붙게 되면서 이제 또 본네에 있는 선수 수파 선수와 맞붙게 되실 텐데 마침 또 이제 수파 선수가 수파유시라는 또 별명을 가지고 있거든요. 그래서 좀 어떻게 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
되게 뭔가 리스펙 해준다는 느낌이 들어서 좀 민망하는데 오늘 좋은 경기 할 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Well, I definitely feel humbled that I think he respects me. I think that's what actually at least like fans are trying to do. So yeah, I will try to give my best in this game.
And also, a lot of the Western fans describe you with one English word. I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but do you know what the word aura means?
이제 한 단어로 이제 보통은 이제 선수들을 막 표현하고는 하는데 선수들이 그걸 오라라고 하거든요. 혹시 오라에 대한 좀 그 얘기를 아시나요?
아니요, 처음 들어보는 것 같아요.
No, I don't think so. I think this is the first time I have it.
Well, for all the fans watching behind the screens, aura is Gumayushi. Can you please tell the camera, I am aura?
I am 오라라고 한번 해주시죠.
I am aura.
Thank you so much, Gumayushi. Best of luck in your match, and back to you guys at the desk.
He is Aura, and one of the main reasons why all these fans are showing up. It is not only the best team in the world according to the current World Championship, but also just a sight to behold. All the fans show up for Faker and friends, and they do battle against the champions of Europe. It is KOI standing in their way, a primarily very proud Spanish squad with Jojo Pune in the middle lane, trying to make one of the biggest upsets in League of Legends. I don't know how they're going to do it, but I think we might have a doctor on set to try and figure out how to do this one here.
Well, I'm not legal doctor, but I will tell you what I think about this team. I love how they play. I love their creativity in drafts and their ability to get advantages from plays you wouldn't really understand usually. Here we have a great fight playing against CFO, where they came back into the game, and I think this tournament, KOI has been super solid after the 20-minute mark. They are really good at playing around objectives and trading them if they do not want to fight it. I think they play a really smart game on the map, and if you aren't paying attention to where they are, I think they will punish you.
You know, I do think that KOI actually do have a chance to get one game. I wouldn't say that they would take the whole series as the LCK representative here. I think that T1's pedigree and the way they're playing nowadays, their form is fantastic. But I do think that, you know, in a best three, anything can happen, especially with some of the weird picks, the drafts we've been talking about from KOI. There is certainly an angle to surprise T1 and maybe catch them a little bit off guard. It is going to be T1's first game here at this tournament, so maybe a little bit of time while they're warming up where potentially KOI can catch them off guard.
Yeah, I completely agree with you guys said. I really do love this team. The way that they team fight, it reminds me of EU teams in the past, where around objectives they're all on the same page and they are themselves. Something that I always give props to are when teams show up at international tournaments and they draft and play towards their strengths and what they're good at. At KOI, they do that, and I promise you they're gonna pick some picks that we probably aren't gonna expect, and they're going to play it well, and they're going to play it to a level that we didn't think that you can play those champions to.
All right, I know that in the interview, Kitty was saying that the nickname that's been given on over to Gumayushi is Super Yushi, but what will he do against the AD carry? Super here for KOI, who's had himself quite the tournament. Kaisa, usually a pick that maybe doesn't get played as much in the LCK, finding a lot of success here in the tournament so far.
I mean, Super, what a career he's had. He wasn't really regarded as one of the top prospects, but then he joins his MKOI lineup and just shows why he belongs at the top of Europe. I think his versatility in draft, just like all of MKOI, he knows how to play weak side super well, he knows how to get resources, and he works so well in tandem with his Spanish support jungle, El Yoya and Alvaro.
Thinkard, we're approaching 60 seconds here. You've had experience prepping and playing against Jojo Pyun in the mid lane. What is that like when you're thinking about what his strengths are?
Yeah, it's he's a great player, and he's dominated on a bunch of champions. I think for T1, it's simple. You do not let him play Yon. You even think about letting him play Talia. If he gets one of those two champions, MKOI is going to be very, very happy. So would not be surprised at all if T1 the entire series never let him play Yon, never let him play Talia, and go from there.
Valdez, all right, time for predictions and what you think's going to happen.
Yeah, I think, like I was saying before, I think T1 probably 2-1. I think MKOI certainly can catch them off guard at some point, but I still have to give T1 the victory in this one.
Finn, it's time for the EU Hopium.
You know, I am an EU soul, and I have to predict my boys. I think they have been accelerating, and I think right now they are poised to take down a T1, and I think right now this is MKOI's time.
It is one of the biggest days here at the Esports World Cup. It's the marquee player on his marquee team defending the title of the biggest esport in the world. It is Faker and T1 against the champions of Europe. MKOI looking for the biggest upset in the history of League. Let's get into it as we send it down to the stage.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart.
Today, the Rift hosts MSI champions, world champions, and Esports World Cup title defenders, and the one they call the Unkillable Demon King.
Oh, he's here. His aura is filling out this arena right now. Welcome to the quarterfinals of League of Legends at the Esports World Cup. One win and you are one spot away from the final. A loss and your key will be crushed by your opponent right here as the world watches on.
Club championship points, $2 million, and this trophy are all on the line. So let's not waste any second and let's welcome our first team. First, we have LEC's champions gunning for a global title. It's Movistar KOI.
Fueled by EWC legacy, driven by MSI redemption, back to defend their crown is T1!
LEC's best versus the greatest of all time. The quarterfinals are live in Riyadh.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and welcome to the caster desk as we are ready to get into it here. The quarterfinals continue with two more best of threes. And the title defenders are indeed back. You can see the man on your screen right there. The GOAT ready to go to battle against the best from Europe, or at least, you know, the best on paper, Wolf.
In reality, we will see if this team could stack up to what has been one of the most successful orgs of all time, the most successful in League of Legends history here. Of course, like you said, defending title holders T1. And we haven't seen them yet this tournament. We saw them one game away. It was a crushing defeat in that 5th and final game against GenG, but one game away from winning MSI. A team so close, on the cusp always. Always making top finishes in every tournament they play in. Faker's win rate is obscene when you look at his tournament results. He has more titles than anyone. Domestically, internationally, he has the most world championships of any single player. So when you talk about pedigree of T1, most people don't need to be told how successful this roster is. And if you are hearing of them the first time and you search them, you look at the trophy chest, you're gonna have to keep scrolling. This team has done everything you could ever imagine, but to upset them here and to move to the semifinals is just what MKOI are looking to do. We've already seen a few upsets here. The LEC representatives are overperforming expectations here, outperforming what we have seen from the LTA region. They were able to take out BLG yesterday. MKOI, definitely underdogs, but let's not count them out just yet.
Yeah, not just yet.
Dobro jutro, dragi gledalci. Šta ima? Isto dobro. Evo nas još jedan dan EWC, zovemo Mareta da imamo šta Marima da kaže. Danas čekaju dve jako dobre best of 3 serije. Gledamo T1, gledamo KOI, gledamo GenG i gledamo Flyquest. Mare legendo, da li si spreman za ono što se ja nadam je 3,5 sata kvalitetnog lola?
Može.
Naravno, KOI i Flyquest sa brzim linovima.
Da, naravno, očekujemo da naše zapadni timovi dobiju lagano danas.
Ja mislim G2 je dobio BLG, tako da što stati tu? Zašto jedan upset kad može 3 upseta?
Ja sam samo teo da kažem jednu stvar.
Kaži.
Da je MSI Mickey Mouse turnir. EWC je gde je to, znaš.
Da, slažem se, očigledno.
I tu u polufinalama dajma, koji je MSI, to je za...
Ja se, ne mogu se više složiti.
Kako si ti, Sajna? Gdje si spavao? Kako treba, Dano?
Pa ne baš.
To ću shvatiti kao ne.
Ako ćemo iskreno i ne baš. Pa dobro, da, znaš kako, napeto je bilo, Sinoć sam, čim smo završili program, otišao do teretane, radio noge, vratio se kući, upalio streamovao do pola 4 ujutru.
Oh my god.
Da, ušao sam u D2, tipa 6 LP-a. Zadnji game sam igrao Velkoz za presmru. Bio sam krenuo sam game kao 0.5 ili 0.7 Velkoz u Pike Kajsa lane. I nekako sam bio koristan na kraju partije, uzao sam kvadru. Znači, nije mi jasno. A ja Velkoz support, trolujem. Igrao sam Junaru. Bilo mi je jako zanimljivo. Izgubio sam game, ali team diff je bio. Mnogo mi sviđa heroj. Što je klasičan AD carry. I onda, jeli, dok sam završio stream, dok sam nešto večeru uspavao se i to legao sam u pola 7 i ustao sam sad i tako, jel, dobro, jesi mi se ti bar naspavao, jel, bar pola ovog caster duo spavalo i ole okej. A možda chat, jel neko u chatu spavao 8 sati?
Da, možda ima neko ko je ovdje se bar malo naspavao.
Jel ima neko da nam vadi prosek?
Znači, Sajna, kažeš, duh Azapa je ušao u tebe.
Da, baš sam ga Azapovo jako, iskreno. Sam sam sebe iznenadio.
Nico is going to be locked in. Is it going to be Kalista? Is Kalista
Dobro, to je lepo čuti. Lepo čuti da si pobeđivao gemove. Inače, ljudi kad kažu da su igrali do pola 4 LoL, često kažu da je to zato što su tiltovani igrali. Na prvi ja kad sam to radio.
Fair.
Sjećam se jednom, sam bio u srednjoj, još uvijek. I krenuo sam onako, drugi ja smo igrali duo i izgubili smo 3-4 za redom, meni je bio u fazonu, ne mogu ja kao više da igram. Ja rekao, brat, ja igram sad dok ne pobedi. Ja sam tipa do pola 7 ujutru igrao dok nisam konačno dobio game. Mislim da sam izgubio tipa 10-11 za redom. Vezao. I dobio sam game, znači nisam uopšte igrao svoj rol. Igrao sam Lee Sin Jungle, nisam ništa uradio i mi smo pobedili game. Ja sam bio, sad mogu da spavam. A treba da ustanem za sat vremena da idem u školu, ono, u 8 sati na prvi čas.
To zvuči legitimno, to zvuči. Ja sam imao obrnutu situaciju da sam igrao dok ne izgubim i ista priča. Imao sam, ja mislim, 14-15 gameova za redom, jednom trenutku sam se toliko predao da sam počeo da lokam Sorakus, da samo budem AFK. I onda su me ekipe nosile dok sam bio Soraka i posle tog Soraka gamea sam bio fazon, ok, očigledno ne mogu da izgubim. I legao sam da spavam kao pobednik.
Dobro, kako je moj kolega toliko dobar.
Da, ne znam, a to je bila sezona 1, inače ranked. Klajmo sam se iz bronze u gold fazom prvi put kad sam u životu igrao ranked, tako da čudno je to bilo,
Da, imam jednu informaciju za tebe.
Slušam.
Vezano za LoL, pošto još nismo ušli u game.
Slušam.
Uninstallao sam rematch.
Drama! Kako se to dogodilo?
Ne mogu. Mi smo toliko partije izgubili da sam je bio fazon, ja ne mogu više da igram ovu igru. Ja idem da igram nešto drugo.
Znači bacio si jedan klasičan rage quit.
Da, ja sam toliko besan bio.
Šta su rekli?
Ali ako budemo imali 5 stack onda ću igrati i mislim da ću igrati isključivo golmana od sada. Kad niko drugi ne zna da brani iz nekog razloga.
Znači golman te je pretiltovo. Razumljivo.
Igrao sam golmana, igrao sam sa društvom, igrao sam golmana i ja sam nekako bio u 3-1 kao golman. I ja sam onako naljutio se na njih, bio kazano, može li molim vas neko da se vrati od vas? Nazad u odbranu. I onda je jedan drug koji je najbolji u našem društvu, on je bio kao fazonu, ok, kao ja ću igrati odbranu. Onako tužno, znaš, rekao kao, ljudi su bili zapravo u fazonu kao, ok, zašto nas flamuješ? Da sinkujemo.
Može, ja sam na 1.29.30.
1.29?
Tako je.
Aha, čekaj, 1.20, koliko je sada?
Sad sam na 1.43, 4.
Ok, super. Ništa ne moramo.
Odlično, to volim.
Ja sam gledao, meni stream nije bio live, bio sam tipa 30 sekundi iza tebe.
Nice tempo heal there will be traded, but I mean, Ezreal is actually quite scary at level 1. He starts stacking up his passive. You start hitting those
Alvaro i Kirija su već tradovali heal.
With me with that poke coming through from the Nico. This is what we were talking about with that Nautilus pick. It's just so challenging to play this out early. The Aftershock isn't going to do anything for you against those early level 1 abilities. So you're just going to eat the damage. You're going to have to heal in return.
Faker also taking a fair bit of damage here. As you can see, Jojo does take a turret shot, but he's not going to be too worried about it. Faker going home.
Ali imaju Ez Niko, tako da njihov bot će biti jako problematičan. Ok, lep hook, ali dobit će batine za to. Flash hook. O! Ja sam mislio će Guma da baci isto flash zajedno. Da su bacili zajedno flash, dobili bi kill.
Sometimes you pick Aftershock and you're like, I gotta get value out of it, man. I gotta make sure it happens.
Yep, well, he did get value.
Yeah, that was an extremely risky choice there that will cost him his flash. Carry flash, of course, a return to try to secure that one, but a very big trade up here for the side of T1. Maybe able to get some decent spawns here, pick a lance, a poke onto Supa now, so not really the exchange they were looking for as Guma starts to stack up a significant CS advantage, and we'll be able to take the free back now.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. You can see elsewhere on the map though, it's MKOI that's able to
Vidjet ćemo šta će Doran raditi, eto malo komentara Dorana u chatu, ali čini mi se da se nije nešto pretjerano dobro uklopio sa T1-om. Mislim da je Doran dobar igrač, samo mislim da se ne uklopa s T1-om. Jednostavno, drugačije ideje ima od svoje ekipe. Tako da...
As Faker is a minion moving towards this scuttle crab and Faker taken down to 100 out.
One more of those
play.
Hits Faker and Jojo could have maybe looked to flash for the kill there. Very close, but like you said, already pushing his teleport away, forcing a back here, having both Alvaro and Elyoya coming over to kind of assist with this push. And you can see some of the best in the West. You know, we saw this from Caps yesterday as well into Night. You can push those small advantages, force an early teleport, then snowball that lane. It gives you so much map control. Look at how much control MKOI have now over the top side of the map to match this lane swap. See the TP back into the bottom lane to match Doran there for Merwin. Small moves like this can add up for sure. As you can see, a 10 CS advantage here now for Jojo Pyun.
Yep, about a 200 gold lead is what has resulted from this one for MKOI. But we haven't seen any of these early skirmishes just yet, and we know this is all about hitting level 6, finding some of these team fights for T1. There's a lot of AoE, and there is a lot of consistent damage here for this composition. They work on two items
u ovom trenutku bi volio Dorana u free agency, nisu mogu naći bolje za Doran. Shy je bio free agent u tom trenutku. Tako da mislim da bi Shy bio bolje zamena.
It's a little bit awkward here for this first dragon, as Faker is fairly low here in the mid lane, just trying to shove this wave out with his recurve bow, but is unable to do so. And I feel like this is going to force Owner to get some sort of successful gank off here. Otherwise, the dragon may simply just go, as Doran is also backing right now. Not that they could take it immediately here, but it's full control as Guma.
X-Flash. Just Arcane Shift, able to get himself out of there as Faker dealing with some rocks here that are on the ground as Carrier looking for an opportunity.
Carrier.
Such a razor-thin margin to pull this off. Carrier goes for the heal to get basically the point-blank snare there onto Jojo Pyun and take him out despite the flash attempt. Down he goes. And this was that gank I was talking about from Owner, where things are looking really dire here. You lost control of this mid lane. Owner needs to make something happen. Barely gets that stun. Tons of damage with Faker at basically 1% health here. Coming out. Carrier gets the heal here. Is able to get the snare. Jojo Pyun goes down despite the flash. And it's so frustrating when you've spent so long getting these massive advantages in mid lane. You've really pushed the envelope there, and you barely get caught. And now all those leads you had are washed away.
He did manage to get two flashes.
Sretne su navijačice T1-a da vodi njihov tim.
It was flash and heal. So two summoner spells. Sure.
Sad čisto, mislim, ja očekujem, kažem, T1, pogotovo sa gubitkom od GenG na finalu MSI-a, da će biti nahajpovani da se vrate u finale i da ih dobiju. I mi se realno očekuje i da GenG dođe do finala, Faker je u problemu.
Spasio ga je Elyoya, ja mislim, upravo.
And that is absolutely fine as Doran and Moen striking one another once again here towards the bottom side, but no kills going to come of it. A lot of buttons being pressed and not a lot of results happening. Wolf?
Yeah, not quite at this moment in time, but a lot of pressure here on the top side of the map. There's a minute before Grubs. Guma got a barrier.
Yeah, barrier coming on through. Super returning the favor. As Doran has been in this brush, it feels like, for a while. As he flashes forward, just
Doran.
looks for the solo kill, needs another harpoon. Just one more, and Merwin will go down. He silences himself, but he's not silenced after that. And that is a solo kill here for the Rumble.
Neoptimalno, definitivno.
Such a great start to the year here, and it continues in this game. Was down a little bit on CS, but will win the 1v1. I like the pressure that Supa is putting up here onto Guma, because Faker once again was forced to back in the mid lane, so Keria was showing mid. And so he's putting that pressure on at the same time, as the flash here is not enough. Thorin follows, gets the flamethrower, and Owner a bit overextended.
I actually thought that there might be another turret shot coming for him there, and that would have been a dead Owner, but he is able to get out just in time. Gumayushi finding the true shot barrage. Is now Faker in trouble yet again. Keeper's verdict does get the
Koliko je čuvao i flash i dalje riknuo s flashom.
brings the hammer down and takes out the goat. So I think it's going to be one back for MKOI.
You know, I said earlier I wasn't worried about Faker in this matchup, but JoJo is just smashing him as Guma's in trouble again.
In shift, the flash after him there, but not quite enough to get the kill as Alvaro.
Keria nema kill, on nema kill. I da je overcommitovao, samo bi riknuo. Ne bi uzeo kill i riknuo bi. Dobro, s njegove strane se vrati nazad.
Using JoJo's leads in the mid lane to get advantages everywhere else, but specifically in the top lane, as Owner is constantly having to camp and babysit Faker here in the mid lane. That means Grubs goes over. They end up nearly getting that kill in the top side there. It's not quite enough damage to secure it.
Dajte, Faker je najstariji igrač ovde.
JoJo is winning this lane so hard, despite the fact that he was ganked and killed
A Torac,
he continues to put that pressure on.
treba mu odmora, ne može čovjek više toliko da putuje i ono da jet lag da ga ne udari.
Istina. Jesu ga prekampovali, Alvaro je mrtav. Ovo je jedna od stvari koje ljudi rade greške koje ljudi prave u solo queue. Alvaro nema razloga da prilazi Drake Pitu ako njegova ekipa ne želi da kontesta Drakea. Znači on ima jedan razlog da dođe oko Drake Pita. Došao je oko Drake Pita i samo je umro. I da je stavio ward na Zmaja, šta onda? Adi Carry ti je na topu, nema TP, ti ne kontestaš Zmaja. Tako da greška Alvara, samo bespotrebna pozicija. Ako dropaš Drakea, samo ga dropaj. Nema razloga da gledaš ako Zmaj umire. Mislim, neće ti ništa lakše biti.
Da, ono kao, mislim, jedini heroj koji može to da uradi možda na neki način je Rakan.
Mislim, samo je poenta što šta će im ward? Znaš, čak i da je wardovo, šta im znači? To je fora.
Onto Faker has kept T1 on the top side a little bit muted. It's a lead for Guma right now. As you can see, just 200 gold, but you know the 3 grubs will be relevant later on.
Certainly will. And of course, it is a tough matchup for Faker there in the mid lane, but we have seen it handled better in the past by other players. So certainly, shout-outs go to JoJo playing this one very, very well. And like you say, they've been playing around that advantage that he's picked up. And even, like, I do feel like as we get further into this, the fact that Doran gets that solo kill in this lane that we're seeing right now is going to be very, very important. Because if that was continuing to go downhill for T1, they wouldn't have a lot of positives on the map. Faker managing to get the sidestep there in the mid lane. That's working out a whole lot better as, look at this, the Flame Spit is really doing work here from Doran in this bottom lane.
Yeah, with the builds that we're seeing here too for the side of MKOI, you know, it's a little bit safer for JoJo rather than going for a really big damage build. He is going for Seraphs in this game, and that may hurt this mid game for them. Faker doesn't have any grubs for side lane with the fast Nashor's Tooth he's going for here as well, so that isn't necessarily what he is looking for. Is once again, be super careful going to these choke points with double control ward vision here for T1. Trying to force anything against a Pantheon could be very problematic, but they want to try to make sure Merwin can get this back off here.
Well, he is going to be able to make it underneath his turret. That should keep them alive. His owner is spotted, but Alvaro also in an uncomfortable position. Doran also planning to try and get out of here. Didn't have the flash, so he has no hope of making that happen. Still, this Nautilus is in trouble. The Pop Blossom only finding one, but JoJo just melts
Warner. Warner, ovo još jedan. Ima basic spear. Joj, okej, nema spear. Jer je promašio spear. Sad neće dobio kill. Ovo je samo grief bio.
Faker je failovao combo, sve je okej, sve je okej. Ruke ne rade kao što radi.
U tim godinama, razumeš, ono, prsti ne funkcionišu, artritis. Nije lako, nije lako. Ja ga najbolje razumem. Tako da sve je okej, sve je okej, naravno.
Koliko je jak samo Pantheon, to je strašno. A mora da pogodi ovo koplje ovde. Lepo je Mirvin dodžovao.
And that's massive. Owner's not too happy about it, of course, but at the end of the day, it's still a big win in the fight for T1.
It was. I feel like Owner's look just there, as you can see, did the most damage in the fight, but he was also just like, hey man, he sidestepped everything. And let's give it to him as MKOI looking for a little bit of an angle. They think that they may have found Owner yet again. Sorry, Doran yet again, but Owner is there. Alvaro a little bit too far away. And T1 were looking for that rotation over. Not actually necessary, as everyone is going to back away.
Doran got that really cool solo kill earlier, but is probably going to have to play around the lack of information he has a little bit better here, or he's not going to be having a good time, because that lead is gone now. He is, in fact, behind Merwin at this point in time. Jojo's going to get a free plate here on the top side of the map. Those grubs really helping to take these turrets down quickly. I mean, you can just see any additional time given over to even a Talia at this stage of the game with no first completed item. Just going to get damage done. It's going to give you some free gold. Going to give you that side lane pressure. And T1 also going to lose a plate here in the mid lane. And just like that, you know, we see MKOI catching up in gold here.
And it was starting to sneak up to, you know, one of the more larger gold advantages that we've seen in the earlier stages of the game. But like you say, keeping it to about 1,000 and at 14 minutes as these plates are about to fall, that is not the biggest deal. The MKOI fans, as you can see there, I mean, feeling too worried about this just yet.
It's 150 gold, the difference between the 80 carries who are both looking for the exact same 2-item power spike, right? So that's not a big deal. Doran losing his flash, though, that's a pretty good one. And then you have a lot of kills on the Pantheon as, Faker.
Speaking of losing stuff, Faker is just going to have to use his ultimate, but doesn't have to use the flash, so he'll be able to hold on to that one as Doran's angle once again, but equalizer goes down.
Da Doran imao flash, da flashuje to, bio bi solo kill još jedan.
So Doran not going to be able to sink his teeth in as Dragon number 2 coming on through here.
Ali zato zmaj zbog toga ovdje T1. Dođu mora da stepe, evo je to.
Well, they end up getting the double lead. It's going to be Hextech even better.
Yeah.
And Merwin, you know, he's not able to join that fight there. They almost got Faker, but he's able to disengage away. They had full control over the bottom side there. Doran winning that fight, now having TP coming online here feels pretty huge for him, as Jojo Pyun was unable to join the fight. We'll just TP back to the top side, and T1 winning on the map here.
Sjećam se da na početku sezone dok je igrao Smash umjesto Gumayushija, jedan od kao razloga je bio da... Owner. Aj, ovo je Owner. Kako igra. Jedan od razloga što su naveli kao da Gumayushi će biti benchovanje zato što ne ume da igra Ezreala. I onda je čovjek seo i grindovao, ja mislim, ne znam koliko samo gameva na Ezrealu u solo queue.
Dobro, to je respekt, ja sam okej s tim. Kad neko tako uzme, da kažeš, kritiku, treštog, šta god i to pretvori u nešto dobro, mislim da je to odlično.
Mislim, neće Guma biti, ne znam, ono, odjednom najbolji Ezreal na svetu, ali... Hoće ga igrati na profesionalnom nivou, sigurno. Verujem u njega da hoće. Nije za džabe osvojio 2 svetska šampionata, tako da...
Iskreno me jako zanima, kad si već spomenuo Gumu i Smasha, jeli kako će i PUBG igrati u Evropi. To me jako zanima. Znam da se ti raduješ tome, zašto nećeš gledati Homida. Tako da, biće interesantna jako sezona Leca ove godine.
Da, definitivno. I mi imamo, Evropa ima 3 mesta na Worldsu, tako?
Da.
Ili 2?
Ja mislim da je 3, nisam siguran, ali mislim da je 3.
Znači, koji bi tim teli? G2 sigurno. G2 opet. G2, verovatno. Koji? I onda ima KC ili Fnatic, verovatno su treći.
Ja bih rekao skoro sigurno KC. Mislim, pitanje je, zato će i biti uzbudljiva sezona, jer može da ode i... Mislim, i Mad, Fnatic, i G2, i KC su kontenderi. Pogotovo te 4 da ne ode, mislim da će biti ono iznenađenje, da kažeš, ajde. Tako da mislim da će baš zbog toga i biti interesantna sezona Let's, jer kao jedna ekipa će biti ispaljena za Worlds. A to je uvek interesantno.
A, ne znam, nisam siguran. Mislim da bi se KC bolje pokazao. Mislim, zbog Kane, mislim da bi bilo bolje. Ali, onda s druge strane, ne znam, na proleću smo gledali Kalisti je imao stvarno svojih momenta gdje nije igrao kako treba. Ne znam šta se desilo. Doran ih je samo ispržio jer su oni svi prošli kroz Equalizer, ne znam šta je Supa uradio. Ovo je Pantheon u protivničkom timu.
Ovo je Pantheon vs. njihov Pantheon.
Yeah, he's dead. He's real dead. Also, the inner is going to go down in mid. Oh, okay. Wasn't quite expecting that, as Empress Divide is going to be avoided. That was pretty nicely done from Milioya as Moen.
Oprostite mojoj kozi.
But it's Owner that's really doing all the work this game. Yeah, Owner actually should be able to get out of here, no problem as well. And man, it was really close until it wasn't. Alice. There's so many things that went wrong here in the mid game for MKOI. But for example, that pick.
Ja samo ne verujem Fnaticu da mogu da Doran mrtav. Ne verujem Fnaticu u high pressure gameovima ni malo. Ja mislim da oni samo ne igraju dobro kada moraju da igraju dobro. Verovatno bih više volao da vidim KC na Worlds od Fnatic.
Ja se slažem. Mislim da ako neko od evropskih igrača ima šanse da uradi bilo šta na Worldsu, to je Kana na topu. Tako da mislim da bi bilo šteta da on ne dobije priliku na Worldsu da pokaže što zna.
Pa ti si pitao u stvari za... Ne, jer neko u chatu je pitao za kog su top lanera. Pa iskreno mogli su možda Kanu.
To je istina. Mislim da bi Kana mnogo bolje bio. Mislim da... Jednostavno, znaš šta je problem do duše također? Nisu mogli da znaju da Doran neće imati sinergiju. Nije on loš igrač. Samo nema sinergiju nema toliko sinergije s Tivanom. To je veći problem, ja bih rekao.
And now, another angle from Kerry is going to get found. Oh my goodness, he actually does a fair bit of damage. True shot barrage to finish off Jojo is beautiful by Gumayushi. I don't even know whether that should have worked, but they're so far ahead that it absolutely did.
Yeah, it absolutely did. Kerry just keeps hitting these roots. He's been hitting them all game long.
It's like the Pop Blossom didn't quite work, but he still hasn't...
Meni je problem sa Doranom u tome što on ima njegov stil igre čak van lane-a. I u fazonu kao, zaletim se na njih i onda ćemo vidjeti da li će to da proradi ili ne. Ok, sad igra Rambla, pa je malo drugačije. Ali kad smo gledali MSI je uvek konstantno bila jedna te ista priča. Kao, to nekad radi, nekad ne radi. Tako da ne znam, ali što si ti rekao Shy,
I'm on the edge here. I'm playing through this control ward. Gets the root. JoJo's pushed out. Supa cannot get close enough to actually finish off these.
Mislim, Shai jeste. Shai bi definitivno bio možda ono kao najbolji pik ako gledamo potencijal.
Mislim, kažem, bio je free agent, T1 daje najviše para, a i pored toga daje ti najveći potencijal da osvojiš Worlds. I plus, ono, zadnji, šta je on bio? On je igrao zadnju sezonu u Weibu, ne? U Weibu je igrao, oni su bili, ako se ne varam, 7. u LPL-u. Tako da, ti od 7. LPL slota dobijaš poru da budeš prvi na svetskom. Mislim da je to svako bila najbolja opcija. 4. seed LPL-a LCK-a mislim da možda bude bukvalno bilo koja ekipa. Mislim da tu nema... Kogod od ono top 8... O, prelepo. LPL-a LCK-a da bude legitije.
He's also going to start fall on top of Elioya, so they're looking for even more than this. Melon is even further away from his base, but does manage to lay down the ulti, and that is the shutdown.
Mislim da li carry on to zbog toga.
Will be falling. Faker's there, not going to be too weird. I mean, they're going to get two inner turret in the top lane. Doran doing the same thing bottom lane. Maybe 3 versus 5 wasn't the move.
It might not have been the move, but getting 3 turrets feels pretty good in exchange. As Carrier, man, once again, look at this. Gets him on the edge, gets the follow-up route and the Q. Carrier plus owner's poke coming through as well. I'd love to see, we saw it a moment ago, but I wasn't really looking at it. I'd love to see Carrier's damage this game because it's probably insanely high. Saw Merwin was actually competing with Guma. He's done a lot of work in this game, but it just has not been enough to secure the eliminations required as Guma barely avoids that dredge line. Could have been worse there had he been taken out, but like I said, Faker gets that inner on the top side, Doran gets the inner bottom side, 2 more exposed inhibitor turrets. The inhibitor in mid itself is exposed, and we're 70 seconds away from T1 getting their 4th Drake of the game, the Hextech Soul, which is probably, you know, there's very few champions that can get value out of that more than Ezreal. And,
yeah, that's what I was thinking. And Azia. Oh, God.
Carrier's damage is higher than Supa's in this game by 2,000.
Pakako, jer Vej ili Vej? Ja više nisam siguran koliko njih ima. Vej, ja mislim da je jungler. Došao je u IG.
Nisam ne siguran. Ali da, ima i Vej, tako da malo je...
U IG to sam baš danas čitao kad sam ustao na Redditu. Mislim, oni imaju JJ-a za junglera. Shai, JJ, Rookie, Jackilav. Ne, Jackilav je u Tesu. Gala i Meiko, ja mislim, taj tim. IG. I neke glasine su da će Shadow igrati za BLG umjesto Bejčlana.
I to kao skorije? Kao posle ovoga ili?
Da.
To možda bude interesantno.
Oh my god, Keria. Okay.
And down goes JoJo. Super's just getting out of there, able to use those hex gates, and now the rest of MKOI is scattering to the wind. Gumayushi dashing over, and look at that. The beautiful Hextech Soul, ladies and gentlemen. There is no way you can get away from T1. And it's a 10,000 gold lead. It's only a matter of time.
Vrlo verovatno.
Not going to quite be able to execute Super on this one.
4 gejma.
Does get a solo kill in the end. As Ona just
vidjet ćemo. Možda može koji da možda može koji da nas iznenadi.
like the whole time he was just in range. Like he practically didn't even need to flash for a few of the angles he had, and then they went in and he's like, all right, well, here we go.
Yeah, I guess I kill you all.
It's been mostly about my snares today, but I guess I will find the big Pop Blossom angle in this one as they get the Dragon for free as T1 win the numbers disadvantage fight there on the top side. As the MKOI fans aren't going to give up, but I think really they're cheering for what the draft might look like in Game 2 at this point.
Naviju za draft od Game 2, nice. Solidno od kolega komentatora, moram da priznam.
Oni su se bar naspavali, ja vidimo, možemo da čujemo.
Gala batali pevač u karijeru. Znaš ko peva još? Oner. Malo pa mi izađe klip Onera kako peva.
Dobro, da, ali on peva okej.
Da, legit peva. Znači, legit ono...
A victory march here for T1 as they notice they've taken down the inhibitor in mid. That's all they're going to need to win this game. As Empress Divide from Faker will pick up Super one more time as Moon is dabbing in between all of T1. And T1 looking pretty serious about defending their
Šta reći o ovoj partiji? Šta reći o ovoj partiji?
Malo je ono gap ovdje, ja mislim, u skillu između ova dva tima. Kako drugačije opisati šta se dešava.
Let's not forget this game started out with a bit of a mid gap. You know, JoJo had a lot of an advantage there, and I do think that...
Dobio sam glitch ti jednom junaru, izgubio sam game, ali bio je team diff u moj odbranu, tako da nije do mene. To je jako vitalna stvar.
Doran struggling in the early laning phase, but it all just came together around team play, around the map, and playing through this global pantheon. Owner was definitely the MVP for me in this first game, even though Keria had some amazing snares, was able to really change the course of a lot of these team fights. Owner just patched all the holes, babysat Faker.
Nije Sajna pričao sa Riotom da mu namesti da dobije još koji game, naravno.
But there is still way more to be played. As ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, we'll see whether MKOI can bring it to 3.
Vidjet ćemo šta se događa sa pauzama, mislim da je 20 minuta, tako da 15 minuta pauza, pa game 2. Odosmo na pauzu, Junara veoma zabavna, mislim da je balansirana. AD carry koji scaluje s itemima, teško da bude broken koliko samo radi damage kad ima iteme. Nakon pauze smo tu s game broj 2, da imamo da li će ova serija biti gotova brzo. Jako bitna stvar je da danas imamo, da kažemo, samo 2 best of 3 meča, uzet ću obzir da ovih dana gledamo malo duže, to je 8 partija u prosjeku, danas od 4 do 6 gameova. Otišli smo na pauzu i tu smo za 15 minuta.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
basically, I'm choosing Tristana because I think it's the fastest champion for this challenge. But we'll see if I'm wrong. I was also thinking maybe something like Yori could work, but I'm not that sure. So I'm just trying out Tristana. So we'll see. I'm not sure about items. Didn't do the insane theory crafting about what's best in like terms of a bit of AD or whatever. But I think this is the correct. So we will see. I could start doing something like this, I guess, before. For now I'm going pretty fast. Let's see. I won't have to wait for next wave, but I think I will look to proxy the next. And I would say I'm doing pretty good. So let's see. Don't think I will be dying to minions, so this should be the end. So 2:49 was the time. I'm not sure how other people did, but I would say it's pretty fast. I think I did a bit of min-max at the start of the game. I think I could do it even better, but I think my try was pretty good.
Okay, what's gonna be the score today?
2-0 KOI.
Let's go KOI! I am on the T1 side of the arena. By my side, T1 fan. What's gonna be the score today?
2-0. Easy dub.
Do you want to show me what you just showed me on the phone, man?
You know what it is? 1647. Shortest game ever. Shortest game ever. Mad Lion T1. You know what it is?
1647. A lot of T1 fans at the Riyadh Arena. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm looking forward to the series.
It was a long-awaited debut for the reigning world champions and the reigning title defenders here at EWC, as Faker had a chuckle and had more than that against MKOI in their series. The reigning champs of the LEC kept it close for a little while until things popped on off here at the STC Arena, much to the fans' joy. And it is a 1-0 for T1 over MKOI so far in this best of three. Welcome back to the STC Arena. It's the Esports World Cup. Digon here live from the stadium with Valdez and Finn. Give it up, crowd, for game number one. All right, as we break these things down, obviously, let's start with the draft. Both these squads have had a lot of prep. Obviously, MKOI with games earlier, T1 with the MSI, getting to wait, and the reward for being the #2 seed coming into the tournament, getting to watch a lot here, Valdez.
Yeah, the draft was fantastic here for the side of T1. They got started with that Pantheon pick, and then they were kind of just given the Rumble and the Azir. We know that Faker is always very comfortable with his Azir, even into the Talia. And then the fact that Keria got his Nico on top of it all just felt so strong for T1 here on blue side.
Yeah, it felt like MKOI did a gamble in the draft space for this game one. They tried to give T1 something, and now at least, because we are playing a best-of-3 Fearless, those will be out for the next game. And I think we can kind of reset, go into that drawing board again, and cook up some new drafts.
Yeah, I think it was a smart game plan here by T1. You're saying, hey, we're going to give you one of your best champs, Jojo Pyun. Let's see what happens. And they had some focus in the mid lane as we have a lot of early kills going the way of T1 through the Pantheon. Let's take a look at that one here, because Owner was just rolling here and said, I'm going to go ahead and put my stamp on the first game here at EWC.
Yeah, Faker with the bait here in the mid lane. Owner was able to set this one up. And then also big shout out to Keria, who was there for the follow-up on the gank. And then this Pantheon just got rolling right from the get-go. Got that first kill, picked up another one here. And then MKOI trying to fight down on the bottom side of the map, and Owner just cleaned up even more.
It was just a topsy-turvy of a game for MKOI. It just kept going worse and worse, from bad to worse. And I feel like in these fights, my standout was kind of moving. I think he had a lot of nice movement there, dancing through the spears. But in the end, that early goal lead on the Pantheon, and look at the damage from Gomayushi. There's just so much things that were going well for T1 and a lot of mountains topple for MKOI.
Yeah, Valdez, when I look at this, the matchup between the Aurora into the Rumble, you feel like that would go the way of Merwin. He did get solo killed earlier. And then Supa getting the push against Gumayushi. Feels like none of those things got going, which allowed T1 to put a lot of pressure into the mid lane.
Yeah, they were definitely pretty far behind. You mentioned the solo kill, but it really just came down to some of those skirmishes where Owner got really fed, Doran got the solo kill, and then eventually they paired up together for some extra bonus kills in the enemy jungle, and it was kind of lights out. It wasn't a very close game. You know, maybe the early laning phase was a bit closer, but eventually T1 just ran away with this one.
Yeah, let's take a look at our second replay that we have here. Once out of that laning phase and now trying to move people across the map, pressure up against the tower.
And here it looks like Doran is the one getting caught. He has no flash from that previous exchange with Jojipan, but in the end, all the global abilities and Faker trying to drive into the jungle with a Rift Herald ends up going into the wall. But here the chase is just easy. Doran seemed isolated. He seemed like an easy prey, but T1 collapses.
Yeah, and then it's just, you were talking about bad to worse. This kind of just kept happening in this game where it was like, all right, we gotta try to get something going here in the mid lane, and they do get that kill on the Faker, but it just meant that Owner was getting more kills, and Keria was there getting more assists, and the snowball just kept rolling. That's part of the reason why this game was relatively fast compared to some of the other games we've had here.
Yeah, and that's our standout player for game number one. It is Owner, proving why he is one of the MVP candidates over at the domestic league at the LCK. He runs the game when he's able to get ahead. MKOI picked lanes to try and get ahead, not quite able to do it, and with that, then he just ran all over MKOI.
Yeah, I mean, as a MKOI believer, I gotta look ahead a little bit. So now we have the Pantheon and Talia being taken out of the draft. So what can we expect from MKOI in this coming draft? Now, they are blue side, and my eyes are on that Yone. That Yone Pyun that he was so strong with in the previous games. That has been target banned by T1. Maybe they'll keep doing that, but for me, I really want them to secure something where Jojo Pyun can really fight more, because I feel like this game, he was doing really well in the individual matchup against Faker. He was getting a nice CS lead, taking really good trades, but the support jungle of T1 was there to kind of help Faker get back into the game, and then it was all downhill from there.
Yeah, Alvaro, very good in the team fights, finding the engages, but there aren't many people better than finding timings to roam than Keria, so that advantage got negated. What do you want to see here in this game number two when it comes to the draft, Valdez?
You know, something we saw have a lot of success actually up against, I believe it was Halima Life Esports. We saw some Orion and Octarine. Those are both still available here. Maybe from the red side, that could be a nice duo that T1 could pick up early in the draft from the red side, which I assume will be the choice for MKOI going over to blue. But yeah, at this point, I mean, T1's champion pools are so deep that when it does come to a second game, I'm sure they're going to have tons of things in their pocket.
Yeah, and right now we've got
tons of noise inside the stadium because the MKOI faithful are being rewarded. The players are on the stage, and it is going to be a fantastic game. Now, before we do, we got to get this crowd going here. We've got all the stars here. I see Untaranim, T1 streamer over there right now, and all the T1 fans repping with the masks, with the cheering, the signs, all that going on. His Royal Highness is here as well, Prince Faisal. Everyone's here to watch T1 do what they do. But MKOI, the kings of Europe, trying to battle back. Finn, give us the hopium take. What can MKOI do other than Yone to get back into this one? Because that side of the crowd, the MKOI side of the crowd, needs something to cheer about.
MKOI 1647, this 1647, that I will give you 1647 reasons why MKOI can come back in this series. You play your game, you pick your champions, and you shut T1 up.
I love it. Valdez, one more answer here before we send it off to the host to get us into game number 2.
Yeah, you know, I thought this was going to be close, but T1 just look on their game. They didn't need any practice. They have come in here so strong right from game number 1, and I should have predicted 2-0 because I think this is going to be lights out from the red side. I'm sorry, Finn. I'm sorry for the copium. I'm sorry for the EU fans, but I think T1's got it this time.
T1 fans, what do you think of that prediction? It is the marquee team. It is the one that everyone comes to see. The reigning world champions, the reigning title defenders, they are looking to try and close it on out against MKOI. The little fish trying to swim against the stream there and make the huge, huge upset, but they've got to do it one step at a time. The Spanish squad with Jojo Pune in the mid lane looking for the biggest upsets of their lives, and maybe it's just another day for T1 when they make it a 2-0. Let's find out. Game number 2 starts right now. T1 versus MKOI as we send it off to Fancy and Ian Chambers.
The atmosphere inside this arena is absolutely electric. Riyadh, are we having a good time? Fancy, who do they think's going to win this?
Look, we all know that T1 did not make it to MSI's grand final and just lose for no reason. They're here to defend their title at the Esports World Cup. Let's hear it for T1!
Wait, let me just double check. You guys are here to support T1?
No. Check this out. Who's here supporting Movistar KOI?
Wait. You're not allowed to ask the MKOI fans if they're supporting MKOI wearing a faker mask. Let's do this.
Fair.
MKOI, can you bring this series back? It is brutal in here.
The crowd is getting electric. One more time for T1 versus Movistar KOI, and let's send it back to the casters.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And I feel like Ian may have just got his first introduction to a crowd where T1 is involved, and that is the other team doesn't really exist.
I think it's a little bit unfair considering their microphones were on the other side, T1 side. Because obviously there are a ton of MKOI fans here, and they've got loud instruments, and they are very boisterous. The Faker's doing a little reboot. Had a pretty rough laning phase. You know, I mentioned at the end of that first game, I mentioned at the beginning of the first game where that was happening, that felt like a really nice angle for MKOI, but a few mistakes around the map. Great roams from Carrier, great play on the global Pantheon from Owner, just snowballed the game out of control too quickly. And you start to make one mistake, you start to lose map control, and T1 are so incredibly punishing, especially when it comes to objective control, where they didn't drop a single dragon. They didn't need grubs to win game 1. And as we move into game 2, it seems like the most important piece here for MKOI is getting Jojo a matchup where he can actually get an advantage against Faker here. And I think that it should be the MO here for MKOI because they played through him so well in the early game. I'd love to see that happen again a second time.
Well, we'll just see what these bans are going to look like as already the Annie and the Jin taken away. One of the favorites from Faker and definitely a favorite for Gumayushi. As also the Orianna going to be hitting the deck. Now it looks a little bit normal as the Vi and the Varus are going to get taken away on the red side. That's what we see.
Game broj 2 ove serije, kao što smo rekli, running time je u pitanju, tako da čim se završi ova serija, navodno bi pauza trebala da bude 20 minuta, pa se vraćamo u seriju broj 2 GenG protiv Flyquesta. Irvin oko je Gwena koji je bio dosta konsistent, vidjet ćemo da li će išta moći da uradi ovde. Test za Dorana sigurno.
There's a lot of other picks he can play into this. I hope he doesn't go for
Doran može samo da pikuje.
little Ornn into the Gwen, which has been a big problem. We've seen Doran try it and fail before. I don't think that's what he's going to go for here. But the Rise feels very nice. It's a very safe pick. Another global here for
Mislim, Doran protiv boljih top lanera je podajućih minus 1000 golda. Ono na laneu, tako da. Protiv Mirmina može da igra nešto na badački.
Very risky one for sure, especially without knowing what the AD carry for Supa is going to be and what your main targets are. We don't know what JoJo is playing yet either, so this pick could be a bit of a wash. As playing the Galio into the Rise would be a way to neutralize this matchup a little bit, but it is going to guarantee basically Baker's prio, since he could just
Rise Ambessa bi trebala da je okej u Gwen, mislim da je okej prošao T1 za sad.
I expected for JoJo here, where I wanted to see him try to dominate lane. The Orianna is banned away. It's one of the better picks into the Rise, so he's just going to opt into safety instead.
Yep. Still going to be able to follow the Realm Warp quite comfortably, things like that as well. It does have that mobility around the map, which is kind of nice. See what they do have in store. Is the Xin Zhao just going to be picked away here? And there must have been a reason why Owner didn't want to go for this pick. I was thinking like maybe they were holding on just in case they want to get a Trundle out or something like that, and like they could use it against the Xin Zhao. Has been a decent matchup in the past.
Yeah, I mean, the Galio works incredibly well with both the Gwen and the Xin Zhao here, so in terms of team fights and playing around the map, MKOI feeling pretty good about this. The Trundle felt pretty obvious, like you said, because you've got some big frontliners to potentially just chomp away at and subjugate, and it does also offer a lot of zone control into these melee champions as well.
Yep.
I think for Supa here, getting either insane safety, the Xayah's gone, the Ezreal's gone, so a little bit tougher, or just high range might be the name of the game here. Even if something like a Jinx here would feel really nice because you have a front line, if you just get a single pick, you know, that damage that you need, that range damage, that ability to hit this Rise from afar, take this Trundle out would be there. See what T1 want to ban in this final spot.
Možda nije bilo ništa drugo, Va je banovano
still available here in the second game, so I imagine that's what MKOI's ban is going to be.
I wouldn't mind it. Keria has been phenomenal on the cow in the past. Likely something that they want to get rid of. I think Caitlyn could be worth looking at as well, because I know the Gumayushi and Keria.
Ne vidjet ćemo, možda Cait bude. Meni se Caitlyn sviđa iskreno.
And there it is. That is going to be the final ban. That gives cow opportunity over to Keria.
Looking for a potential Kai'Sa here.
This would be the most not.
Možda pikuju Junaru.
They are just going to lock it in.
Bilo bi lepo, bilo bi. Da je dozvoljeno, bilo bi jako, jako lepo, moram da priznam.
Pitam se koji AD carry će igrati.
Mislim da nije, da nema Kalista 0% mineta, rekao bi Kalista Renata ko kuća Lokina, Jinxa razo Supu, okej. To mi se sviđa, to mi se sviđa.
Alistar is a perfect way to round this draft out here for MKOI. They have an amazing front line. All they need is just simply one kill for Supa, one reset, and that is all it's going to take to really crush these team fights. They can protect him so well with the Galio, with the Xin Zhao. I really like the draft here for MKOI a lot.
Komentar na Redditu kaže da li će Gumayushi opet igrati Fearless EWC.
With this Jinx, the amount of peel that you'll get with the gargoyle and the cow, and then the double circles.
I onda je neko na taj komentar odgovorio da će da treba da pikuje Kai'Su sljedeći game. I eto, pikuje Kai'Su ovaj game. Tako da, možda postoji mogućnost da Guma igra različite AD carry svaki game ovog turnira.
Pa uzet ću obzira šta, imaju još jedan meč ovdje ako pobedi, imaju u polufinalu 2 meča i onda u finalu 3, u teoriji ako sve igraju bez poraza ima šanse. Male, ali ima šanse.
And even though there's a Galio to match and can also really help empower that Gwen on the side lane,
Bilo bi interesantno vidjeti.
is legendary, it is iconic. And I think a lot of what this game is going to come down to is map pressure control and where those
Ja mi je uvijek čudno ovo sa coachovima kada treba da se rukuju ili fist bumpuju.
Slažem se, jeste. Malo ifi. Faker, dobro, nacrto je Fakera.
Might be more and more difficult for T1 to find their way back in. The blue side looking just that little bit.
T1 izgleda poprilično spremno.
Da, ne deluju kao da imaju problema sa jet lagom.
They do really like to dress in blue, even though the team is red. Kind of ironic, if you think about it more than a couple of seconds. But here we are onto the rift for game number 2. T1 could just book themselves a ticket to the semi-final right now. Or MKOI could be trying to make them work for it.
Jojo opting for this Galio to be able to match the rotations of the Rise is so good with the Gwen, but it also means he won't be able to have that lane dominant performance we saw in game 1 where he's able to win
Kada ljudi pikuju nekog global heroja i onda ovi drugi uzmu counter pick, to se nikad ne završi tako da mečuju global ulti. Uvek se desi da jedan ode na jednu stranu, drugi na drugu. Owner.
And that is going to actually spell the end of this little scuffle. As Ona playing the policeman trundle, just not really a huge fan. You know, like the traffic cone's cool and all, but like there are so many good skins for trundle. We were having this discussion last night at the bus.
I like the cones though.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm okay with it.
I guess like for the cone fans, you know, traffic cone people.
I'll be honest with you, Atlas, we've only been seeing that one Trundle skin where he's got like the really shiny mace for a really long time.
You mean the Cuz one?
Yeah, like I feel like we've seen that one only for so long that I'm just happy to see any sort of Trundle skin diversity.
Yeah, it's either that or traditional Trundle, but you can't have a problem with traditional Trundle. That one's too good.
So let's take a look at how these matchups are going to eventuate. Guma, Keria just going straight to the bottom lane here, looking for a level 1 advantage in this Alistar, which I think is wise. Fortunately for Keria, that's not quite going to land the way he was looking for, though.
Yep, bit of a crash down there, but Gumayushi just trying to pick up this first wave of minions, and they do have a bit of control of this wave. Remember, this is not going to be a lot of early pressure here for T1. Of course, the Alistar pretty good into the rel just in general as well, being able to headbutt a
KOI španska organizacija, a iz Evrope, mislim, naravno, iz Leca.
He's wanting to make sure he separates the two members of T1 so they can get some decent damage down and Super stays safe.
Yeah, Super's positioning really good there, utilizing his range quite well. Had he been hit by that crash down, the passive was already stacking onto him, so it's really important he does not get hit here. Owner going to start Raptors, likely on vision there at the beginning as both junglers know they're doing their Raptor camp. So all vision over is Alvaro.
Yep, headbutt pulp does come on down there as Alvaro in a little bit of trouble here, down to about 300, but still able to offer a lot back. And Jojo could actually just die here. The flash out of the way, one more auto will do it. And yeah, he flashed out of the way.
Vidi, ako ti Faker solo kilo je na levelu 2-3.
Da, onda znaš da je malo doomed.
O, minjena te!
And it's a bit of an ignite from the grave.
Maja je zonera.
Not going to be enough to do it though. And T1 with two swift ones.
Yeah, so nearly enough, but Doran.
Pa sad već deluje. Ne baš najbolje.
Deluje kao Houston, imamo problem.
Da.
Doran's looking for the trade immediately because he obviously has teleport advantage, so takes a fourth of Merwan's health, and he's like, cool, catch that wave, and I'll see you in just a second. Those are the types of trades you want to see. I want to see what happened in the beginning of this trade here as Faker has lane control, gets taunted, and Jojo Pion goes for the extra empowered auto. And that's just
Jojo morao odmah da flashuje.
but he's just doomed. Like, there's no way he can buy space against this ranged champ. Is
izgledao je.
min-max the damage there, and Faker's just like, well, it's my turn to crush the lane.
Oh god, speaking of my turn, Owner is going to come down and join.
Dobro, uzimaju gumu, ali Supa možda umre. Okay, never mind.
And so the Jinx is going to stay alive on the board and exactly where the money wants to be here for MKOI.
Yeah, you got a supercharger, but I got my supercharge, which is the Ghost, so I'm going to walk out of that pillar. And, well, that's a kill for the Jinx early. What looked like it was going to be a great start for T1. Now a disaster. Keria!
Yeah, what are we doing?
Keria?
He needs a shattering strike. Does he get it? One more auto.
Mora da ga udari.
It's a bit of a solo kill for Keria.
Nice.
Probably not worth it, but does still send him home.
I mean, I think kind of worth, because otherwise Jinx could just take these minions here, and now Guma back in lane. It's actually going to be pretty huge. Otherwise, you know, Supa gets to walk away there, and Merwin?
Doran still has the teleport, guys. As Merwin one more auto attack, and he's dead. He was not immune in this top lane, and Doran, oh god, this could really be an Ambessa problem this game.
I mean, like I mentioned in the draft, it's not a matchup that always works well for the Ambessa, but it's volatile enough to where if you outplay, you can get a huge edge. And that was Doran on Doran's shield only, hadn't backed, hadn't TP'd as
Oba solo lanera su bila solo killovana. To je ne baš najbolje, definitivno. Ajde, okej, jedan igra Gali, a drugi je Gwen koja mora da nosi.
But T1 not going to be able to get the kill. No summoner spells on this Jinx, though, means that she's going to remain a target for quite some time. Faker trying to get the damage down onto Jojo as well. Justice Punch not going to get any CC, and Faker able to utilize his phase rush really nicely to just dance on the edge of that taunt. Alvaro moving in, and Keria, he loves Hex Flash. He also just loves standing in weird spots. And that is what he's going to continue to do as T1 take their first streak of the game. That'll be the Hex Tech.
I mean, Faker...
Another Hex Tech, so that's good news, I guess.
Faker's just chilling, you know, clears that wave, doesn't even have to get involved in this. And looking back at this play down here on the bottom side, Owner comes over here, but it's actually really well played by MKOI. They're able to get this chain CC onto Guma. The damage is enough. Supa then gets the reset, has the flash, has the ghost to buy space against that cone that gets dropped, and that's all he needs. And then Keria is actually able to come over here with a really cool Hex Flash over the wall and catches Supa off guard.
Keria na Assassin Del.
Crash down, but Supa gets a little bit greedy here. I think if he just walks away, this doesn't happen. And at the end of the day, Keria, I think this is absolutely worth for him.
Unlucky pot ga nije dovoljno nahilovao.
Not the Jinx.
He was otherwise probably just dead, I think.
Da je još koji tik pota bio, možda bi preživeo to.
There's just not a whole lot of chance the Keria gets out. So able to take one with him. And you can see T1 now with Feats of Warfare already locked down. They're on their way to picking up these objective feats as well. And so as far as shoes are concerned, T1 are getting very, very close to making them fancy. And Alvaro and Supa have done that lane swap thing, move towards this top side as the grubs are about to spawn. Top side of the map going to be an important place to look out for, but Owner is moving in once again.
Yeah, vision control of the river.
Yep, Supa still without any summoner spells. The Ghost is pretty close. 3-man Pulverize as well is very good. As Elioya looking to make this one fair. Gumayushi trying to get himself out of there as in he goes.
Elioya je 6. Supa je 6. Owner je dođo.
And T1 get themselves
Unlock.
out. I don't know about this one. Doran is a 1-0-1 Ambessa.
Looking for this kill onto Owner, but he's got the control vision, and he's just going to be able to put a pillar up and walk away. But it's still a huge win for MKOI. And I think T1 are disrespecting the range of this Jinx and how well Supa has been positioned, man. There's so many near hits, there's so many near lockdowns onto this Jinx, and he just is able to get out every time as Jojo.
Faker could be in a lot of trouble here. He does have flash available, gets that phase rushes. Now
odradio ih na majmuna.
We've seen this so many times for Faker where he walks out and then flashes back into the realm more for the last possible second to get out there, and he will live just barely. Still a huge win here for MKOI.
The flash and Jojo just gonna punish him.
Oh boy.
Yeah. But I mean, the other play looked really cool, and I think cutting the video before the Winds of War comes out is going to be really easy in the highlight package, so it'll be fine.
Okej, Faker. Možemo malo dopazimo šta radimo. Nema potrebe za tolikim aura farmovanjem.
Odradilo ga. Ne znam si do nov TFT set. Da li igraš TFT uopšte?
A ne.
Uglavnom imaš augment koji se zove Aura Farming. Da, između ostalog. Ima dosta anime referenca, ali Aura Farming je verovatno jedan od najboljih.
Ja sam... Okej, ovo nije loše, ovako treba. Ja sam posljednji put igrao TFT kad je prvi put bio Fortune set.
Da, okej, to je bilo relativno davno.
Pre godinu, 2 godine?
Mislim da je pre 2, da.
Igrao sam isključivo Fortune i isključivo sam igrao najlošiji team comp koji sam mogao da pronađem na internetu da se igra. Sa najnižim win rateom.
Zašto to?
I zato što je bio team comp koji se igrao isključivo na sreću. Ono kao... A ja sam bio u fazonu kao, ne mogu ono kao da se trudim, da učim, da igram nešto preterano dobro i onda sam igrao na sreću. Kao, ako me posreći, pobedit ću, a ako me ne posreći, neću pobediti. I bit ću 8.
To je fair.
I to je tako je bilo.
Flip it je zabavno uvek, tako da to je u redu skroz.
Da, pa ne znam, to mi je ono kao... Jedini, mislim, poslednji set koji sam zapravo voleo je bio prvi set TFT-a koji je ikad izašao. Dok su bili pirati. Tad sam baš igrao. I tad mi se baš sviđalo kako je bio TFT. Posle toga, kao... Kad su počeli da ga menjaju, kad su počeli da ubacuju razne neke stvari, ono... Što je čine današnji TFT, onda sam ja bio ono, ne sviđa mi se to toliko.
Fair, to je legitimno, Ja volim TFT, izlazi nov set za 12 dana, tako da definitivno planiram da ga spamujem kad bude izašao. Malo sam ga igrao na PB-u da vidim kakav je set. Izgleda dosta zanimljivo. Ono što je još zanimljivo je da se KOI dobro drži protiv T1 ovdje. Ne znam kako je ovo konektovalo na Jojopiona, ne na Alioju, ali okej. Fake je promašio oko, nema veze.
Nema veze.
Soon to follow, and T1, they answer the few good things that happened for MKOI previously really well here in the bottom lane.
I remember Merwin did not have teleport, so it's not done yet.
Well, there's the pulverizer, connects onto two as Super.
Ako Supa dobije kill i resetuje s Ghost, pasivno može da uradi svašta. Faker je, mislim da je mrtav, da.
Ding se feeduje, to je dobro za KOI, to je dobro za nas, da se Ding feeduje.
Da.
Ne mislim da je Jinx ovdje bila stvar, mislim smo nisu respektovali Alistara više, koji je sad set-upao Jinx, samo ono kao radila den. Alioja je probao da bufferuje ulti, interesantno, nije prošlo nažalost.
After this is a big win here for T1, they get incredibly greedy, right? They're able to take out Alioya, but what happens next is they decide, okay, we're going to split here, we're going to send, of course, our top laner back to the side lane, and then they go in onto Supo, just baits them in. Alvaro is still here.
Oh no, and Doran teleported to mid lane.
Yeah, he just left because he's like, I gotta go back to sides, and at the same time, Keria Magnet Storm's only an Alistair, and then when this Jinx gets accelerated, you're not going to get away from her. 2 kills over to Supo.
4 killa Jinx. 5 killova Jinx.
5 killova Jinx.
Sorry, 5.
2000 golda prednosti na botu. Dobro. To je okej. Jedini problem je ako Supo umre, onda je samo over.
And this Jinx is just frankly too big to fail. He gets more plate gold here. Solo is going to get the entire turret here. All plates in the bottom lane before plates fall off.
Supa je previše dobio.
Da, jako puno.
2,500 approximately the lead here he has over this Kai'Sa. And T1 gonna have to play a little bit more respectfully around it. They're gonna come back in this one.
Yeah, they really will. They're gonna have to
Ne znam da li T1 želi da vidi koliko mogu da odu behind pre nego što dalje pobede game. Ili šta?
Limit testuju, limit testuju.
Lep, 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 lep.
And JoJo is able to get out of there. Flash needing to be used, but still not going to be giving up too much more. And look at this. Super with so much of the team's gold. That's just so dangerous here for T1. If MKOI just continue playing their game, this is going to get way more difficult later on.
Yeah, if we were in a game state where it was lower kills and we're 14.5 minutes in, we're a Drake apiece, you're like, oh man, that Jinx is going to be a problem later. I'm a little bit concerned about that. You have to consider it, but she's a problem now. And she's been a problem for a while, and it doesn't get easier, it doesn't get better as the Kai'Sa, who's just completely outranged. So, at T1 here, it's going to take some really creative plays here, and Faker having to realm warp defensively, that's one of their better tools to try to flank or set up a really nice macro play down, because he keeps getting threatened as well. You know, trading that for Merwin's ult is definitely a trade up for MKOI at this point in time.
Yep. And now Super parking himself in mid, will be able to relentlessly shove waves in. As Ona moves over, does walk on top of a ward.
And the Kraken Slayer build isn't going to do anything for the range here of this Kai'Sa, you know? We're not going to see that poke build, we're not going to see the Nashers. And it's just really challenging from this point on. Not impossible, but very tricky as Doran is going to hide this TP, but he's coming in.
Yeah, he is going to join. We've got a bit of a 5v5 here. They have to get on top of Super if T1 wants to win a team fight.
Ja mislim, ako Jinx rikne, onda je gotovo, ali najbolja šansa da pobedi game jeste da Jinx ima lead. I onda T1 uradi ovo, Supa je živ. Supa je živ? Nije živ, okej.
Nije živ. I niko T1 nije umro i dalje. A možda sad umre.
Pa dovoljno je uradio damage-a Supa, ali vidjet ćemo. Jer fora je što ne možeš ni Mirvina da ostaviš baš da radi free DPS kad igra Gwen, tako da... Kao da, ubio si Jinx, ali at what cost? U smislu, sve si bacio da je ubiješ.
Okej. Doran je faker. Čekaj, Mirvina.
Mirvina, čekaj sad, 1 na 3, 1 na 3. Kajtuju ga previše.
I mean, Faker's got phase rush here. He's going to walk into melee range, though.
Surely isn't the engagement over? The engagement's over, right? There it is. Thank you very much.
Šta se desilo sa ulto Jinx?
Not enough damage just yet.
Yeah, Faker's turned his realm warp into an escape rope in this game, but it has worked really
Da. Pokonektovao je Doran ulti na Sup. I to je bilo to. Ne smije to da dozvole da se desi. Mislim, dobar play od Dorana, jako lepo ga je pronašao tamo. Carry je isto pre toga ultovao Supu i onda... Sad Jinx nema summonere, tako da... Sljedeći put kada konektuju to je umreći samo instant. Ovu partiju Doran stvarno radi mnogo. Carrier je možda mrtav.
As he looks to try and make his way out, but was caught there as he took a little detour. Alvaro may be in a little bit of trouble himself, though. But does have the unbreakable will, does need to invest it. As Rift Herald down here in this mid lane. One good thing for MKOI was that they were able to take that objective, that it's not able to knock down this outer turret. As MKOI, they also got feats of strength by being able to take that Rift Herald as well. So
they're gonna
more of these objectives available for them.
They're going to grab this dragon too. Faker... This turret is too healthy, I think, for anything to eventuate here on the top side. Maybe Owner can grab this blue buff away. I think that is going to be the best case for a cross map here. And IE is done now. So yes, it's 2 items versus 2 items here for the 80 carry, but we've talked about the range so much, I don't really need to beat it into you guys anymore, but I am still concerned despite T1 taking that fantastic fight before. I don't know if they're going to get that chance every time as Carrier once again.
Carrier radi.
Nema flash.
I uzme Jojo taj kill.
Rip, giga rip. Mislim, nema šta, moraju da... I Supa kad dobije flash, taj fight koji treba da proba da dobije game.
goes over as a result here. By the way, to the Jinx again, who has empowered Berserker's Greaves from the Feats of Strength, and I mean, it feels like a pretty big support gap in this one, I have to say. Alvaro's been having an amazing game on this Alistar, and Kerry has made some risky decisions. Some of them have paid off, right? Like his Hex Flash shenanigans on the bottom side where he was able to assassinate Supa. We've seen some of those succeeding. And the gold graph is crazy because T1 have won some phenomenal fights despite the deficit to keep it lower. But the Jinx is still a big problem that I think they're still going to have to solve. And like I said before, leading into that fight, you're not always going to get that Doran ult on top of Supa, as JoJo is the target.
There's public execution as JoJo should be going down here. He does flash, try and get himself out of the way. Is now Alvaro going to once again
Kerry je opet prtav. Aj, jao guma. Aj, jao guma.
Da, Supa je mrtav. Ne smije prići od Gwenu, Oner je...
Mirvin je jako.
Mirvin ih je prebio.
And we'll be able to cut them up. Ona now walking away with about 50 health. And we'll see whether he does make the great escape. It looks like the answer is potentially, as he looks to get an execute.
Yeah, I think he waits a second. He gets the execute. I think he does.
Yep. There it is.
Yeah. Well played.
Good stuff.
Čini mi se da je 14-15 sekundi execute, ne?
Nisam siguran, to menjuju non stop. Nisam siguran. Gume je radio baš puno ovaj fight. Mislim, ako možda ima neki backline SS i da se stika na Jinx, to je dobro. Jojo Pin je tu da ult piluje. Ali opet ako recimo Ambessa ili neko može da uhvati Jinx, onda samo mogu da je brstaju kroz ulti od Galija, pogotovo što je većina physical damage. To jest Ambessa i Guma su manje više full physical.
Divano treba da Kerrya bude jednom živu pre nego što fight počne.
To bi pomoglo, da.
Supa sad ima summonere. Alvaro je samo instant nestao.
From a combo out of this two-item Ambessa. Yeah, he does not have unsealed or teleport. He's just going to have to take the long walk back here. Will go home and try to reset. His ult will be up in just a moment. It's really hard for T1 to take this fight, though, into the Jinx. Those low health bars make it such a easy front to back for Supa, even without the Alistar, who is returning as quickly as his legs can carry him back towards this objective. And T1 instead going to push this wave out, slow start the Otacon here, try to clear vision, but this buys time for MKOI to come back over for the contest. This is going to be a pivotal moment.
Ovo je najbolje što može da se desi. Supa ima summonere, a oni tu ko Atakana. Dobro.
Aj, jao.
Ali je lepo smajtovao. Owner i Kerrya su chokeovali, imaju dva smajta, chokeovali su smajt.
To je true.
MKOI get there in time, and then it's a bit of a panic from Owner and attempting to smite early and try to get out there, but he smites so early. I think it was like 400 health. And then it just goes over to his opposition in Elioya.
Smajtovo je na 400 zašto je Kerry imao smite. Ok, Caster je malo confused.
Jeste dosta rano smajtovao zbog Kerrya.
Pa da, samo što Kerry nije smajtovao. Tako da mislim da nije on rano smajtao koliko samo nisu imali komunikaciju. Jer uvek bi trebao ti da baciš dva smajta, ti znaš na koliko healtha double smajtaš.
Magic damage in comparison to the physical, but with the Kraken Slayer, you do feel a bit nicer. And of course, the first item of
Fakeru je rodove just popovao, on je 14 level. Dobro, skoro 15, ajde.
You can either go the Terminus for that little bit more of a physical ebb on the on-hit, or you can take the Natur's Tooth.
I think the Natur's is just such a smart choice given the
I like it. Gives you like an actual poke option as well with the Void Seekers.
Ne znam, fore što je toki fokus na Supi da Mirvin u stvari baš ima puno prostora u fajtu. A Gwen kad možda radi šta hoće je baš problematičan.
Faker has a realm warp, and he is on this flank angle here, but the T1 vision is extremely limited, as you can see here.
Yeah, no idea on the health bar of this dragon, as we can see. Victoria making his way in. The flash comes.
Jao, šta su sad uradili? Ali Supa je živ i uzeo je excited. Evo, idemo. Sad lomi Sup. Ok, never mind, ne lomi. Ali Mirvin je i dalje živ.
Koliko je Guma preživao.
Faker je i dalje živ protiv
Da,
Mirvina.
ne može da igra u njega, ne može da igra u njega.
Dobiti nikako. Ovo je ace, ovo je ace, ovo je...
And this guy, he really is the saver of Europe, isn't he? As even on the Galio, he's able to win out the team fight.
Oh, absolutely a phenomenal fight here for the side of
Zbunio se čovjek, ne veze, bit će bolje.
Yeah, I know. Wrong team. Yeah, wrong team, wrong time to be talking about Fnatic, sadly. But the target selection here is very messy. Like, Supa is not the one who's ultimately...
Taj Doranov ulti je otišao iza Supe. Pogodio je, ko je tamo bio drugi? Nisam video. Još je T1 dobro i odigrao taj fight. Gledajući da je...
Okay, got a bit of a teleport in.
Yeah, he may be in danger.
In trouble, exactly.
He got the inner.
Going to be available as Faker almost taunts himself is what it kind of feels like. Killer Instinct comes down though as Gumyushi will be able to help Faker lock down the kill. Teleport comes in, uncancelable of course, as Moen looking to try and answer back.
Supa has his ultimate, but it's just not quite enough damage at this stage to get the kill there on the Faker. They needed a little bit more. So it is a critical kill here on the Jojo, but he does have TP and he will have his ult on respawn. Also picked up a Zonya as his Baron is going to be the look here for T1. They love to do this on spawn. They're going to head over and try for it now.
Jojo je kupio Zonju i onda prodao Zonju, šta?
It's a risky call. Carrier though on the flank also has the Omega Blast.
Što sad igra Bloodline, da, Bloodline.
Despite not having flash, he's got better flash.
Sklonili ovu UI za iteme, kako sam vidio da je prodao Zonju. Samo mu je nestala iz inventorija. Krade Elioja, gledaj. Elioja nije bio ni blizu, ne znam šta je.
Faker ult za escape, prodaju Onera, to je okej. To je legitimno. Imaju 2,5 minuta do Drakea. To je okej.
It's not exactly the cleanest, it's not 100% what they wanted there. They wanted to get out for free. Carrier wasn't able to really respectful approach there by MKOI. They were able to avoid knowing that Carrier was on that flank angle.
Mislim da Jojo Pin kapira da on neće biti fokusiran. Nema razloga da ima Zonju, ja bih rekao čak u ovom gameu. Jer realno ako fokusiraju Galija, a Jinx i Gwen rade šta hoće, koji će samo dobiti fight. Koji samo vina fight, tačka.
And so much of this Baron time will be spent clearing waves to try to get to those turrets. So yes, getting Baron, getting the gold from Baron is better than the gold you lose from the Trundle, but MKOI I think ultimately the big victors here, and you know, the only gold lead on this map still is Faker's. But the problem is, I just don't know if they could consistently lock down Supa. The peel has been good, his positioning has been good. That's going to still be the name of the game. It has been from start to finish in this one. Can you kill that Jinx? It gets harder and harder.
Yep, looking to build towards a
najbolje.
cannon now as well.
Zašli su ga svaki fight.
Jojo once again
Dobio je fightove zato što je Mirvin jak također.
As he does get the taunt off against the police officer. Carrier moving on forward, and
Šta oni sada...
Exhaust coming on down, Alvaro in position now as well. As, oh god, Faker is really starting to do some work as 3 items have been completed. Now it's just pure damage he's going to be building, and this Rise will be getting scarier and scarier in this game.
Yeah, that's going to be the turret to go down. Good punish once again onto Jojo. They got his flash as well, and Alvaro comes over, but he alone is not going to be able to turn this around.
Yeah, teleport in from Carrier as well, as he's going to join the rest of his teammates after getting that health bar back up to full as T1 with this Baron buff. Pushing forward, now with everyone alive, are able to step back onto that front foot. Supercharge coming on in, Gumyushi utilizing that to walk out. He's getting a little nervous there. Have to say, he was falling super far behind, right? He was 0-2-0 in the earlier stage of the game. Now 5-4-3 can certainly count down, which is kind of impressive, but also being able to keep that gold very, very even. He's been the assassin that T1 have been looking for against Supa.
I love his itemization. He has the arm guard now as well. He is able to find these ways. He's the one who's been able to assassinate Supa. Like, he's the one who's making it happen. Sure, it was Doran earlier in that first big fight, but since then it's been Guma has been able to, even with Supa's fantastic positioning, find those angles
and he needs to continue to do so. 10 seconds here until what will be Chemtech Soul for MKOI. Carrier goes in.
Yeah, Magnus Storm onto just one. They were looking for Elioya, but there's the
Ta tačno, ne razumijem Carry uopšte u ovim fajtima.
Faker going golden, Merwin looking for him once again, a super off to the side, but it's Gumayushi going golden in the back.
Carrier igra kao da gube 15.000 golda.
What T1 wanted, it's in fact an absolute disaster.
Ovo je GG. Doran sam ne može da izdefa ovo nikako.
Da, 1-1 legit.
Carrier ono, trola cijel game.
T1 with the realm warp flank, but Supa just will not go down. There's too much peel, too much protection, and he is just lasering them down now. The inhibitor will fall, and MKOI poised to end game 2 to bring us to a third.
Yep, Perrier looking to try and stop them, but he's barely even a distraction here as Doran, the same story. Gets a cute little shield. These Nexus turrets are still going to fall. The Nexus follows suit, and MKOI, they are still in it. They will be able to take down this second Nexus of the series. Only one away from semifinals and joining their brethren in that round of 4.
Right in this position last year, we had Team Liquid almost take T1 out. They were so close. Everyone remembers that umpty call.
Ok, ništa od 4 gema danas. Probali smo, dali smo sve od sebe.
Maybe in 2025, our defending winners here of EWC could be taken out by the best seed here, the #1 seed from Europe. What a series we now have on our hands. I didn't see this one coming, Atlas, to be totally honest with you.
Ako je krenulo, Sajna će raditi cijele dane do kraja turnira.
Očigledno, nema, nije mi suđeno da nije mi suđeno da imam kraći dan posla ove godine izgleda. Ako je to slučaj, plaši me Worlds, moram da priznam.
Da, Worlds će biti napet.
Ništa, uzet ću obzir da idemo u 6 gemova, a 15 minuta pauzica, pa se vraćamo, brzo smo tu i onda gledamo da li Evropa 2 puta za redom može da upsetuje.
One of the problems is that they do now move back over to the red side. T1 back on their favorite side for game number 3 if they would like it. But still, anything could happen. Time for us to take a short break. When we get back, we'll see who can do it, whether MKOI stay alive or whether T1 are successfully able to defend their title.
This land is calling.
Wait, GenG just won MSI? How excited are you, Mr. Tiger? I'm super excited. Are you going to be a GenG fan? Well, don't worry, because GenG fans can actually get their jerseys that are available at the STC Arena. T1 also have a bunch of selections that are available here, like pins, stickers, utensils, and many, many more. There's also a custom mouse pad if you'd like to get some new gaming gear. So come to the STC Arena if you're looking for some fun.
and the passion being felt by all the MKOI fans in the STC arena and around the world. Everyone cheering Super as he got fed on the Jinx, despite the fact giving up some early kills to T1. MKOI able to battle back despite the odds, and we go to a game number 3 here in the quarterfinals. Welcome back to the studio. T1 here alongside Finn, Valdez, and Medios. And Finn, we start with you. All the way back to the draft, man, because we saw the Gwen and you're like, oh no, I don't know about the Gwen. I don't know about these bans. They're banning Yone. But instead, it all looked pretty good.
I mean, I was a little bit worried in the draft, in that early section. But when I saw the Jinx, that I think for me gave me a lot of comfort. It is something Super has been so successful on regionally. And I remember there was an analyst next to me that I think said T1 was gonna 2-0 this. I don't know who said that. But that guy doesn't know what it's talking about.
There's only one next.
Yeah, Medios, that was weird.
Technically on the same couch. Yeah, I don't know. T1 kind of dropped the ball on this one, right? Like, hard to call it disrespect. I do think that they were playing a little bit fast and loose early, but I don't know. They just kind of got outplayed. I think their issue was they kept on diving in towards the Jinx and really trying to shut it down early, but instead the opposite was happening, and they were feeding the Jinx, and then eventually the team fights didn't go their way.
It definitely felt like they had that mindset of we need to dive Jinx, which is good, but, you know, I think you got to think it through a little bit. If you just full-on dive into Jinx and you get counter-engaged on by, like, a Gwen, which kept happening, you get peeled by Alistar, Sinjao, and Galio, then it's not always going to work out. And, yeah, I mean, it was a nice game by MKOI. I really liked how they would just, you know, take fights. The turning point for me was when they did that 2v3 bot lane with Jinx and Alistar. I thought that was super cool. They kind of, like, hit Alistar in the bush, had Jinx insta-ghost away as soon as they looked at him to make him think he wasn't there. Then he goes back in, and I feel like just, you know, having the confidence to go for a full-on 2v3 is pretty rare, you know? That's kind of one of the basic things you learn about League Macro is, like, fight with numbers. But they just knew they could win, and so, to me, that's just, you know, really inspiring.
Yeah, again, great fight back here by MKOI. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. First one, here in the bottom lane, it is scrappy early on.
Yeah, this is what Medios was talking about, like, just so commendable to know that you are stronger, know that you can take these fights, and know that it's what you need to do, because the map was kind of falling apart at this stage. Both solo laners were struggling getting solo kill in their own matchups, and Super really needed to step up, and boy, he did do that.
Definitely, against one of the best bot lanes in all of League of Legends, multiple championships, but however, just maybe over-calculating a little bit there. Let's take a look at our second highlight here. The Otacon steal, where it's speeding ahead because it was just fight after fight after fight, but this was a big one.
This one was super strange to me because this is kind of the T1, you know, where you just rush an objective in the other team's face and they come, and somehow it usually works out for T1, but not this time. And it felt like they had no intention of fighting whatsoever. They were already running. It seemed like they weren't even trying to kill the Otacon. It almost looked like they were just 5-man leashing it for MKOI. They're like, hey, we're one game up. You guys can have this one. And I think Otacon's such a strong objective. To me, it almost feels better than getting Baron. It just, to me, feels like you're going to win if you get Otacon, because not only do you get to execute, you know, AoE on kills, but it buffs all your petals, gives you all the petals in the map, and then you're the only team that continues to get them. So by the end of the game, you know, you mouse over how many stats you're getting. You're getting like half an item worth of adaptive force. You're getting almost a full level of XP. So I think it's just such an insanely strong buff that once MKOI got that, it kind of felt like they were going to run away with it.
Yeah, and put that on top of the Jinx, who wants to be in Reset City. Very, very helpful to get the slow from the AoE. Next up, around the Drake is our next fight. Again, just constant battle. I was with Flyquest and they were like, this is crazy.
Yeah, it was kind of a crazy fight. I mean, you could see that once again, they only had one direction, right? When you're running Ambessa, you've got Kai'Sa, you kind of just have to dive the Jinx. But as the casters were talking about, there were so many tools to try to peel for it. And at this point, like, he's just so fed. So even when he does go down, it's like, yeah, you know, you're doing a decent job of peeling through, but now the other members are fed. Now the Gwen's fed. Now the Sinjao is doing a lot of work in an extended team fight. Even the Galio. So, yeah, it was pretty rough.
I actually thought that fight was kind of a rare misplay from Faker when it came to the actual fight itself, because he ended up in a 1v1 with Gwen, which I don't think you're going to win most of the time, but he ended up flashing up instead of over the wall to regroup with his team, and it kind of looked like if he was able to regroup with his team, they could have won it, but, you know, I guess it can be hard to be aware in those situations, and a little mistake from him there.
All right, and finally, Finn's been a little bit too quiet here, so you can walk us through our final replay where the win is in MKOI's hand.
MKOI here, Carrier looks to find the engage on flashing on the Carrier, but Supa is in the middle of 5 members. But he has all his boys there to defend him, and he finds a little exit through the team of T1. And here, once you get that first kill on Jinx, they just keep falling like bowling balls. No, not bowling pins, that's the word I want to use.
I guess bowling
you can just
balls
look
too.
at the damage here. Look at all of MKOI. You thought it was Supa that was doing the most damage, but because of every single fight T1 was going to kill him, it allowed the rest of MKOI to also step up, because he got all of his damage out, died, and then it was usually Mirwin who was second in command as a DPS and kind of finished them, got them over that line in the end of the fight.
27-16, our most kills in a series here, in a game so far, and I'm sure it'll top the series a little bit. Valdez, this was just very, very scrappy and not as slow and calculated and controlled like game 1 was for T1.
Yeah, I mean, I think it does have a little bit to do with the draft, whereas if you get ahead and you're constantly diving the Jinx, like, you're going to have a good time with a draft like this. You have so many ways to approach with the Rise. You've got the Ambessa on flanks and stuff like that. You can handle it, but if you ever let the snowball go the other direction, you just don't really have an answer. You're just getting rolled over. You don't have enough backline access, and you just kind of die. So I do think that moving over to the blue side, they should be able to have a little bit more help. I'm assuming, well, actually, there it is. There. Chooses blue, does T1, not a big surprise, and I think they should be able to close this one out, but getting a little spicy here.
Well, now, we've seen some of the priority bans here against MKOI. Obviously, the Yone is going to be the big one. Finn, where do you want to see MKOI try to go to from the red side? Obviously, they got to follow the blue side, so give us what you think the priority is going to be for T1 and what the response should be for MKOI.
Well, honestly, I think Jojo, despite dying this game to Faker 1v1, has had good laning phases. And I think right now, most of the power picks that you really look for will be out. So for me, having a strong mid lane matchup for Jojo and allowing him to play aggressive, I think is going to allow MKOI to walk into the mid game with a lead, and I think they can use that to snowball, because I think let Mirwin counterpick his red side, let him play whatever he wants to play, because that's on him. Don't think about that, let him think about that. Just make sure that Elyoya and Jojo can work in tandem and find those good skirmishes to really accelerate the game forward.
Yeah, and remember, it started with the solo kill by Doran on Merwin. Things didn't look good, but he was able to scale, make the plays, and have that huge 1v1 against Faker in the pit later on. Midas, where do you want to see this draft go for the side of T1 to close it off? Because remember, if they lose, they're out of the tournament. Thanks for coming, and we'll see you later.
Yeah, well, for T1, I think that, you know, from talking to all the LCK casters back in the green room, they're not a huge fan of Kai'Sa, which is surprising because I like Kai'Sa, but it didn't go very well for T1 in that game. It does seem like Guma does better on his comfort picks, maybe a better scaling pick. I would expect Jhin. I think Jhin usually goes really well for them, and then maybe they can get carry on a counter pick. So I think if they play like that, it could be pretty good. You know, put Doran on something stable, a tank, because there's going to be no Trundle this game, so you could blind pick Sion, you could go for Ornn, something like that. So I think if T1 just drafts kind of standard, put Faker on a control mage, then they should be pretty good to go.
Brenda, we've watched lots of hours of this iteration of T1. I feel like, what do you want to see from them here in this final game?
I mean, I think Medios hit a lot of the points in terms of the champions. You know, definitely want a little bit more comfort for Guma. I mean, he's been great. Like, he was great over at MSI. I think some of the, you know, criticism he got for some of the champions, like, that's just fine. I don't really blame this game on him specifically. Yes, as a group, we don't necessarily like the Kai'Sa in general. You could look at Wadid. He's not a big fan as well over at the LCK. Honestly, I think from the blue side, they should be fine. You were talking about the Jhin, just calm it down. Yes, the best of 3 is a little bit scary, but it's T1 in a series, and I think they're going to have the composure to close it out.
All right, Medios, we've heard from Finn. We've heard from Valdez earlier in the pre-show. What do you got for us? What is our prediction tiebreaker here from you, as we've got about 30 seconds before we go to stage?
I think it would be really cool if MKOI won. I think I'll be cheering for them, but at the same time, this is T1 we're talking about. I don't really expect them to lose this. And they're just a team that kind of has fun. You know, they don't win clean series. I think they were playing a little loose last game, but when, you know, their back's up against the wall, you can expect them to play well, and I think they'll take it.
All right, well, victories require heroes. In game number 1, it was Owner on the Pantheon who looked good. Here in game 2, while things looked bleak, it was Supa stepping up here on the Jinx. It is a decisive game 3. Win or go home here at the Esports World Cup. T1 versus MKOI.
Welcome back to the stage. We are deep into the quarterfinals for League of Legends at the Esports World Cup. The tension is so high between the audience. But if you're supporting the Kings of Korea, let me hear you!
Yeah, that's nice, Fancy. Fancy, that's nice. But I'm here with Movistar KOI fans right now. Let me just check. If you think MKOI are going to secure this quarterfinal win, make some noise!
No. Ian, this isn't MSI. This isn't where T1 messes up. This is the Esports World Cup where they are the title holders. So one more time, make some noise for T1!
Whatever, man. Anyway, one more time. MKOI, 3, 2, 1, let them hear you! It is time to close out this crucial quarterfinal. Who is making it through to the semis? Let's find out with our casters.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Great to hear from the MKOI fans this time around. It sounded like it was a bit quiet in there, but after the victory in game 2, it's feeling like it's starting to come alive. As T1 sitting down, getting into position, getting ready for it. And I like to think that we're going to see a little bit of a difference in the draft this time around. Well, not just the blue side, but maybe some of the fast and loose picks are not going to be happening the same way.
I would agree. I feel like T1's draft wasn't necessarily bad, but it had some holes. Remember when cleanup fights, there's a ton of damage in that Gwen. If she can kill the Ryze, that's all you need. And so, as we move into this third game, draft is going to be very important. T1 will be back on blue side, as you mentioned, with side selection here. And the Jhin that we heard from Meteos earlier that he was mentioning, putting Doran on a tank. These plans make a lot of sense. Now, he mentioned putting Faker on a control mage. I think that's what Faker would like, but there aren't that many left, right? There just aren't that many that are meta right now. The Ryze is gone. The Orianna is obviously going to be banned. The Annie is also banned. I think MKOI's approach to this red side ban, the bans, I should say, look really good so far.
Yeah, the Wukong also going to be taken away this time from T1. I thought that maybe Owner might be looking for that, but instead going to be banning it away themselves. What is this going to be? As a bit, and the Nocturne. Nocturne and Wukong, they were the two things that I was thinking Owner wants to play at this point in time. We know that over in Europe, they do like a lot of other junglers, the Maokai being a big one, and the Varus is left up.
Yeah, this is not on the, you know, fearless picks for T1 necessarily, though. They don't want to play for the rest of the tournament. This is one of Guma's best, one of his most famed, not just for his objective steals, but for his consistent damage, especially on the lethality variant of this pick. And it's one of the hottest contested 80 carries. I mean, I would say, frankly, it is the hottest contested 80 carry at this tournament thus far, and he gets his hands on it here in Game 3. Elyoya and Jojopion gonna get, though, this Jarvan Ahri setup here, which is strong into the Varus. They had this prepared.
Yep.
They didn't forget about Varus. They were like, we have an answer. We have a way to get on top of this immobile 80 carry. And so that's going to be their response here. Now, where does Faker go into this Ahri is the real big question for me. No Orianna, no Annie. And Victor's still up. It's been a comfort pick for Faker, like the Azir, all year long. Tons of consistent damage, and it looks like that's the path he's going to take here.
Yep, an understandable one. This has, of course, been one, like, T1 have been first picking Victor all year long, right? So very happy to lock that one away. Don't necessarily feel fantastic about it into the Ahri, who certainly does have a lot more early and mid-game power, especially with the single target lockdown. A lot that Jojo and Elyoya can do in the early to mid-game. But this is a very stable draft so far put together for T1. And the Rakan being locked away here for Alvaro, another really, really good engaged choice.
Even though Carria's game 2 was pretty weak, they still respect the fact that he's an amazing Bard player, right? His Renata is very strong, and these are very oppressive lanes to play into for Supa and Alvaro, especially with the Rakan they've already shown. So I think these bans do make sense, but it does give a ton of agency to Doran in this draft. You know, he can kind of do whatever he wants here in terms of safe top lane picks, tanks in particular, that he's so famous for. So it will ultimately be this MF choice to come through fairly risky. It doesn't necessarily suit the single target blow up of the Ahri with the Jarvan, but can be some really strong combos with that Cataclysm. And instead of going for lane dominance, they go for safety with this Tahm Kench pick. And I think considering the Jarvan Ahri, it makes a lot of sense.
And it's Carrier as well, so I'm kind of thinking that Tahm Kench is also a lane dominance pick at the same time. This guy just kind of plays this pick very, very aggressively. As Moen, I loved his Cassante back in the LEC, and he is going to lock it away here into the Jax from Doran. This is looking like a way more T1 composition on the blue side this time around in game number 3, but I think MKOI no slouches in what they've got for themselves. And if the Cataclysms are placed well, a lot of these bullet times can be absolutely terrifying. And you put Alvaro into that mix as well, being able to get these quicknesses in so that he can charm them all up into a small area so that these bullets can really get the work done. Could be really, really big for MKOI.
And I also think that given JoJo's performances across, obviously, domestically, but here at this tournament, this is a strong jungle mid setup for pushing Faker behind, trying to get those advantages that they worked with so well in game 1. This is a more JoJo-focused draft, but I think the synergy between them has to be amazing. It has to be strong, and the target selection has to be crisp. They need to be able to lock down Faker or Guma consistently in order to win these games. Set up for that misfortune, as you said, for Supa. And it'd be a pretty exciting conclusion to this series. We had an obvious, very clear favorite in T1, but that second game really makes you second guess whether that's necessarily true coming into game 3.
Yep, 100% agree. Just shows that the first seed from the LEC are no slouches here at the EWC. And they could be joining G2. Like, it's absolutely insane that we could see 2 semifinals with European representatives and only one from the LCK is even possible after that. Because GenG going to be facing off against Flyquest immediately after this best of 3. And if Fly manages to take them down, that is insanity. We saw, in fact, it was Arnold from GenG tweeting out saying, oh man, the West is not going to like us after this. They have to go through both Flyquest and G2. But what if Fly just takes them down first off? Man, it would be absolutely crazy. But still, here we are, onto the Rift for game 3, the decider between our title defenders in T1 and the first seed from the LEC in Movistar KOI, as the keys are looming over. One of them going to be destroyed after this game.
Just one of these teams will remain. Guma with the Comet, showcasing it front and center here. Obviously the lethality variant in a draft like this, even with the Cassante and the Jarvan on the other side. Yeah, you just want to have the additional poke, and it sets up for the victor to clean up later on in the game so incredibly well.
Oh, money.
Massive gold lead here.
That is huge.
Big.
A little bit of a shame for Moen that he has to be fighting back from such a massive deficit here in this early game.
Can Doran double it?
Ooh. Just see, he's been very patient, as we can see. There it is. And yep, another one. Oh my goodness. Yeah, doubling your advantage.
Nobody's ever gotten a triple before. Not in a pro game.
Look at how patient he is, man. Gotcha. He got him! Oh, goodness. 3 gold? Okay, well, I mean, Elyoya does manage to spot out a ward, so he actually, he had 5 gold. But I do really like the fishing. It was very peaceful, and I like that part of it.
All right, well, early game here definitely feels like it's going to be incredibly close, right? Like, we don't have lanes that auto-win. You mentioned Carrier being a lane bully on this Tahm Kench. He absolutely has been in the past. Another matchup like this, especially at level 1, you can put the threat on here because Guma just does so much damage at level 1. His Comet damage stacks up here as well, and Carrier, with the gray health, can just look for aggressive trades as much as he wants in this early game. This matchup here is so much more skill-based, right? You want to look for your electrocute procs non-stop as Ahri while trying to avoid those rays here from the victor. and trade as best as you can. Level 2 here for T1, bottom lane.
Yeah, a big deal as well for both of these champions. They love hitting that level 2. As Jojo taking a fair bit from this death ray as Elioya in the area. As he is just looking to keep clearing. I think Faker knew exactly what was going on. They did have that ward on the Raptors. So knowing the pathing here of the Jarvan important, because Jarvan's certainly one of these champions that can gank extraordinarily early. As here Doran trying to get that shove in. No one here on the top side for what feels like the first time at level 3.
Yeah. And strong push in mid and bottom lane. Like T1 just have outskilled all 3 of these lane matchups to an extent to where they can get that extra control. And Jojo Pyun, you know, once again, will be a little bit on the back foot. Will freeze this wave nicely. The threat of the Jarvan is definitely something Faker will always have in the back of his mind, even with that ward there that he has in the bottom side. River.
Yeah. Bit of a tempo heal is what it kind of felt like there.
Uh-oh, Jojo.
Jojo in a lot of trouble. The Orb of Deception comes down. The flash is going to be traded here as Faker also taking some damage from that turret. Also still manages to get the cannon. That's the most important thing. But man, flash is missing in the mid lane. And Faker will be able to hold this wave at a pretty awkward spot here as he teleports back.
Interrupts his back for just a second, actually, which isn't going to feel great, but should be fine either way. That was a very tense moment there. Faker looking for the Ray to kill Jojo Pyun there, but he responds well with his own flash. It's a double knock-up.
Yeah, trying to come in. The Battle Dance gets Alvaro out of there, though. And Gumiishi down to about 250. His owner looking for an angle. No flashes, remember. As Faker still with the teleport wasn't actually able to go back home. And Jojo just gets...
Nekada dobre stvari treba čekati. Pa na primjer nas u programu. Tako da, mali delay, taman smo došli na First Blood, da vidimo kako T1 ovdje uzima kill. Draft je realno, šta je draft? Draft je...
Svašta.
Draft je svašta, ali opet ništa. Gledamo...
Dorana kumire.
Ne znam
što je flashovao. Čekaj, on i dalje živi. Oh my god, okej, izvinjavam se, Dorane, nisam bio upoznat sa tvojom igrom.
U redu. Iskreno, insane od Doran. Insane Doran. Ovo je bilo baš lepo. Bio sam siguran da je mrtav.
Da, ja isto, kada sam vidio da je flashao, bio sam pozvano, ne znam zašto flash. Ali eto, on je, zato je on profesionalni igrač, ja samo pravim pametno kad sam kao komentator.
Istina. Jako ozbiljna priča, jako ozbiljna situacija.
Guma je dobio Varusa. Čovjek je igrao Varusa jednom na MSI-u i bili su pozvano, ovaj čovjek više nikad neće igrat Varusa.
Ne.
Going to be able to get the heal. And T1 continuing to put on the pressure. You were talking about lane dominance. That is all
damage.
Here, especially with that.
Varus damage je insane. Ko je G2 finale? Bilo bi lepo.
Faker je...
Oh
my god.
Tiga što je laser pogodio. Au. Jedna dobra naša stara, džabe ste krećili. Tako. Džabe smo ušli u...
Džabe smo pobedili prošli game.
Da. Džabe smo dobili prošli game.
But still, he'll just able to get that back off and get himself
Faker nema mane
away. These health bars are making me nervous. Well,
yeah, Jojo almost has
Faker već ima laser upgradeovan, okej.
Look at this play here, like Faker stopped his back moments before, and like Jojo has all this tempo advantage, right? Owner comes over here though, gets the drag. This is the second time. And we skipped the earlier one. Oh, Yoi thinks he has the kill. Owner is able to push him into the wall there under turret aggro.
Najgora stvar je u tome što je to KOI odigrao perfektno skoro. Znači, Elioya je jako lepo pozicionirao taj flag and drag combo. Owner, ja ne znam što radi. Oh my god.
And then just gets himself out. That was a bit interesting.
Well, it was a really cool play there from Carrier because it's relatively low risk. Has to commit the flash for it, but can just get his way out, as we saw. And unfortunately, the red buff is on Team MKOI, and will be an escape there. But man, what a close exchange.
Really was. I'm trying to work out, like, what was exchanged? Like, was it worth it? It looked really cool from Carrier.
I don't think it was worth it.
It feels like he just threw a whole lot of buttons into the abyss.
No, I don't think it was worth it.
Yeah, now Owner is also getting somewhat caught, but there's not a lot of damage between a Rakan and a Jarvan this stage of the game against the Skarner. So Doran with a few trades here going pretty well on the bottom side. His Sheen has now been put together.
You can see, you know, some of these
Ovo ti je kao olimpijada, recimo.
First Dirk coming through here for Gumayusi, so he's got some of those additional stats.
To je najviše fair.
Faker with a later back here, but will ultimately be able to, with that push, be able to match any rotation over of JoJo towards this potential grub fight. They're both top laners teleportless, so at best case scenario in terms of champions, we're going to see is a 4v4 here on the top side. But Elioya looks uninterested completely here. Wants to look for a Cataclysm play here at level 6 onto Doran.
Yeah, surely Doran's not going to be able to make his way out this time as the all-out comes on through. Decent amount of value there with the counter-strike, but not enough as Elioya just throws down the Cataclysm and manages to finish him off.
After that show bottom side, T1 could just say, well, there's no jungler here. We have the numbers advantage. We're going to take these grubs in return. So it's not going to be without cost here. Some gold gets injected into this Jarvan. They take the Jax off of the map, which is pretty significant. But T1 are going to always have that extra side lane threat with the Jax now on 3 grubs. Yes, he's down on gold now, but his side lane pressure is going to be real later on.
Certainly will be. The Dragon still going here. As you can see, Elioya getting the start on it a little while back. You can see picture in picture, very, very close to going down, and it doesn't look like T1 is going to be able to stop it.
Agresivno igra Faker, gde stoji sa tim waveom.
Taken here, next Dragon going to be that Hex Tech. See what the soul is going to be. Knock up onto Faker, good charm there from JoJo as well. Not a whole lot more going to eventuate, because the gravity field not quite stunning anyone.
Yeah, I just want to grab a split plate here, and they will do so. You know, it's
pretty scary.
It ends up being fairly even. You know, the kill goes over to Elioya, right? They are able to push Doran out of the side lane. They get the Dragon in trade for the grubs since it's a late first Dragon here. But I kind of favor, because it is a Jax, T1's position here is JoJo getting the charm.
Yeah, really nice charm there as the Spirit Rush, still a couple of charges. As Faker wanting to be able to get that shield back down to 100 now as JoJo goes back in. The Arcane Storm doesn't work.
JoJo lepo.
Solo kill onto Faker.
The flash was really well timed there from JoJo. Gets that final
ozbiljno.
His health back, and we'll just kite the minions back to the turret. And finally, this time he got Faker for real. Takes him out here in the solo. The charm so well placed, weaved in there onto Faker. He plays it so respectfully there, and it will just teleport back to lane. So big win for him, has now shored up some of that mid lane deficit down to just 100 gold. As we go back to the play itself, look at this, goes into point blank range here through the minions, gets on top of Faker. I think Faker feeling confident with those minions there. Doesn't have the flash.
Mislim da Faker to mogu da outplaya. Mislim da nije mora da umre.
He needs, gets in with gets the Foxfire, flashes out, gets the reset, gets the heal.
Yeah, getting the essence back as well, making sure that it wasn't even close. Millen, he's Cassante. We've seen some Cassantes be pretty powerful, but the Comet wasn't there last time. That's going to be what finishes him off. And T1 straight back on the horse as they're looking to take down this outer turret on the top side of the map.
And Guma gets a lot of money here from this play, and the leads that have been generated across these lanes, even with the death on Doran, even with that kill picked up by JoJo, are still there. You know, T1 still with a significant early game lead, as we're going to see the channel here pushing Faker out.
Yeah, great
it's not enough.
But the Rod of Ages is coming along pretty well here for Faker.
JoJo je generalno ovaj... super, mora flash. Dobar je JoJo, iskreno.
Yeah, double summoners down there.
John,
Not entirely sure I was able to get on top of Super like that. Just a nice.
Si ne znam, osim ako Pobi baš ne bude insane u fanatiku, ja bi rađe da ode koji KC i G2.
I don't know if this one's going to have the same sort of high implications as that one yesterday, but it's still pretty
good.
It will affect Supa's ability to team fight. You know, on this next Dragon, because he's not going to have those, or at least not going to have his flash, that key summoner that's so important for a champion like MF to survive through, especially when he's already so far behind into this lethality Varus that already has that big first Ghost Blade, is going to have his Muramana relatively quickly with the lead he has in this one as well. So
there's been some really great plays here for MKOI. We have to give respect to how well JoJo's played the lane. You know, the attempt from Elyoya that failed, right, to kill Faker was just an outplay by T1. It wasn't even like Elyoya botched it, but T1 have been better in these critical moments and will hold the lead for now. But this is still a relatively close game. 2,000 gold is a lot at 12.5 minutes, but you know, it could just be one team fight that brings MKOI back into this, but I'm loving T1's position so far.
Yep. Of course, MKOI not out of it just yet, but as you were
T1 da vrati Zeus. Pa, pitanje da li će Hanva da ga pusti sad. Ne znam ni koliko je potpisao u stvari.
To je vjerovatno klasičan.
And he will manage to do that, but Moen with another solo kill. Faker really kind of falling apart at the seams here in this game 3.
Moen has the Frostfire Gauntlet, so he knows he has the slows, knows he can use his Unstoppable to get through the gravity field. As we might have
Faker igra tog Viktora kao da igra ne znam nije šta, ono, mislim.
Samo challenge sa igrač, to je sve deo njegovog plana.
Čak nije ni behind, što je najsmešniji.
TP advantage to Merwin as he has to come up here and catch the Faker lost after dying there in the top side. Faker now respawns but doesn't have a TP of his own, so bottom prio belongs to JoJo, who can push this wave in. And T1 fought so hard to try to get something to happen there on the bottom side so they could control the dragon, but now it's a reset timer here for Gumayusi. And Doran doesn't have a TP to join, whereas Merwin absolutely could. He's going to instead opt to go to the top lane. Owner?
Oh dear, okay, JoJo not going to get crashed into here as Owner wants to find the angle. There's the Impale, but the Spirit Rush going to get JoJo out, but 8 seconds on the Drake and no ult for the Ahri. That could be a big deal. That could allow T1 to even out the Drake counter.
Yeah, looking likely here now that JoJo doesn't have any mobility, is pushed away. And it's just going to be T1 taking this free Drake. We'll find out what soul it's going to be in just a moment. I mean, a TP here for JoJo, but it's just to catch the wave. To contest the Drake would be a pipe dream at this point.
Yeah, especially with that nah button available.
Marko, ovako se radi svaki vač parti, tako da ni prvi ni posljednji koji ovo radimo.
That's my T1. They love their Cloud Souls, much like I do.
Oni su namjerno malo više smanjeni od nas, ali da.
It's a pretty good comp for Cloud for T1. It's decent for...
Mislim, ovo ljudi odavno rade. Kadir je popularizovao vač partija, ali...
Especially considering the Jax, the Skarner, the Tom Kench, who's also going to love that.
Ali generalno se odavno ovako radi. Ok, flash cancel ovaj W.
Da. I dalje živ na kraju. I Tinkovo je ceo misfortune ulti dalje preživao.
Unfortunately, they just didn't have the damage. Carrier ate all of it and said, all right, what's next?
Every time.
Didn't have an answer.
This is why it's so frustrating to play against T1. Every time you think they made a mistake. Every time you think they're out of position. Every time you say, oh man, he can't be there. That's illegal. I've got this. They turn it around. Now, that wasn't necessarily true of Carrier's Rel in game 2. But so often, you know, we talk about Doran picking...
Dobro da, Carrier Rel u drugom gameu je bilo apsolutno kriminalno šta je radio čovjek.
A te Roa Viktor sa ogromnim damageom.
Bože, ko je glavni?
Mislim da je uzeo onaj laser od Kineza sa 150 dinara i da ga je uperao u oko Jojo Pina, više bi mu štete uradio nego ovo.
If the Rakan has ult, I think this is a different situation, but he just simply does not. So he kind of shows up and Faker's like, get out of here.
Yeah. He will acquiesce there as well as T1. They have picked up the feats of strength as
Ovo je bukvalno manigram, mislim, što jes.
Nice Wig watch party. Nice Wig je paja. Obožavam ga.
There's no contest. Elyoya also on the bottom side of the map you're showing on Vision. And T1 are going to go, okay, well, Herald plus turret, thank you very much.
Oh dear. So Moen, he is not going to die or anything like that, but he will lose his turret here on the top side of the map and all of the minions.
Yeah, Doran's going to say, I'll let the turret kill the minions before I take it out with my 3 grubs on this Jax that now has a 300 gold lead. Sorry, did I say 300? I meant 600 as the turret falls. And yeah, this Jax we mentioned with grubs is going to be a problem. He's already starting to hit that threshold.
Yeah, 3,000 is the lead here for T1, but there is a lot of other things as well that they have built up for themselves. Now Jojo possibly in trouble. Carrier comes in, doesn't land the Abyssal Dive, but it's still a decent amount of damage as now Yoya comes forward. This time Carrier might be dying, gets a Devour, and then dies. That's the plan. Didn't have flash, didn't have a way out.
Yeah, and Jojo is going to use his ult. So we'll need to get out of there now, as the siege onto this turret will likely mean T1 trades that death for a turret.
Yeah, this is interesting though. There's not for them to fight.
I mean, Owner has Impale.
Yeah, but there are 3 people here. That's a lot of bad guys. Gets the double suppress though, as the Impale is.
Ali opet, mislim, Fake radi premalo damage-a da ovo bude eksplozivno, to je problem.
Da. Fali mu item. Tek negde... Guma je mrtav, svakako. Wastovao flash. Ovo je dobro, mislim, shutdown ne idu sa 3000 na 2000, mislim, nije loš. Jedino što će Doran uzeti ovaj turret, možda.
Like angry wasps after a disturbed nest to come over and clear T1 out. Doran is going to look for this inner turret, but he may pay with his life.
Wow, koliko je damage uradio.
The ulti comes through, he flashes as Jojo will be able to get over this wall, but he's going to be alone. The charm connects, and that will mean that MILIONA will be able to kill the Jack.
Avengeri došli po njega preko zida, samo.
Bukvalno. Su u fazonu, hoćeš preživljavaš, a vala nećeš.
No kill to the Ari there. It ultimately ends up going, or to the MF, goes over to Elyoya, but when this Jarvan is still significantly relevant, and we'll use the gold pretty well, but at the end of the day, it's going to be a cross-map turret this time for sure for T1, right? I think this time they get it, and they make it even more.
Well, that is Moen getting devoured.
Ja.
And trying to stay alive, he does do so. Buys time for the cavalry to turn up. Chains of corruption on top of him as well. It's finally Gumayushi gets himself in there as Jojo not able to find it in the
je dodžovao sve.
From the 80 carry from T1. Elsewise, on the other side of the fight, T1 are getting lower and lower, but they will get themselves out of there just with a Gastante.
His Cataclysm was like 3 seconds away. He didn't have it to get on top of Guma, and Guma does Ghost Blades out. Absorbs Jojo Pyun there with the Edge of Night as well. Just knows he can walk up to that Ari and is relatively safe. Now, Elyoya and crew are looking for this dragon. He does have his Cataclysm back. Faker's TPing in. Doran, the first to go in.
He's just going to dive forward into 4 people. Counter-strike now on cooldown means that he's just going to die.
Mislim, ovo je Doran, ovo je njegov playstyle.
Down to 1500 is this dragon, and there is the smite from Elyoya. Finally, the cavalry will arrive, and Gumayushi, not a lot of threat here on top of him. He's going to be chasing out Elyoya, who gets into that brush. Finally, he will find it, and the rest of T1 are looking to tear them apart as well, but it's Super that does so. He gets
dobro ulti od Super. Sigurno ima kill ovdje svakako, ali...
That's looking like it's spelling victory here for T1 in game 3.
Yeah, this is just starting to become too much of a lead here for T1. Dragon advantage goes to MKOI, but it's such a heavy price. And you know, Faker, you know, he started this game off a little bit slow, but it's been a side lane threat, has been kind of the commander for so many of these fights. Joins here late as Doran is the one to engage first.
Doran's having a happy game this time around.
He really is, but like the fact that the Cataclysm gets used.
On ima sreće što igra protiv KOI-a. Ovo je radio i protiv GenG-a, pa su izgubili MSI. Naravno, nije bio jedini razlog da su izgubili MSI, ali...
onto Elyoya, and there's no recourse anymore because he used everything on a Jax. At least Supa's able to channel enough to get that extra kill there at the end. And that's a consolation prize.
Šteta, nisu mogli više od tog zmaja da nađu.
Doran just took all the buttons.
Yep, T1 fans going ballistic in the arena as well. It is not over yet though, and it's not even a 5,000 gold lead. It almost is.
Okay, Chronicle.
I'm looking for a bit of scope. But they also don't quite have the soul points stacked up just yet. You can see MKOI actually the team that has the most dragons. Swift Herald not going to quite find too much. So getting distracted is good old Shelly.
I mean, look, there's some ways back into this if you can somehow get the edge of night off of
Mislim da je malo teška priča da se
then the fight becomes playable.
da se vraćaju ovo, ali ajde. Guma je 6-1 bez Muramane. Faker nema itama još. Jel i ovaj ako ima najviše kilova će opasti previše, da ovo je baš nezgodno.
Skarner ima 200 stakova na hard stealu skoro. Ne znam, treba im charm na gumu da ga one-shotuju, a to je malo nemoguće jer ima carry-u pored sebe. Ili neki ogroman misfortune ult.
Catching them on an Otacon could certainly be an opportunity here as Carrier looking for that dive angle, but Merwin, he's also trying to get himself in there. Now going to get out the double suppression.
Okej, ovako sigurno neće pobediti, da, ovo je Didi. Dobro. Ako Owner pronađe ulti na dvojicu, onda već je... onda je gotovo.
Oh dear, this guy pretty good at the Varus. Is Carrier just looking to support as a Storin that takes down Super inside the base of MKOI. And this feels like it's not just an Otacon going down, it's like the whole game just exploded in favor of T1 as they'll break open the base, they'll take an inhibitor. And what more are they going to gain here? The bounties have now been set
Ne, upravo si sve outskill osim Varus. Mislim, Xante je dobar, Xante je ono debatable. U Letality, u ovaj tim T1-a Xante skela jako dobro, ali opet IMF ne može igra u ovom late game. Tako da je legitimna teorema.
And the fact that Guma is able to just chill and say, no, we start this fight, we start this turn with the double suppress. And since MKOI didn't have a prayer there,
Vicker baš ide onaj no damage build.
Da, on ga baš ih miluje.
Mislim, nebitno je donekle, ali...
And what is potentially the start of the end of this game.
It really did feel like it. As soon as that Otacon was taken, there was not a whole lot more that could be done here. Azona looking to get on top of Jojo. Nice charm to try and stop him, but this Skarner can kind of do no wrong at this point in time. Everywhere is where he belongs on this map. And that is not something that Skarner often says. He normally misses his kind and stuff like that. Feels a bit lonely. Not this time around. As the Cloud Drake has spawned, that's something they can go over to collect. And here is the Baron.
T1 like to do Baron on spawn in a deficit. And with a 8,000 gold lead in this game, they're kind of like, do we end the game or do we kill the Baron, as they just have full map control right now. Guma still has his Edge of Night. A Q attempt from Valbaro to try to pick that one off will not be successful. As they push the mid lane, Owner starts up this dragon alone. Guma will help him take it, and then they can go straight towards the top side of the map with Carrier's reset here to start clearing up that Baron vision. The top inhibitor gives them that extra pressure for Doran in that top side to continue to make sure that part of the map stays T1 vision controlled. That extra prio is going to help them get into the pit. There's some vision there for MKOI right now, but it's just a matter of time as Carrier comes over here with double control wards to clear it out.
Yep. Should be able to do so pretty comfortably here as Owner walking over wards, but this is the thing, if he face checks, what does MKOI do about it? They take the 15 years it costs to kill him. It's just really, really difficult because he can just kind of go wherever he would like.
I mean, Jojo's just sitting on the side. Maybe this time he'll join. Maybe he can find a flank angle. They didn't clear all the vision. They didn't clear all the wards. Maybe there's an angle, but T1 are just giving them no quarter in this game. There's that TP.
All right, here's the angle. They get the flash out of Gumyushi. That is a big deal. And he is still very, very low. Not a lot of life steal available here.
To je zapravo dosta dobro bilo.
Big opportunity now for MKOI.
Mislim, Kataklizma jeste veliki ulti, ali...
Alvaro.
Jako lepo, Alvaro.
MF ult. Nema. Doran mu sedi na glavi, ne može da igra.
Da.
I Doran ima E opet. Jer je Jax heroj.
Da, Unir je tankovao charm za Dorana.
Again win out the fight, even though that looked closer than it had any right to be. It was a heroic last stand from MKOI. They get
Pa dobro, probao je KOI, ali T1 izgleda da žele osvetu GenGiju.
Ne mora da znači će GenG proći.
Istina, možda se Flyquest nešto pita, ko zna.
It was not an easy battle here for T1. It was a lot more hard fought than I think most expected coming into this series. The MKOI fans in the arena here in Riyadh did not give up hope, but T1 from start to finish in this one had a clean game, and that Varus that they left open in the hands of Guma is something that they'll probably be thinking about on that long plane flight home. As T1 look to bow to the crowd, it's their first series of this tournament. They got seeded into this bracket because they are the defending winners of EWC from 2024. And they're looking to once again solidify themselves as a title contender here. Yeah. They win game 3.
And now up against Anyone Legends as well, which is going to be a tough battle. They looked great yesterday in their match, and going to be lying in wait against the title defenders in T1 here. So able to shake off a bit of the rust here in this best.
Ali idu na AL, da?
First time of asking here out of T1.
Da, T1 AL, a G2 i verovatno GenG. Vidjet ćemo G2 protiv pobednika sljedećeg duela. Ajde, ne mogu da otpišem Flyquest toliko brzo.
Da.
Tako da mislim da je to legitimno svakako. Mi ćemo imati pauzicu, pauza bi trebala da bude nekih 20 minuta. I onda se polako vraćamo u drugu seriju dana, gledamo Fly vs GenG za nekih 20 minuta. Uživajte u intervju, tu smo nakon pauze.
With a win here, of course, in the quarterfinals. I'm here with Ona. You just went up against LEC's best. They pushed you further than many expected. What did you make of their playstyle?
일단 오너 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 오늘 또 LEC의 1시드인 MKOI를 상대하게 되셨는데 확실히 좀 어려운 싸움이었는데 그럼에도 불구하고 이제 LEC의 이 탑시드를 상대로 좀 어떤 경기를 좀 보여주셨다고 생각하시는지 그들의 또 경기에 대해서 한번 또 평해 주신다면 또 어떤 평이실지 궁금합니다.
네, 뭐 이제 1시드인 만큼 굉장히 잘했다고 생각하고 있고요. 저희도 이제 사우디에 와가지고 시차 적응하느라 상대팀도 그렇고 저희 팀도 그렇고 약간 힘든 일정에서 경기를 뛰었는데 그래도 이렇게 기분 좋게 2대1로 이겨서 다행인 것 같고 더 잘 준비해야 될 것 같다 생각합니다.
Yeah, I think that they definitely showed a solid performance as a top seed of LEC, and we both MKOI and us had to deal with all the jet lag stuff because of long travel. And that being said, I think they brought us a solid game, and I think we're glad that we should bring more. And in the upcoming games, I think we should try to do best as well.
Well, speaking of the travel out here, it was less than a week ago, 6 days to be exact, that you had that heartbreaking, crushing defeat at MSI in the final. What's the process been like since then? It's been literally fresh out the frying pan into the fire.
이제 좀 아픈 얘기긴 하지만 일주일 전에 정확하게 6일 전에 또 MSI의 결승전에서 좀 아쉽게 패배를 하시고 또 이렇게 바로 또 이렇게 오셔서 또 EWC를 준비하게 되셨는데 좀 그 과정에 대해서는 좀 어떻게 보셨는지 어떻게 좀 준비를 하셨는지 궁금합니다.
네, 뭐 이제 아무래도 저희가 준우승을 하고 결승전에 지긴 했지만 뭐 결국 프로 스포츠 하다 보면은 뭐 사실 질 때도 있다 보니까 크게 연연하지 않았던 것 같고 그 이후로 이제 EWC 이런 대회가 있다 보니까 이 준비를 열심히 했었던 것 같고 또 이 경기에서 또 이기면 된다라는 생각이 있기 때문에 이번 EWC에도 많은 준비를 했었던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, it's definitely heartbreaking that we couldn't take a title for the MSI, but that being said, we do have another game, and it is a professional sport, so we always know that there's going to be another game to prepare for. So that's why we try to bring our best in our games in EWC, and that's why we'll try as much as well.
Absolutely, and there's that extra added element of pressure here because you are back to defend your title. Do you feel that added pressure?
이제 또 디펜딩 타이틀 홀더로서 디펜딩 챔피언으로서 이렇게 또 방어를 하기 위해서 또 이렇게 우승을 또 목표로 이렇게 오셨는데 그 점이 좀 부담이 되지는 않으시는지 좀 궁금하네요.
네, 뭐 사실 부담감은 딱히 없는 것 같고 사실 저희가 그냥 하던 대로만 하다 보면은 사실 이번 2025 EWC도 우승할 수 있다고 생각이 들어서 그냥 부담감은 딱히 없는 것 같습니다.
I don't think there's going to be a pressure anymore because I think if we can do our best games as possible, like what we do, well, can we follow our games that we did? So I think I'm pretty confident that we can hold the title this year as well.
Well, there will be some physical pressure in a moment as we take you over to the key crushing. But first, a lot of T1 fans have come out to show you support. So let's give them a moment for our semi-finalists. Make some noise for Owner and T1.
네, 부수러 가시겠습니다. 키 부수러 가시겠습니다. 네.
All right. This will be T1's first key crush here at EWC 2025. And the pleasure is all Owners. Time to roll credits on Movistar KOI.
Everyone, as we exit the competition for MKOI, I grabbed Elyoya, so you guys were able to push T1 to that third game of a best of 3. It was a very back and forth game, so talk me through what went wrong in that game.
I mean, I think third game we weren't ready for the fights they proposed, like the Atakan. I think we approached wrong the retake and they capitalized on our mistake really well. I think Honor did a really good job, so yeah, I mean, we were not ready for those fights.
And especially coming back from MSI till now, 2 international events in a row, what have your learnings been so far?
I mean, I think it's been a really good and learning experience because I think the team that we showed today is really different to the one that we showed in MSI. So I'm really proud of my team. Like, I think we bounced back from a quite hard loss in the international event. So I'm really excited for Worlds and what's coming next.
Yeah, and I'm sure the fans at the arena are also excited to see what you guys can bring back at the LEC. We have a lot of MKOI fans. They never fail to disappoint, so can you please say something to them in Spanish as we have the ending for MKOI's story?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry,
We have the ending of MKOI's story, so would you like to say something to the fans in Spanish?
Yeah, I mean, muchas gracias a todos. Sois parte de nuestra fuerza y la verdad que es un orgullo para todos los del equipo, y hablo en nombre de todos los del equipo, ser parte de esta gran familia. Cuando digo que sois motivo por el que ganamos, no lo digo en broma, creo que hoy habéis hecho una gran diferencia y nos habéis ayudado a casi ganar a T1, así que muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much, Elyoya. We'll see you back at the LEC, and that's all for now.
The look on the faces of MKOI, who got so close, able to turn it around in game 2 and kept it competitive in game number 3. But eventually, the squeeze of T1 led to the tears from MKOI and MKOI fans. They drop out of the Esports World Cup in the quarterfinals, 2-1. And T1 continue to defend their title as reigning titleists here in League of Legends.
Tough day for KOI. I still want to say that they should be proud of this performance they showed against T1. This is one of the arguably the best team in the world right now, together with GenG, and I think they really show that they have what it takes to go blow for blow with these reigning titlers of this competition, and I just want them to leave this competition with head high and go home and really reflect on your learnings and come back stronger for Worlds, because we will be waiting for you over at the LDC.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, especially after game number 1, where they got kind of crushed, right? They were able to bounce back and have a fantastic game number 2 and really bring T1 down to the wire here to game 3, where I think, unfortunately, giving Gumavaris and then allowing him to have a game like that, and that is going to feel painful, but, you know, best of 3, you got one game, you got kind of close at points in this one. I don't think MKOI should feel bad, but again, it's T1. I think every team in the world can have trouble. Even GenG lost a couple of games to this team, so it's hard.
Yeah, to be able to pick that one off and then look back on EWC as a moment where, hey, solo kill by JoJo all the way down to the very last auto attack. Solo kill in the top lane for Merwin, the pop-off game by Supa and Alvaro, and the way that Elyoya leads the team. I think there's nothing that you can do other than take those learning lessons and be proud of what you were able to accomplish. As we take a look at this last game, number 3, it starts with back-to-back mid lane owner ganks, as it was pressure and bait constantly for the mid lane, this time going the way of T1.
Yeah, watching these T1 games just feels like if you're laning against Faker, you're actually laning against all of T1. It's kind of reminiscent of TSM in their play style. And to me, what makes this so impressive is that JoJo actually did get solo kills in at least games 2 and 3. I don't remember if he did in the first one, but that's a huge step for him. Solo killing Faker is not easy. I don't think there's that many people that can say they've done that. So yeah, very proud of them, and I think they showed some good stuff.
Then after that, you could feel that MKOI were behind, starting to push here at the Drake fight. Things don't go their way yet again.
Yeah, and, you know, trying to set up for this one, I think it can be pretty difficult. Doran, it looked a little bit crazy just hopping in here. Was T1 kind of scrambling to stop this Drake? You could feel that, you know, we talked a lot about Eastern teams and how well they're able to punish. This is one of those moments where it's like T1 know that even if Doran jump in and die, like he probably didn't have to, but even if he goes in there, they can still punish this fight. They can still punish MKOI trying to pick up just a scrap of a Drake towards the end of one of the fights after T1 lost a lot of ults. And yet still, it just ends up being, you know, T1, the triple kill goes to Guma. He was just way too fed at that point. So, again, T1 will be there. They will punish every single time.
Yeah, untouched. That whole fight was Guma just getting to chase down the members of MKOI. And then finally, our last one here. Over at Otacon, we saw that was the boon for MKOI in the last game, but not so much this time. A huge Skarner ult here just separates the rest of the team.
Yeah, and I just like to throw it back to what Elyoya said in the interview. He said that they approached this Otacon wrong, and I think the idea that he was aiming at with that comment is that I think he wants to go through the lane to kind of reduce those choke points. Here they all kind of walked through the river, as we see Mirror fighting here top trying to defend his tower, but right now it is just a little bit too late. The early game was crucial, and T1 snowballed it really well.
Yeah, bits and pieces of things for MKOI to take away, and again, I think played like a champion, just going up against a team that better prepared, had the day of rest because of their placement from MSI, and again, are the reigning world champions over in LoL Esports. So you just know what you're getting into, and had a good plan and good fight back for game number 2, just not able to do so for game number 3. As we say goodbye to the reigning champs of the LEC, Movistar KOI. They fall in the quarterfinals, which sets up a fully filled out one portion of our semifinals. It is AGAL versus T1, a rematch of the lower bracket finals over at MSI. That one's going to be a good one. It is still best of 3 in those semifinals, but we're not done yet with today. We've got ourselves a great matchup that dates back on over to Worlds 2024. It's Flyquest versus GenG. These two teams vying for a spot up against G2, Europe's final hope, who's already waiting in the semifinals. We will set that stage for you in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
Where am I? Did I walk into the wrong arena? Hey, wake up, man. Where am I? Who are you?
You're at the Dota 2 stage. Hi, my name's Tsunami. I'm a stage host here, and you are?
I'm the league host, man. Oh. Yeah, but I've heard that Dota 2 is actually really different. I heard that your games are way longer, man.
Yeah, sorry. We're in the middle of like a 67-minute long game right now. It gets lengthy. Wait, your games don't go like that?
It used to for all the people above the age of 50, and that's why they are the age of 50, but at least we have unique objectives like Baron Nashor, right?
No, it's just Roshan backwards. That's our thing.
That's our thing?
No, I don't think so. Just alphabet backwards? I'm pretty sure that's just our thing.
Well, at least we can agree that both of our games are imbalanced, right?
Yeah, you got my seal of approval on that one.
And now it's time for Flyquest vs. GenG, our final quarterfinals of the Esports World Cup. Flyquest, who qualified earlier out of the group stage into the knockout stage, looking to pull off an upset for the LTA North. And here they come, surrounded by fans. It is the reigning back-to-back MSI champions. GenG coming on in, looking to try and come up with answers here for how their form is and what they're going to look like for the Esports World Cup. Welcome back, everyone. Digon here alongside Valdez and Medios, and joining us is CEO and leader, the heartbeat of GenG, Arnold. Welcome, Arnold. How's it going, man?
Thank you guys for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, just kind of walk us through what this last couple of month has been like. The couple of months have been like. It was back over at Road to MSI in Busan, then flying over to Vancouver for MSI. Now you're here for your first match at the Esports World Cup.
So for me, I was actually here for the beginning of VALORANT as well. So I flew from here to Vancouver. Luckily, everything went well. We won. We found a restaurant that was willing to open like late night past the hour, because Vancouver's a beautiful city, but everything closes really early. So we had a good late night dinner there. Then flew in the next day. But the one thing that I was really excited about is we fixed their sleep schedule a little bit early. I forced them to go to a celebratory dinner at Carbone. Shout out to Carbone. A little bit late at night, with some good carbs and healthy stuff. And I think their sleep schedule is much better now. So.
All right, look at that, just thinking about it all the time. You have multiple teams here over at the Esports World Cup. You currently have 1,000 points, 500 for the placement for VALORANT, 500 for the placement of Apex, and you have a minimum of 200 because you've already made it on through to the quarterfinals due to your seeding from MSI. Kind of talk me through what the Esports World Cup means for GenG in the greater ecosystem of esports.
I would say the biggest thing that, the reason why I'm here is I want to make sure that our teams, a lot of them are first timers here, right? So I wanted to make sure that, all their setup is good, that they have access to Korean food or Asian food, or there's a lot of Asian food requests on our roster, obviously. So that's probably the biggest thing, and we've had great success in the first week. But we want to make sure that every single player that comes here is taken care of and that they feel like we have their back.
As we take a look at the roster here for GenG that all of our fans of League of Legends know and love, kind of what are the expectations for this team given how successful they've been not only this year, but last year as well, so dominant over the last 2 years?
I don't know if we've ever even talked about this, but we just keep, our whole focus is about how can we get better every day? How can we get better, next year? How can we get better tomorrow? And we did a lot of reflecting, especially with our League of Legends team. Last year we felt that because it was the first time for us winning an international with MSI, we almost let our foot off the pedal a little bit. We all kind of discussed about, hey, should we have actually taken like a different approach of like, what do we got to do next, right? So one of the things that we talked through was how can we approach every single tournament that we're in as a new opportunity to actually get better in front of a large audience, in front of a new setting, in front of a different format, and just try to make sure that we're actually using this as a learning experience, a learning opportunity for the whole year.
Arnold, I'm curious about, this team. It has 4 standout veterans that have been around for an incredibly long time that are at the top of their class in all of their roles. And then you've got Duro, who's kind of the new guy. Definitely sticks out as, certainly a rookie amongst all these veterans. What is the team dynamic like amongst all of these guys who have so much experience, and who's really like leading the charge by example? And how do they handle the new guy coming into the roster as well?
Right. First off, I got to say, Duro is not getting enough credit. I don't know who do I have to direct this to, but this guy came in game 5. My heart is pounding, and he's just waving his hands in the air for silver scrapes at MSI. Then he goes and picks Pyke. I just think he's done an incredible job. Also, shout out to Ruler. I mean, it's a team effort across the board, but Ruler is playing with a rookie support. And, a lot of kudos goes to him for helping kind of really grow the entire, development of Duro, right? And then I think the other part is, of course, we got to talk about Chovy too, right? And Canyon and Keenan. We don't have enough time for everybody, but the one thing I remember was, right after the win, all I saw was the Aurora ults, and I was like so hyped up, and it's like, Chovy, you killed it, you crushed it. And he's like, no. Like, everybody stepped up. And I was like, oh man, this guy is not like this like young player anymore. I mean, he's still very young, but like, this guy is really, he's just growing as a leader. And like, I got like a little bit of a tear in my eye when I like even think about it. I was like, oh my God, like, this guy's really developing. And like, that's the one thing that like, I'm trying my best to be you know, Chovi's lawyer and our team's lawyer a little bit, and like push more of these stories that I think deserve to be out there.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like Chovying is now becoming more than just winning the lane and seeing what happens if you win the game. It is all encompassing. Final question here, Medios.
Yeah, I'm just curious. GenG, I think, has maybe one of the hardest issues that most teams don't face, which is how do you keep improving when you're at the top? Because they've been incredibly dominant. What is it, like 23, 24? I've lost count, series wins in a row. And I think a lot of teams, especially super teams where you have such a stacked roster, can run into complacency issues, ego issues. How do you tackle that? Is there, you know, systems in place? Do you feel like there's a leader on the team that kind of like keeps people from getting too big of heads, or?
You know, the one thing that I really respect about the team, and I think that's a really good question. So I kind of put it like this, right? There's kind of two types of people out in the world. The first type are the people that talk about a fixed point in time and say, you haven't done all of these things, and you know, you're defined by who you are today. Versus Chovy, Ruler, these guys, they're about like, what do I need to do next so that I can be better? What do I need to do next today so I can be better? And like, there's no way, everybody always like blames coaches being like, that's why the team's not improving. But if the players aren't bought in and they don't have that mentality, you can get the greatest coach. You can get Phil Jackson in here and you will not change that. And we're very lucky that the players and the coaches are synced up and trying to get that to happen. They're even working out now, which I'm so happy about. Thanks, shout out to helper coach. The one thing is diet. I can't fix their diet. I'm trying so hard. So if anybody out in, you know, Twitter X land has any advice, please let me know. I give them what they should eat, and then they go and order McDonald's. But yeah, shout out to McDonald's.
Well, like you said, there are some people that think about the next step, what they got to do next, and they got to go through this man, Masu, who's had a great start to his career with Flyquest. He's standing by right now with an interview.
Hey everyone, this is the pre-match interview between GenG versus Flyquest. By my side, I grabbed Masu for today's interview. So, you guys are going to have your rematch against GenG since World 2024 quarterfinals. How are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling pretty excited, but I'm also pretty nervous. I think GenG is a very good team, of course. We scrimmed them a lot during MSI, and it was always, I think, the hardest for me and for our team, so it will be fun.
Ooh, and talking about scrims, in 2025 they have Ruler, whereas in 2024 they had Pace. So what would you actually say is the biggest difference between playing against this new GenG?
Honestly, it's hard for me to say because Ruler and Pace, I feel like, are really like neck and neck. I feel like the difference might be like less than 1% between them. They're both like, honestly, the best in their role. So I would say it felt the same when Pace was here. I think they're both just as good as each other.
Ooh, and I heard from the Arabic stream that Chovy actually said something in Arabic, so can you also share something with our fans?
شكرا للمتفرجين وشجعونا. شكرا.
Thank you so much, Masu. Best of luck, and back to you guys at the desk.
Shukran. Thank you in Arabic. So obviously shouting out the fans here as we take a look at this roster at Flyquest that we've come to know and love over the last several years, or the last year. Arnold, you guys uniquely have had a lot of battles between them internationally. Quickly, how do you feel about this new rivalry?
All right, so I have a lot of personal stake in this. So one of the things that we talked about even last year as we reflect, right, about how we're going to get better this year is that we felt that, you know, Flyquest is 100% going to bring their best. So we have to bring our best, or we're not respecting the opponent, we're not respecting the game, right? The other part too was that, like, because we went to Game 5 last year, we felt that we were actually showing our cards on our pick ban, right? And with pick ban being more important than ever with Fearless, like, we need to get every win that we can when we have them. Otherwise, we're putting ourselves at a disadvantage. Let's see if that pep talk worked. I have no idea. We'll find out because they're an incredible team. And I'm a little scared, but let's see what happens.
Yeah, we're about a little over a minute away from heading back on over to the stage for this big matchup. Medios, you got the big man next to you. You're surrounded by LCK. Give the hopium to some people from NA.
Well, It seems pretty likely GenG will take this one. but as an NA representative, I'm fully rooting for Flyquest. They've taken games off GenG before. It's completely doable. Definitely probably the hardest challenge they can have in League of Legends, but I think they're up to the task, and yeah, let's do a Flyquest.
During that Flyquest GenG series, Medios, how did you feel during that one, and what is the ending that you want to see here? Maybe there's like a champion or a moment, a solo kill that you want to see stamp on for LTA North over the LCK in this one.
Well, I just am looking at Inspired mostly. He's such a great jungler. I think that Canyon has also been one of the best junglers in the world for a long time, so it's a great challenge for him. On top of that, I think I'd like to see a good performance from Quad. He's somebody that has kind of not gotten a whole lot of recognition on the international stage, even struggled at times, but if he can do well against Chovy, I think that would be absolutely huge for them.
Yeah, got to see Inspired up in the player lounge before this series, and I asked him, how you feeling? And he said, jungle's gonna be fine. So the confidence there is brewing. Valdez, what are your thoughts there on this series?
What did Inspired mean by that?
I think it was positive. I think it's positive.
Seems positive. Yeah, I don't know. I think that GenG, as Arnold was touching on a little bit before, they are taking every single opponent very seriously. And especially when it goes from best of fives down to best of threes, you really need to hunker down even more, because it's like, you lose one game, you might be out in one more, so you don't really have a lot of wiggle room. I think they're going to come in very much locked in, very ready to go, and GenG will take this one down.
There was one player that Bwipo wanted to play against here, and it was Keen, one of the best. He called him the best top laner in the world. You look at the jungle
Finally,
matchup.
somebody's watching the game.
Yeah, Bwipo's watching it. Canyon up against Inspired in the mid lane. Quad versus Chovy. You go all the way up and down. It's going to be a great one. For a spot in the semifinals, it's Flyquest and GenG.
League of Legends giants T1 came, saw, and conquered in the quarterfinals. But we're not quite yet done with the big stars on this big stage.
That's right, because MSI's champions have come to town to secure their place among the elite at the Esports World Cup.
Of course, a win takes you another step closer to this glorious trophy. It gets you more club championship points. But just a reminder, a win here is worth $160,000 alone of our total $2 million prize pool.
Absolutely. So let's welcome the first team on the stage for this match. It's North America's finest, looking for a giant upset and a place among the greatest. Please welcome Flyquest.
MSI champions, the team to beat, confident, dominant, hungry for more, is GenG!
Only one place remains in the semifinals. This is the moment. Who will make the cut and who will be crushed? Let's jump into the rifts.
GenG and Fly, the last time we saw them was in a best of 5 at Worlds 2024, where some said GenG dropped the ball. but Flyquest were there to catch. It came down to a game 5, but unfortunately, Fly couldn't get it across the line. A grand series, we get to revisit it in a best of 3 sets. Myself, Asterix, and Orcs will take you through our last quarterfinal.
Oh, first time we've seen GenG since they did take that title, managed to defend the title of MSI champions. Huge achievement, and they were in great form, and a tough challenge for Flyquest to go up against them, but looking for revenge for that series from Wills last year, as you said.
But they've also done well recently. If we're talking about Flyquest achievements, they took BLG to a game 5, and they almost took them down. Again, they got to that final moment, that final leg, but couldn't overcome the hurdle that was an Eastern team. And I feel like Flyquest are like, you know, as a European caster, I'm going to say they feel like a G2 on peak form, you know, in previous years, but Flyquest are doing more than that. For NA, they're doing so much.
Well, I had a chance to speak to Busio before the tournament.
Yeah.
He said that, you know, it obviously felt good to challenge these Eastern teams, but frustrating to be so close and not make it. And their goal really was to take one of them down. Obviously, they've been drawn against the strongest team right now in GenG, but, you know, you get the cards you dealt with, and they will do their best.
We're moments away from getting into game 1. And remember, the winner of this up against G2. So Flyquest versus G2, it could happen again. And I know G2 fans will be a little bit fearful, but I mean, Flyquest right now, they're going to get over this first hurdle. G2 beat BLG in a best of 3, so why can't Flyquest beat the MSI champions? Maybe a very different hurdle, considering the recent form, but it's nice to get Arnold's insight. I mean, they are just coming fresh off of MSI, very fresh in fact as well. Let's see how they're affected. It is not CFO, ladies and gentlemen, they are gone. Ignore that for the time being. It is, of course, Fly versus GenG, so Fly are on the blue side here, GenG on red.
Yeah, seen the bans come out pretty quickly.
Eto, vidimo da ne bude samo nama troluju grafike. Ovo nije CFO, a koliko vi mislili da možda jeste. Ovo je ipak Flyquest. I znaš šta sam razmišljao? Mislim da je legitimno da navijamo za GenG ovdje, jer ako će G2 izgubiti od nekog, bolje izgubi od GenG-a nego da nas Flyquest izbaci u polufinalu. Realno.
To jeste, ali mi nećemo da G2 izgubi. Neće izgubiti, tako da je nebitno ko prolazi. Navijamo onda sa lakšeg protivnika samo.
Pa dobro, onda u teoriji I guess da može i Flyquest da pobedi.
G2 dobio ovaj turnir, zato što ovo nije Mickey Mouse turnir. Ovo je najbitniji turnir u godini.
Ako ga G2 pobedi.
Ako G2 pobedi, ako ne pobedi, onda već.
Fair.
Did get left open. Obviously, this pick has been around in the meta for such a long time, but it get toned down with some nerfs, so
yeah,
a bit weaker than it was, but still so much. I mean, just point and click CC, a lot of value, a lot of power.
Yeah, Pro Play loves it, right?
Yeah.
Let's see if we can we have a closer look at the PC? Maybe we can redraft you now.
Trying to see the angle.
Yeah, but we got layered protection. Yeah, obviously there's been a tech error with draft from our side, guys, so just wait 2 seconds. And then we'll be able to update. We see Vi start first.
To deluje pospano. Ne znam da li je to njegov default stance ili opet onako priziva. Oh, wow!
Crashova im draft, onda moraju da vrate stari draft.
Iskreno, meni se ovo jako sviđa.
Ovo je OG draft, ovo je klasičan overlay preko klijenta. To je onaj najstariji, mislim, nije najstariji, ali kao jednu verziju stariji draft.
Vraća me u neko bolje vrijeme.
Što želimo da vidimo? Flyquest je blusa i tako da ne može Vipo nešto da čiza, ne vidimo imena igrača, ali kažem, ko će sad to još da namešta na ovom overlayu?
The Tempered Fate could be used defensively against the Vial, give some roaming power Odiduro. I would imagine, you know, often we've seen when you have like this more dive-focused, aggressive picks like the Vial, like the Nico, you look to take away things like, you know, Ezreal ban, a Zaya ban can be really effective. So that's what I'd be looking at from Flyquest here. GenG, they take with the Kai'Sa,
pikovali su čempiona, ti baš ne voliš. To je 2, Vi Italiju.
Let's see if Ezreal's one of those that gets taken away, because if
To je
I see a
istina,
lot of
to je
dive,
istina.
a lot
To
of
znači da
things like
Flyquest samo
Carter's
gubi.
here as well. Something that's a bit more versatile and mobile as an AD carry rises to mind. Kai'Sa
To je
part of
sve
the
što to
dive.
znači. Nisam ja
They're gonna
izmislio
take away
pravilo,
from
ja ga
Flyquest,
samo
and
čitam.
when it is
Pikaš
massive,
dva
I feel
useless
like that's
heroja,
the
to nije dva
also
minusa su
scaling
plus,
element
tako
to pair
da...
up with the Azir. It's not
Nažalost, Flyquest je izgubio prva 3 pika.
Definitely a good pick for Ruler. I do feel like because you think, you know, into Vi, you can spell shield the ult, but you can often smite on the way.
Oh yeah, and then you can't do anything.
And then it's kind of like a bit of a bait, but you know, Ruler's obviously very good in the pick, so get rid of that one. I wonder if they do just go. I think Ezreal Bard such a strong pairing, so I might have to get rid of that one. We'll see if they go in that direction.
Jin gone. I mean, as you said, it's just going to be 80 carry galore on these bans as well, but for GenG, I like that you pull up the Ezreal as well. That still sits on mind. 5 seconds, Flyquest, the priority ban. Ezreal needs to go. On instead.
Yeah, go in that direction. Obviously, Keen really competent on tanks. Not want to have too much of a solid front line, I guess. I feel like here, though, for GenG, I mean, I've said they should have banned it. I think they could just go for the Ezreal Bard. Had that long range safety. Instead, looking towards the Corki potentially. Want to have something that has a bit of power on the lane.
A lot of people not liking Corki at the moment.
Yeah, we saw Ven play it earlier this week to not so great success.
Yeah.
And, you know, your escape tool, it doesn't work into the Unraveled Earth compared to Ezreal, who obviously has that arcing shift.
It's
so
a blink, yeah. Blink versus travel over the rocks.
Yeah, obviously GenG, a lot of confidence in Ruler on this pick, but you know, it does mean that Flyquest actually looking at the Ezreal themselves.
Samo imam osjećaj da imaju malo damage ako uzmu Ezreala.
In a similar direction.
Does that feel like a crime that Flyquest got this?
I mean, I think the Ezreal, them having the Ezreal isn't that big of a deal, but it just feels like,
Osim ako ne
you know,
uzmu.
I've mentioned it was something I thought GenG would prioritize
Dobro, da.
themselves. And now, figuring out what they're going to put in the top lane, it is going to be blind. I feel like Keen often has just lent towards tanks a fair amount recently. Although, definitely a player who's competent on a lot of carries. Would you just see the Rumble? Could go the Aurora.
Yeah.
Definitely something he's been keen on.
Great call out.
Is a composition that's quite heavy in AP damage. It's only the Corki who's AD here, though, so we'll see if that
Može da ide
influences
Galija.
the picks that we often see in
Nije
Rumble,
banovan.
like Galio
Ako
and
hoćeš
Aurora
malo front
RAP, and
line-a.
that might make your damage profile a little bit too AP heavy.
They care, though.
But it looks like they're still happy to go with the Aurora, so yeah, GenG, you know, very AP heavy damage profile, and that's the thing that's a little bit concerning, because, you know, if you target this Corki and you're able to take him out of the fight, you know, everyone across the board. I mean, obviously Skarner's not doing that much damage, but, you know, it just feels like the whole composition is quite AP heavy damage.
Do you think it matters as much because there's no hard tank on the side of Flyquest?
Imaju
Because they're
mnogo
very
boljih
skirmish, very
teamkom.
heavy on dive, right?
It matters less, but there's still, you know, still bits of itemization that could come in that's gonna give a bit of magic, especially if you get like the feats of strength, you know, the boots that give the magic damage shield.
True.
They have a lot of value. So I think honestly, Flyquest could be pretty happy with some of the tools they got. Some of the engage, the Vi, Talia, really powerful. You have the equalizer on top of that.
Yep.
I think they can be happy.
I mean, again, I think for Flyquest, a comp that really relies on self getting going as well, and the fact that they've got all these tools to start fights, it's great for Fly. And again, what we experienced of them versus BLG at MSI, the power of Inspired, seeing Inspired on something like a Vi as well, the West knows best. And Inspired right now is the best Western jungler. With people like El Yoda hanging around. Skumon, yes and no, but I'm looking at Inspired solely when this guy was the reason, in my mind, that they got to a Game 5 versus BLG. Now in a best of 3 versus GenG, when a single elimination in another in a quarterfinal rather, that would lead to G2. Flyquest's underdogs need to step up big. It's GenG versus Fly. It's our last quarterfinal of the EWC for 2025.
So many fans here out in support for GenG. Is their first match we've seen from them in a while, and expectations are sky high.
Winners of MSI return. And they'll be pushed to the brink as well from T1, but GenG still, when it matters, in the clutch. For the longest time, I felt like, you know, we talked about some curses on GenG internationally, but
Su bacili ove kijeve gore. Izgleda cool.
Da, to sam se pitao juče šta je. Šta je ovo? Ja ovo nisam vidio na Summoners Reftu ikad ili šta.
Evo samo dokaz da mogu da ubaci šta god hoće. Čak i u realno kratkom vremenskom roku.
What he pulls out in a series, his confidence as a rookie player amongst people like Chovy, Canyon, Keen and Ruler. It's a plethora of skill on this roster as Inspire just gets bopped around a little bit. I saw a wide Bwipo sign, mad respect. He's on Rumble though, let's hope he gets some wide ultis to back that up.
That's the thing with Duro is when he came into this roster, he'd been in the LCK for a very short amount of time.
Yep.
You know, he'd been on BNK Fearx for a very brief period, and to come into a team like this, a roster like this, the expectation for me was that, okay, well, over the course of the year, hopefully we'll get to see Duro grow to the level of, you know, players before him like the Light and the Hens, and maybe by the time Worlds come around, he can be a top-level support. And that's not what happened because, you know, by the time we got to regular season LCK, he was putting in these amazing performances.
Yeah.
You know, and now he's an MSI champion, fully justified because he's just been in insane form. And you know, Arnold completely said it right.
Ljudi očigledno obožavaju Vai.
Masterful performances so quickly.
Vidjet ćemo koliko će Bipo moći da uradi.
A heavy trade there.
Good one, Orcs.
Yeah, a bit of a cast of kiss, but yeah, I think Duro's confidence has been a big thing, and I think, you know, when you look at the names on this roster with him, it can be pretty daunting to step into a roster like this.
Yeah.
But he's just risen to the challenge, and it's been so exciting to watch his growth in such a short amount of time and watch what he can do, going up against such fantastic supports that we've had in the LCK and internationally.
He's had to grow individually in the roster alongside a veteran like Ruler. Matsu and Boosie have had to grow together, and they've stuck around. I love that Flyquest have committed to this squad, and again, the same 5 players. You know, you can see their growth and development and why they're running NA right now. Now, Cloud9 be damned, they're out in the earlier stage. They didn't make it through 0-2, but Flyquest did after the best of 1 against Furia. And Bwipo, as he gets tanked out a little bit. We're seeing a little bit of the remnants of why this Aurora's picked into top lane, left side of your screen.
Well, there's something to be said because we've seen this matchup.
Da, Aurora je jedan od heroja svih vremena, definitivno.
This is the most one-sided we've seen it so far. And it's still very early, but...
Oh! That's the flash. Q doesn't connect from Keen, but Bwipo holds onto his flash. Maybe an advantage if Bwipo can clear out this wave and get a quick recall.
I'm looking at the minimap, and Inspired is in the vicinity, so you know, no real position for Canyon. Yeah, does get spotted. No real way for Canyon to get in there to go for a dive, but Bwipo is having a rough time right now, and Canyon does just go for drive-by through mid.
He doesn't care. Seismic Shot's going to catch him. Quad, though, doing some damage. Inspired, maybe now it matters. That ward, but Inspired has just used a Vault Breaker in. It's going to be Look at top CS difference. With that push in as well, Bwipo missed a little bit of it.
Da,
200 gold lead.
baš
As I said, we've seen this matchup.
200 golda lead.
We've seen the Aurora have prio. We've not seen the Rumble get bullied out this hard.
Kin sad nema mane. Možda može Bipo, ali basic je dovoljno na Aurori.
Da, mislim, ne sme dozvoli 3 basica. 2 možda isteka, ali 3 ne sme. Bipo baituje. Ista Kin zna čim je krenuo da vata free, šta se događa.
The wave also in a pretty good spot with that freeze coming in. Perfect timing. I think Flyquest making a good move there to bail out their top laner.
And teleport down now as well. Bwipo going to catch the end of that wave from Ruler, so that is a pretty chunky wave building up, which might get him back into this game. Keen opting to stay in this lane, but crucially not using his teleport means that this Aurora can shift up gears and then look to match after a push if he likes.
Yeah, it's still a deficit in the top lane, quite a significant one, but I think it's important that Flyquest bot lane...
Time što ići u solo lane protiv Barda je prilično naporno.
Top lane, you see this wave is now actually bouncing back, built up a bit. Well, Keen did just thin it out a bit there, but it will push towards him slowly. We'll see if they look to try and stack it up and go for a dive. We do see Inspired is on the top side. It is quite hard to dive that Aurora, though.
Canyon on a ward while he starts Dragon, however, and that ward, even though it expires in the end, the Scuttle Crab being up, gives a bit of life to Flyquest, and you can see now that Inspired's like, okay, Dragon is happening. Can I get anything towards the top side of the map? Control wall placed out as well. Krugs at the very least. Maybe a dive if they can chunk out Keen.
That's some good damage. Also using that. Those cooldowns, yeah, so they might look for it now.
Well, Keen, I might have to weird out.
Keen not chased.
He's chunked down. Nice from Busio. A tangle bar for an instant first blood.
Yeah, Masu burned the waiting before that, so had that cooldown unavailable. Keen, I think he knew he was dead there, just went for the wave to get as much farm as possible. Now looking for Bwippo on the bot side.
The response is if Bwippo dies, he does not have TP. The wave not as thick as top, but it's still there with a cannon minion. Canyon wants to drive in. Ishtal's embrace will not be warm, it'll be fearsome, and eventually Bwippo feels that the full perfectly tanks up. And a kill over the
Lep dive. Sa obje strane su jako lepo dive.
Yeah, I was a little bit concerned there because some of the health bars, not everyone was full, you know, the flash was available to Bwippo, but as you said, perfect tank from Duro there. He was the one who got aggro and also made sure there was no damage to come in on him, so they managed to pull out the dive and equalize. And there is just going to end up being a trade of top laners taken down. Still a lot more farm in favor of Keen.
Yeah.
So there's a big advantage for him over his lane opponent.
Wave went a bit further forward than they wanted. I think he wanted to de-aggro as the wave was coming in, but a bit close to the turret. 4 minions. We'll see if it's really enough. Ruler and Duro are going to match this 2v2 for now, though. And yeah, it does look like the wave's okay for now, but that's going to get pushed out by the bottom lane of GenG. And Orcs early game, it really just has been about that top CS margin. They are going to meet again, and the wave's getting pushed into Keen, so about a 20 CS lead you'll find shortly is still what's maintained.
Yeah, but you know, you see CS lead in the bot lane towards Masu, a little bit for one, but also Inspired is a pretty sizable lead in the jungle. So yeah, there's a lead in the top lane, but I think it's kind of balanced out overall. Gold lead actually in favor of Flyquest right now.
Yeah, well said.
Was some time spent by Canyon taking that dragon, which did slow him down a little bit. Do you have grubs coming up soon? It is GenG with bot lane prior right now. So we'll see if they start to lean towards that. Inspired is just coming back.
Ne znam, Jezi Korki spajkuju na sličan način, to je u slično vreme zbog Oramane, ali Korki će scalovati dosta bolje, Skarner outscaluje Vai, mislim da GenG komotno može samo da igra turbo slovanje. Mislim da GenG ništa ne mora forsirati.
Da, slažem se. Mislim da imaju mnogo bolji team komp.
Because the fire within from Flyquest wants to contest, but it's going to be a late contest if anything. Teleport comes through from quad, but already the grubs will just be.
Šta će da kontestuju? Pa nisu kontestovali ništa. Nisu sve tapovali ništa za kontest. Gledaju samo što se dešava. Klasično uradi ništa i izgubi taktika. Moja omiljena.
As he overheats, his auto attacks out of range. Keen just going to hit him on the return.
Getting some good trades in on Keen there. Has some magic resist built up. And able to actually zone him out a little bit.
Inspired.
Doing a lot better in the matchup. Yeah, looking for Canyon, maybe looking for the red buff. A little bit risky though, Duro over the wall and has vision, could just stun him.
Chovy can also walk in with everything up and available. This takes a steal, doesn't find it though, and Canyon just walks it out. Red buff for him. Inspired as he just disengages, and that does mean that he spent a lot of time here with not really much to show for it.
Yeah, this is kind of the payment for those grubs, right? So we saw the bot lane move with Canyon to take those. They had to go back to answer the waves, and they gave a window for Flyquest to kind of move in, challenge Canyon, but Canyon's able to get the red get out, so no real cost to it. Now though, Bwippo, no flash, he's probably just dead.
Worlds, you're right, no escape path, and as he walks between, he's slowed to buggery. Canyon doing a drive-by, but this time he drives in. Bwippo burning down, close, but Keen will auto. Canyon takes the kill anyway.
Inače da bacio ulti na Keena mogao ga možda ubiti.
Canyon can come over the wall. The ultimate from the Aurora with that huge slow.
True.
Možda bi GenG odigrao drugačije, možda bi Canyon ostao zapravo. Ali svakako bilo je dosta blizu.
GenG igra turbo slow. Realno, mislim kažem, oni nemaju razloga ništa da rade ovaj game. GenG vibe-uje, ako vide da je neko van pozicije da mogu napraviti play, napravit će, a ako ne, ja mislim da oni su u fazonu igramo 70 minuta game, jer zašto da ne. Bukvalno imaju free win uga ovde.
Canyon has to go into a Sundered Sky, one of the most broken items in the game. I'm sure Orcs will agree. Let's see how much it does though at Dragon. Duro's going to TP first.
Vi 115 CS-a u 11 minutu.
Radi ono po čemu je najviše poznat.
Da.
A to je da ima farm van svake pameti.
See if they can find an angle though if they are going to look for this.
I don't think they are.
Kaže čovjek, ja samo uzmem onaj CS koji je pred mojim očima.
To je to.
Okej, ja ne znam da li sam u životu vidio 115 CS-a u 10. minutu, ono, predamno.
I understand why. Oi, Chobi. To be careful, there's a big wave coming out, and Spy just gets over the wall.
Neću ni davati, nemoguće da ga ubijem. Outplay ovaj G.
Teleport to defend, True Shot Barrage does damage, he ultis, flash away from Brippo, Tempered Fate, interrupts midway, and it is indeed, because Keen is sitting there waiting, the equalizer not enough,
Au, Vipo nije mogao gori ulti baci. Aj, jao, kako troluje Fly.
But he just runs in to die.
So well played there by GenG. The TP in to support, looking for more though.
Another one, quad against the wall, he'll be impaled, skewered, and Ruler sets out the Gatling gun for his second kill. GenG are walking away with it.
They get so much on the back of that place. Flyquest, they give it the Dragon, they're like, hey, we can make something happen on the other side of the map. Duro reads it perfectly though. Keen's there to TP in. The ult saves Chovy, buys time, and the overcommit under tower.
Turbo pametno.
Yoink! Good one, Matthew.
There's the consolation prize.
That's right. Make it worth it.
Not sure, but it's something.
Vipu ne dati Rambla da igra ni pod razno. Ili mu reći da promeni ulti sa quick casta na normal cast. Ne znam šta je, gde je on bacio ulti taj.
And there's only two of them there right now. You know, you see on the minimap more moving over.
We're doing it again. Yeah,
iz akcije u akciju. Vipu je mrtav. Postavljaju u Kane.
This top laner is not having a good day.
Yeah, it's going rough, and I feel like this is a problem as well.
Mislim, ne znam, Vipu giga performa na njegovim cheese pikovima, mislim da na default pikovima to ne izgleda toliko dobro.
And vice versa, it's so hard for them to really hold Keen accountable. It's such a slippery chance.
Mislim da su oni uzeli Rambla zato da nisu htjeli da daju Keenu da igra Rambla.
Da, to sigurno.
And GenG 6 kills to 1, 3000 gold lead.
Ali opet, pogotovo u gameu 1, mislim, ti imaš previše counter pikova koji su otvoreni da igraš u tog Rambla i da ga stompaš.
Out of this pairing, waiting for the Q pullback, Keen finds it low on mana. Double ledger harpoon, but Bupo no longer has the slow, and his equalizer's not up and available. Keen might not have TP, so the best you can hope for here is that Bupo gets a plate in response as Flyquest are going to take that opportunity to start getting control in this top side jungle. Duro face checking as well, maybe an opportunity. Up with the Tangle Barbs, up with the Blossom, down with the Tempered Fate. Redemption does nothing in the end, but Duro cannot magical journey out. Busio
opet Busio uzme kill.
Hey, it's something for Flyquest again.
Yeah, a little bit of an overstep in that situation. Duro, you know, trying to pick up the chimes. We've all been there. Does get punished for it though. And they will be able to translate that into a top lane tower.
Masu, hang on. Oi.
Some damage.
Ruler's already got Trinity Force, double longsword in inventory too. Masu can say the same, but he's just not getting a moment to breathe. Canyon hovering around, Quad knows it as Ruler's able to step up. Seismic shove only on the minion wave. Helps clear as Keen makes the movement down, and GenG is looking for their second turret to open up mid this early, while Bupo is looking for top.
Yeah, should be able to get this. So they are at least doing something, getting something on the map.
Yeah.
This red buff will be secured by Inspire, looking to recall out here, although he feels a bit nervous. A lot of GenG members on the top side should just be able to recall.
Vipu nije uspio turet da uzme.
I don't think they know he's there. They didn't again scry him out, so they just see the
ne nalazi previše, baš nema dobar game.
Trying to get what he can on the map. As you said earlier, he's the one with the CS lead, and he is the only one in this game right now that is significantly even with their counterpart.
Mislim da je trebao da se overhituje, da ga izlupa sa basicima. Možda bi uspio da ga uzme.
for GenG.
Mislim da je u ovom trenutku nebitno da li će umreti ponovo ili ne. Dobar, lep.
It's a kill over to mid laner for Flyquest. That opens up the potential of Herald.
It's a big shutdown, but a lot was invested, a lot of ultimates used there to get that kill. But looking at Herald, will GenG up the fight? Chovy just recalled, his TP isn't quite available.
Canyon doesn't have an ulti, he used it over the wall, so with that out, with the Between Worlds out, GenG, their zone control, marginally less. Good sidestep from Bwipo away from the Cosmic Binding, and the slow won't be enough because GenG don't have any damage alongside. Chovy's on the way in, but Flyquest Tempered Fate, Bwipo, hang on a minute, stuck around a little bit too long as Canyon gets over and drives him right into Chovy. In a 1 versus 3, Bwipo just cannot burn quick enough. And Chovy with his kill with a good punish from GenG.
Yeah, a little bit of an overstay in the end there for Flyquest, but they got the Herald, they got the kill. I think Chovy not having that teleport available was a little bit of a weakness of GenG there, not able to bring an extra member there to defend.
Baš ne igra.
Opportunity to punish, still showing some life in this game.
Just a little bit. That Herald might be able to open up mid, get themselves some much needed gold in this game. Let's look at the replay though, Orcs, because this is how Bwipo got caught by Duro.
Yeah, just a good ult from Duro there.
Ne znam zašto nam ovo replayu.
And then see Inspire trying to stop the Skarner.
Ne volim zero pipa.
Chovy in trouble.
He went for the push, but he's on the quad now, waiting the flash.
Nije našao.
Chovy.
Ma ne
Mora da
preživao.
tajmuje, nije tajmuje. Sorry, tajmuje, dobro, nije imao damage da. Da li je GenG samo najbolji tim na svijetu?
Pa ne, MSI-u bar jesu, tako da...
It is Busio, he gets healed up. The real Nico's health bar at half HP. Masu jumps in, Ruler. Valkyrie's in. Onto Busio, auto attacks and the barrier difference. Comes in clutch, Masu runs into melee, gets the kill. It's messy, but Flyquest is sending out Hail Marys everywhere.
And an ace at this point of the game with fights all over the map. GenG able to clean up 12 to 4 now in kills. Just when a little bit of hope had come in for Flyquest, GenG shut it down.
They're really trying to send it. Flyquest are like, yo, we've got to start something here with this comp, but it goes wrong top, it goes wrong mid, and it's going to go wrong with the third dragon. GenG are putting on a clinic, but I will say, Orcs, there's a little bit of mess involved too, and I'm loving it.
We'll see how this one started off. It looked like it was a pick onto Bwipo.
Mislim, a little bit of mess. Kažem opet, nemaju razloga, oni u teoriji ne moraju ništa kontestiju. Ovo forsiranje je bukvalno samo, jer mislim da su u fazonu daj da dobijemo 2-0 i da idemo da odmaramo.
And then the minions kind of working against Masu there because he has to clear them out before he can even threaten.
I'm going crazy. The Gatling gun noise is always on. Make it stop. Like guys, please.
Kolega Caster Perso.
It's still going.
Oh my god. It's probably much worse for the audience. So you guys are sitting through it. Kino finds an ulti and we're fighting once again.
Quad je živ.
Mega long range on the Masu while they get the kill onto Quad. It's up to the next one. Masu slowed down with the Cosmic Binding. GenG won't find number 2. We get the Gatling gun start up again for your enjoyment while GenG just find another kill and open themselves up to potentially a top gank question mark. Here comes Inspired.
Trying to look potentially for Chovy. Chovy already has a Zhonya's in pocket.
Did you kill him? I don't think he killed Chovy,
no,
right?
No, he has Zhonya's. He's already... He's realized that Flyquest are just trying to pick him off the side, so... Wait, they're looking now for... He has Zhonya's. I don't think this is going to work.
Well, with Masu, maybe Chovy all in onto Busio. The ulti pop blossoms away. That's great, but Chovy now caught in the equalizer. He'll go golden with Ruler coming up to the support. The setup there from Inspired as well. Already one shot down, looking for another with a magical journey. Bwipo doesn't chase up. Scared indeed, but now Quad with his ulti will show him up. With one kill again following up. Flyquest are punishing GenG for their overstayed enemy jungle. They've done this one.
Jedan kamen ovaj.
Here's Canyon finally, but a seismic shove away. Keen now coming in. Let's fight again. 21 kills in 20 minutes is not what I thought I would say in a GenG game.
And I guess Zhonya's wasn't enough to save him. You know, dashed in aggressively there to take out the Nico. And didn't have a way to get out after the fact. Also, the Zhonya's came in pretty late. Got cooked by the equalizer for a good amount of time. And now, I mean, this is the best time
trebalo malo je našo. Ajde, idemo da li će naći Atakana.
That's what I'm looking for Keen. Between worlds to
Promijenimo TP, treba će mu vremena da stigne. Samo ne smiju Canyonu da daju da priđe. Pusti, nema veze, neka umre. Uzmi Atakana. Mislim, nije najbolje, ali...
Fajne. O, i Canyonu su bili odlično.
Nice try. Ovo nije loše ni malo. Uspjeli su da se vrate bar na 2000 u goldu. Osjetim miris torte.
Au, to je loš znak.
Ali nema to... Ne znam odakle dolazi.
Zato je loš znak. Da ima torte, onda bi bio dobar znak.
Da, ima miris... Ne znam.
Cheeky attempted a snipe from Masu, doesn't find the target, but they'll take that.
Absolutely they will. 3K is the only disadvantage right now. It was a lot larger.
Samo haluciniram jer nisam spavao kako treba. Osjetim mirise, haluciniram.
Quad now has ways of shredding through with the Leandries, with the Sarafs.
Da, loša priča.
Importantly as well, Flyquest are using this fight to a lot more proactively. And as you said, Orcs, GenG, mistake after mistake, being punished well by Fly. The West here in game 1 at 22 minutes has another option. It will be now around Dragon to find a pick-off because that's going to be solved for GenG, and then things get difficult again.
Yeah, and you know, even given the fact, I will say that they picked up Atakan, got a bunch of XP from that. Quad is still like a level down on Chovy, so
yep.
Not out of the woods yet. There's still like a 1,300 gold lead between mid laners. This is still very strong. But I will say, much better spot than they were in before.
Absolutely. And you know,
they're looking for the Azir again.
Yeah.
There's been a consistent theme. Looks like a recall from Inspire that's going to back away.
Ima 250 CS.
Deep vision. It's going to be hard for Flyquest to contest this. There's only 35 seconds till it spawns, and there's nothing for them to work with in this area.
Strašno, kako dobro CS ili.
To give up the Cloud Soul. A little bit rough, you know. It's not a soul that's going to make the game unwinnable, but the extra movement speed definitely is going to make things feel worse.
It does suck a bit.
That's a good way to describe it.
Yeah, I mean, we get a heli that comes through from Busio. GenG, they hold all the control in this jungle right now. They know if Flyquest are moving in right now, Bwipo feels like the best chance, so they've got no vision in this try rush, and Bwipo can get set up, teleport to start us off. Another heli. I wish I could stop saying that as Canyon goes through. Magical Journey now taken. Baron, rather Dragon, started off quite quick. Inspired, comes from a flank. He's the one who has to seal it out. The Weaver's Wall, layered well as well. And then finding a pick onto Chovy, though. Duro saves his life. The Pop Blossom sent away. Driven nice, but Chovy's dead in the end anyway. GenG are getting burnt down as Masu Arcane shifts in, and Keen will ulti, but eventually Flyquest get on top of the Dragon, take it away.
Izgubili su jednog čoveka.
1 za 1, Busio je pao i uzeli su Zmaja. Zapravo vrh. Samo sad niko ne umre u džungli ovdje.
Coming in, looking for the burst. It was Keen who couldn't find Masu either. They've got mid-pro, but no one's really going to take it. Bwipo has standing gold in this bot turret. And the defense coming through from mid, thanks to Quad, is going to be fine. Ruler can't step up. Keen wants to auto, but Canyon can't come in. Massive win for Flyquest in the end.
They're pulling off miracles in this game, and another one there. Now only 2,000 gold down. They've stopped the soul from being taken. They forced their way in here and inspired the flash Q ult on a Chovy. By the time the ult comes in from Duro, it's so late and the CC follows. I don't even think he got a chance to use his own Zhonya's there.
Yeah.
Just great play from Inspired to catch out Chovy there. And then they're able to secure the Dragon. But you see Busio go down in the back end, but excellent play from the jungler from Flyquest. 0 damage dealt by Chovy. It's not often you see that.
No, not on an Azir that's already accelerated. Hot damn. Well, GenG being tested, and you know, I feel like against Flyquest, it has a similar feeling to it, but the game's not done yet. Canyon looking for a pick onto Busio. Impale is there, chilling Smite, and Busio. Protobelt's out of the way.
Busio lepo dodžovao. Ok, Duro je
Inspired with the perfect vault breaker, and guess Canyon is no maker. Forward goes Masu. Arcane shift, but Inspired does it again with the Weaver's Wall. Chovy's going to ult him back. Inspired will get caught. Chovy
Kin? Kin je izgrifovao, Juan je izgrifovao.
Busting again. Bwippo burning down. He's exhausted though. Slowed down.
Nevjerovatno, ali ruler.
What a quad je trebao da kaže iskreno.
Da.
What a quad bi bilo savršeno.
Such a hectic back and forth. All members of the team doing everything they can to try and bring that back. Flyquest end up the victors, but only just, and Quad will take a single mid-tier one as the prize. These teams are giving it their all.
Lady collector.
Quad is going to eventually open this turret up, and gold will be even.
Zver.
Orcs, you're going to have to break this one down because that was just yakketing sacks.
I mean, we saw the super clean play from Busio. He saved.
Gle Kina, šta si još da radio Kin?
Ne. Gledao sam samo u Kenyana.
Leteo je u svoju ulti i onda je teo da se vrati, ulti mu je istekao i onda se flashovo i onda je umro svejedno. Gle sad. Ulta, ide preko, hoće da se vrati, ulti mu ističe i onda se flashuje i umire. Baš je zagrifovao, jako je zagrifovao. Bukvalno sve je pošlo naopako i onda još gore.
Putting his life on the line to clean up the fight. And Quad alive. I mean, that was just so high. Both 80 carries doing everything to finish off the fight.
Cheeky 5k from both. A little bit more from Masui. Arcane shift forward. Like, that's what you want to see out of any Ezreal who has the confidence in any fight. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're not done yet. Gold is just about even. Soul point comes up again for GenG in a minute 30.
And also just Busio, like using the rocket belt to dodge the ult, so you have the flash to make that play. Yeah. I think a lot of players would just flash, just like, I don't want to get ulted here and die, I'm just going to flash, but I just think that was sick. The fact he saved it, confidence in the moment really paid off.
GenG haven't been able to rest on their laurels in this game. There's been mistakes, punished well. Fly now in a
I dalje outscaluju, tako da je njima sve okej, dok god Flyquest ne uzme Bwippo mora da bega samo, a Bwippo je mrtav.
Da. Samo je mrtav, samo je mrtav. Bar ima TP da dođe do Drakea ako ništa.
Da.
What can they do with him in the pit though? It's a precarious spot to be in. The DPS is starting to come through.
A što je najgore, ja mislim da samo pustiš Barona. Ja mislim da 4 na 5 će samo izgubiti fight i izgubiti game. Svakako, posle toga. Spire nema Q. Dobro.
Inspired will no longer have a chance, and the Baron goes into GenG's pants.
Another problem is we actually got some good poke from GenG. Oh no!
Ooh.
Again, it's beautiful, isn't it? Quad impaled.
Yeah.
A good seismic shove. Lucky to be alive for now, but Ruler ranges him to oblivion. Bwippo's now come back alive. He's teleported in. Busio trying to turn it around. Equalizer not bad, but
Jao, Bwippo, ulti su tako loši, to je strašno.
Da, mislim da je ovo sad game. Bukvalno ovaj fight je samo ovo.
Game 1 has been hard work for this Korean squad, but in the end, their strengths lead them into success.
Now with the Baron in pocket, they might just look to try and push. There's only 2 members alive. Bwippo isn't going to last much longer.
Phosphorus bomb, I don't know what it is. Rule was tanking it up. Keen just ulties in the end. Turrets won't kill them, and GenG with this Baron are going to start taking turrets.
Yeah, I think death time is a little bit low. Ezreal's still up, but then they're going to be able to end right now, but going to be able to do some damage and get that soul.
Katastrofalno igra Bwippo na ovog ramba.
But this last fight, unfortunately caught out here. Great ult coming in from Duro onto the immobile Talia with no flash. The ult comes through from Canyon.
Da je bacio bolji ulti, možda bi nešto mogli da urade. Ali on je pola ulta je u njegovoj džungli. Kako je loše od...
Ne, mislim da je za Flyquest legitimno da sljedeći game pikaju crvenu stranu i daju Bwippo counter pick. Bwippo treba da igra Urgota ili Seta ili nešto tako da bi radilo kako treba.
Slažem se.
I think, you know, if they just let the Baron go, stayed healthy, they could have possibly got set up around dragons. Oh,
and
how did Massive died
to Ruler?
I don't know how that happened.
Oi, oi, oi.
Really unfortunate, because I think if they just given up, they took a lot of poke around the Baron, and that allowed GenG to play aggressive. If they've just set up around Dragon, waited for Bwipo TP, they probably could have just got that and denied Soul. But now they're really deep in the hole. Masu now dead for a long time. The base is going to get demolished on the back of this push.
Keen ulti doesn't hit anyone. That's something for Flyquest, but he's in. Quad gets popped. Imagine if the ult did hit. This Canyon's going to help take down the inhibitor. Minions channeling in with Baron still up and available for the next 35 seconds. There's a couple of good pushes for GenG that might help them end game one.
Yeah, they're taking Nexus turrets already. Wave coming in bot from Chovy. They're going to take another inhibitor at minimum. 10 seconds on Masu, and that might be what they need to go for the final fight for Flyquest, because they don't have much time left.
Look at Chovy. The auto attack's only onto a clone for now. Inspired chunked out a little bit as well. Double minion wave coming in. One Nexus turret. Massive is just standing there, taking it from Chovy. Equalizer, a defensive maneuver. Quad gets seismic shove back, yes, but it's on to Canyon. The tank effective, but no one else. Flash away from Ruler, from Bucio to get the pop blossom, but it matters not. GenG got tested, made some mistakes, but in the end, their hands did the talking. Game one succeeds, but boy, was it tough.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously GenG came in, managed to close the game out after a pretty tumultuous game. And I think for Flyquest, yes, it's a loss, but considering how that game started, they showed a lot of resilience. And I think they should still be confident that they can answer back going forward in the series, because considering they just went up against the MSI champions, that was not that clean from GenG. There was a lot of stumbling in that game, and I think if they hadn't gotten so far behind, they could have won that one.
Well, we'll find out if Flyquest have something to say. It's a best of 3 elimination time as Flyquest are going to try and see what they can do in game 2. We're going to go to a short break. When we return, that's coming
up. Čuli smo od Kastera pauzica, mislim da nema baš nešto Flyquest previše šanse, svakako pauza 15 minuta i onda se vraćamo nazad sa potencijalno finalnom partijom dana.
Hi there, I'm Bwipo. I'm here to 1v1 against Keen, and I'm excited to play. lost, so this matchup was not winnable.
Hello? Hello? You just talk to me. Only me understand English. Okay.
Can you please start?
可以开始了。
Okay. 来了，集中集中。Go in. Next midwave, okay? If they commit, just go next midwave.
I get to 2 if they don't run top right now. No flash, Bob. When is Cannon running top, maybe?
Vision.
No flash, no flash, no flash. No flash, no flash. Oh. Just run.
I'm out, guys. I'm out.
Oh, I couldn't block.
Nice, we got him, guys. Slowly.
Gwen might still be there, guys.
Slowly. Gwen not TP. She's still here. Okay, nice.
I'll get to 2.
I'm fine, yeah, I'm fine. You run.
Run.
Zen flash.
Oh, I almost blocked it.
Just keep pushing. Guys, it's so good. They still didn't get dragon.
Can you base for tempo? They'll get it now, but that's fine. To defend. Oh, no. Alistar's casting.
Aatrox is missing, okay? Pay attention to Aatrox. He could be showing mid soon, okay?
Yeah.
No flash, Zin's
Fight up. The Aatrox are mid.
I'll just wait.
I have K.
I got this guy too. He has red wall. W and 2, let's get his flash at least. Nice. Crazy flank, Abba, crazy flank. I'm going. Yeah, I go. No flash on Jean. Victor, no flash. Out of range.
Okay, good enough. 123, okay?
Victor, Jin, no flash, okay?
Kill. Slowly. Guys, we're winning this, okay? When this pillar. Is that? Slowly, ult 5.
I'm going.
Good. Short. Anyone? Hard win. Go mid, guys. Go mid. No, we got that. Nash.
Okay,
No, Drake. Guys, it's not there alive, man. Go Drake.
I'm going soon, okay? I'm ulting. I'm going. I'm going. No combo.
Look, Victor there.
I go.
You know flash.
I go. Look Jin, guys. Look Jin. I'm not there, okay? Nice, good job. Go. Nice! Ostia!
Guys, 5 seconds my ult.
Okay.
Take a deep breath and roll up. We can wait. I'm ulting, guys. Yeah.
Wait.
You can tank. I'm tanking. Guys, wave. Just play with the wave. We can end.
Nice, that's it. That's smurfing. Let's go. That's who we will.
We can, no? Yeah, we can, guys. We can. Buy note. I'm panicked, guys. Okay, Kalista's fashion or guys?
I think
okay.
Please base, no? No, let's just go for it. Let's go.
Oh, we guys. Here we go.
I watch like this then.
No, Q. Go roll.
Wait, no, don't go.
See the towers, please. Okay. Get the wave, guys. Get the wave first. Hit the tower. Yeah. We're fine. I'm taking.
I watch her. She comes.
Guys, please, just hit the next. Shut up. Look. Oh my god.
Let's go.
Nice, guys.
Congratulations, we're top 8 in the world.
GG.
Nice. GG.
Man, I'm getting really bored. Do you know any mobile games that I can play on my phone?
Oh, definitely. You're asking the right person because this is my turf. Maybe you could try MLBB.
MLBB, like Mobile Legends Bang Bang!
Yes, indeed. It is the Bang Bang game because right now we are having the semi-finals match right behind us and hey, it's all women.
So you're telling me that I could play a shorter version of League of Legends on my phone and potentially compete in the stage behind me?
Yes, that is what I'm saying. I mean, I guess if you start now, you could join next year, you know, who knows?
Girl, do you think I have the talent?
Everybody has a talent.
All right, she approves. I'm gonna grab my phone right now because I gotta start practicing, guys.
Thank you very much, Kitty, as we had a couple of explosions here, a lot of it, as we close out our quarterfinals with the final one. It is GenG up 1-0 over Flyquest, but it wasn't without its twists and turns. GenG with the early lead, Flyquest battling on back, but ultimately the back-to-back reigning champions of MSI find their way to victory in game number 1. Welcome back to the SDC Arena. Digon here alongside Valdez and Medios as we set the stage for game number 2. Now this one goes the way of GenG as we take a look at the draft. Medios, what jumped out at you here?
Well, I thought GenG had a really good plan going up against Flyquest. Something that, to me, you know, shows that they have a lot of confidence against this team is that they gave Vi and then they took Azir Skarner 1-2, which, to me, you wouldn't really do that against a team you were scared of because that's opting for a really weak early game. Even knowing that Talia was up and it was a counter, they figured they would rather just have the Azir rather than give Quad a good scaling pick, which he's done well on. And then GenG also drafted Bard to disengage the Vi and put Masu on something, you know, a little bit more mobile, maybe not a hyper carry. Also giving the Rumble, I think, was really smart. So it just seemed like GenG had a very good plan to go up against Flyquest, and they executed on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely want to talk about that Rumble. It's not something that Bwipo has played all that much, and he had to blind pick it into Keen, who does love playing the Aurora and is one of the best picks into that Rumble in the lane. Bwipo definitely not having the best time in this one, I think partially because of that choice with the Rumble coming through, and GenG just very calm and collected, take this one down.
Yeah, calm and collected. I mean, it was like 28 kills on one side, 14 on the other. After seeing what game 1 was like for T1 earlier, where it was controlled and a little slow, that was not the case here as we take a look at some of the highlights from this last one. It started off with an attempt early on in the top side for Chovy, but he's able to get away and punish the other side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they were trying to target Chovy a bit, but immediately the follow-up came through from the teammates. This is something that GenG do so fantastically. Some of the best macro League of Legends in the world. They're able to just get up there and essentially counter-gank what was a setup on a Chovy and get a nice lead in this game.
Chovy just didn't die to any of these early plays. It must have been so frustrating for Flyquest. He kept getting out with 1 HP on that top turret dive. And then we have this mid-fight where, to me, it kind of seemed like Bwipo wasn't the most comfortable on Rumble. He had just died after the Otacon, or Herald maybe, and then came back mid, immediately forced a fight without ult, and just died again in a 3v2. So wasn't Bwipo's strongest champion, and I think GenG knew that, which is why they allowed him to have it, and they were able to get an advantage there.
Yeah, again, we've seen times where the counter picks come into play in a lane. Doesn't quite go that way. This time, Keen piloting it to perfection. And again, this is the matchup that Bwipo wanted to do. He wanted to see what he would be able to do and test his mettle against, in his words, the best top laner in the world in Keen, and he got a full dose of that one. However, that didn't deter Flyquest from battling on back. Here we have one of the fights of the tournament. Everyone dies except Quad in this one.
I mean, this one was just insane. It starts off the Canyon with a little bit of an overstep. You see that rocket belt away from Canyon's Impale, and immediately GenG are like, what do we do? Do we commit to this fight? Do we back away? How do we get through this one? And Fly immediately are pulling the trigger. They actually find Chovy here on the left, and it's all looking good for Fly until eventually it just all breaks down.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised by Fly. You know, Azir has Zonia, he has Flash, but they just committed so hard and they were all on the same page, and they actually ended up coming out ahead in this really chaotic fight.
Yeah, behind us now, we have the players entering back onto the stage for game number 2. Flyquest ready to go. GenG giving us a little bit more suspense. So why don't we put a bow on that last match with our third and final highlight. Baron was still on the plate, but one quick catch here onto Bwipo sped up the game here for GenG.
Yeah, I gotta be careful. I mean, they were able to catch Bwipo a little bit earlier on, and then eventually GenG just get a free Baron. They're able to just roll into more and more kills as Fly were kind of scrambling to get something out of the fight.
Definitely was a tough one for Flyquest to win. GenG just had so much scaling in their side. Ruler was a monster this game, and he was just able to kind of roll over everybody.
Yeah, again, the type of performance that you expect from GenG, they're not afraid to scrap, and I think this is the evolution that we've seen of this squad, Valdez, that on the 24 series win streak, their win percentage over the last 2 years in terms of series in the 90s. I believe it's like 95%. They're not only doing it and crushing people without a chance, but they are willing to scrap. They're willing to play imperfect League of Legends perfectly.
Yeah, it's the thing about GenG. It's what Arnold was saying earlier. They just respect every single solitary opponent, including Flyquest, you know, who gave them a hard time the last time at Worlds last year. And this time, GenG are not willing to give it up easily. Although it did get a little bit dicey there in the middle of that game number 1. I am curious how it was going in the comms when everything was kind of breaking down in that mid game.
Yeah, all right, Valdez, I mean, 1-0 so far. Not the cleanest, but still getting it done as they do time and time again. Still good with that?
Yeah, I think it should be a 2-0 from here for GenG. I do think they were the big favorites coming into this one, regardless of what happened last time, so I think they should take it down.
Medios, 30 seconds till we head on over. Thoughts here?
I think GenG's still looking good. Flyquest did fight back, though. I liked Inspire doing his patented buy, sit in the bush forever in the side lane, which kind of got the pick on Chovy, which let them get Otacon to come back. So maybe Flyquest can do it, but it's definitely a tough challenge.
All right, Flyquest fans here at the STC Arena, give your voice to these players. Let's hear it. And GenG, the faithful that have been here, they've been back-to-back MSI champions, look to win the T. Let me hear ya! For game number 2, let's send it back on over to the casters.
Thank you, Dagon. It was a game 1 of many surprises. And yes, GenG, perfectly imperfect, imperfectly perfect. Game 1 wasn't perfect. Game 1 was a bit of hilarity, but hey, Flyquest made them work for it in the end. GenG just realized they had hands, and then managed to finish the first game. I don't know if that's fair or not to say, but
you know, GenG domestically, we've seen them go on huge win streaks, right? We've seen them break records in the LCK where they've won game after game after game. Individual game win streaks, not just series, where they have the longest win streak in the LCK. And they had games like that. You know, they had games where it looked messy, it looked like they might lose control, but their ability to lock in, to find the win despite maybe some hiccups in it, they are very good at doing that. So, you know, in that game against Flyquest, they did lose control at times. They did start to give opportunities. Flyquest really found some great moments, but they did manage to pull it back, and I think that's something GenG are very effective at. But also we've seen Flyquest, I think something they've done well, and the reason they performed well against teams like GenG and BLG in those best of fives we saw internationally is because even when they fall behind, they don't let the fact that they're down against a team like GenG get into their heads. They don't think, oh, Chovy's ahead, we can't kill him. Like, Chovy was ahead on Azir, he had Flash and Zhonya's, Inspired was like, we're gonna kill him anyway, and they did. So I love that confidence that came out with them. We do now see GenG on the blue side, Flyquest on the red side, going into game 2. A lot of picks taken off the cards, obviously, with Fearless, so we'll see how the priority changes. Obviously, in game 1, we saw like the Varus and Pantheon banned away on red side, so expect that to be the same.
Yeah, Varus is definitely so far the 80 carry, or rather pick of the tournament. I think it was still great at MSI, but it just feels like here it's had that extra layer. So no wonder that's banned away. Pantheon alongside with it. Now that Vi's gone, now that Skarner's gone, things like Wukong come into mind, Orcs, the Annie pairing.
Evo nas nazad, ajmo da vidimo šta će biti priča, da li mogu ovde da zatvore seriju ekipa GenG-a ili ćemo možda završiti u još jednom gemu broj 3. Pitanje je sad. I ne znam, ne verujem, iskreno mislim da je GenG dosta bolji, ali tako smo isto mislili i za prethodnu seriju, pa smo opet otešli u game
3. GenG. Mislim da GenG dobija, tako da mislim da ćemo danas malo ranije da završimo.
The rise coming through makes a lot of sense.
Now maybe that jungle priority for Fly comes in straight away for Inspired. Spartan's something that can make something happen early. Zhao hits that mark completely.
I think especially like the mid lane pool, if you think about the fact that it's not just
Azir
and Talia, and then we have 3 bans.
Wow! Okay.
But then also the Aurora's gone. But yeah, I mean, Casio, good matchup into Ryze, and also a quad specialty. You know, and on top of that, looking at this Trundle, you know, in a mobile pick like the Ryze could be pretty powerful, having that pillar to just cause some issues.
This is just a normal hover fly. I mean, this happens constantly. Will it get locked in? No. Sen is something again. Another 80 carry we've seen really successful at EWC so far.
It's been doing so much work at this tournament. Really high win rate so far.
Yep.
And particularly into the Ryze, I feel like Ryze does well when he's played into a composition that kind of has to come into him. Shorter range champions, you can get that spell flux. Into this, he's going to struggle to walk up with the Cassiopeia, but also the Senna just outranges quite hard.
Senna's 100% by the way. 3 out of 3 games.
Yep, been doing well. Do you like the Wukong though? Something that can close the gap onto these picks. Not going to have too much of a fun time into the Cassiopeia, but you have some trickery you can play around. Kind of force out the Miasma, maybe dodge away. And the Gwen comes through as well for Keen. And Whippo had a rough game in game 1, so we'll see.
Da, evo, ovo je play. Mislim, šta god hoće da igra, ne mora ovo nužno, ali da.
God, you're joking. Okay, so Flyquest have smashed in the Casio, and then Whippo says, good matchup into Gwen.
Ovo dva ostalo mi se sviđaju.
Yeah, I mean, Chris feels confident on it. Is something that he played at MSI. So, see what he can do with his pick. A lot of CC, a lot of control already on the side of Flyquest, while having that Senna, that long-range insurance. And they're going to ban away the Caitlyn, so limiting some of those ranged AD carry options that Ruler can go for. Jhin probably also something that you might want to take away. Alistair ban going to come through. Senna Alistair's been super popular. I think Nautilus could also be a ban.
Yep.
Although Braum is still open and available.
Maybe GenG hoping they can finish with Rel here for the comp as well. Because it does feel like for GenG's comp, that all-in with Wukong, reliable snap engage just looks so nice.
I love Rakan with Wukong, but Rakan into Cassiopeia is miserable.
It's a nightmare, right?
It's miserable.
Is even, I mean, what do you think of Rel into Cassio? Is it a similar problem?
Not as bad.
Not as bad, but
not as bad.
It's still there, but you're right, not as bad. Poppy gone in the end.
Pitam se da li će Flyquest menjati Whippa uskoro.
Pa ne vjerujem, mislim da bi po Inspired ono, tu ostaju.
And, you know, I said about the Braum, I mean, you could go Braum.
Imaju jako dobrog top lanera u akademiji, ja mislim.
You could go Braum, but I feel like it might make a little bit
ne znam da li je to akademija ili šta se već zato kako se to računa.
Oh, I mean, the goal I feel like for GenG has to be to
Mladi neki Gagos, tako nešto se zove. Iz Turske lig.
The AoE sleep really powerful, and you can see, look at the picks GenG's considering, the Kai'Sa or the Zeri. It's on theme with what they have, but it plays perfectly into what Flyquest has.
Hold up, let's see if this ruler pick is locked in. Lucian. Zen's been banned a lot in the second phase of this tournament. But Lucian, Braum, okay. Something that can play disengage as well, maybe kite back.
I don't think you already kite back that well against Flyquest.
I mean, that's also true, right? There's so much chase there.
Yeah, I do think now the Nautilus feels a little bit uncomfortable playing into this. A lot of skirmishing power for GenG. You know, a lot of people who can proc that Braum passive, and those early fights, they will have a lot of power there. But I think if it gets to late 5v5, Flyquest feels super confident with what they have. The only question is what they bring out in the support role. Rakan, I think, is a good matchup in the Braum. And the limitations I said of Rakan and the Cassiopeia, well, you know, Rakan, the only one there I think really holds you accountable is the Ryze, if you can get the root on you.
Yep.
But Braum, it's going to be tricky for him to lock down the Rakan, and as long as you can survive lane with the Senna, I mean, the 5v5 from Flyquest is so strong.
It really is.
You got so much CC, you got so much peel, you have that long-range Senna who's going
to... Pa nemam uopšte u njihovoj akademiji. Čekaj da vidim.
It's not like that composition falls off a cliff. I just think Flyquest has so many good tools into them as the game goes on. I think really, Ruler and Duro have to have a great laning phase. I think as well, Keen on this Gwen needs to get the ball rolling early.
Well, it is a lot about bot lane. Don't forget as well, the solo lanes of Flyquest, great jewels.
Na proleće je igrao u LFL dvojci.
Set into Gwen, I'm curious about the matchup because set at level 1 especially will just run at you with Conqueror.
I onda je prešao u Flyquest.
But he'll run at you, and he'll take the fight.
Ima 17 godina, uslovno ne znam da li može da igra.
But regardless, Flyquest have sent us up with a comp for a game 2. It's just full of mystery. It's great. Like, it's very innovative. You know, and I think Flyquest, they cooked, but it does feel like they didn't overcook. It's elimination.
Flyquest je kupao I trebaju da kupaju I realno gledano
See if they can take us to a game 3.
Ono, to je jedini način kako mogu da urade bilo šta.
So hoping to see, you know, I think game 1, despite it being a loss, if you think how badly it started for Flyquest, and yet how much they challenged GenG, they really were close to having that comeback. They really made GenG work for the win. I think that should give them a lot of confidence.
Vipo je definitivno intovao prošle game. Taj znak koji pokazuje kogod u publici je u pravu.
GenG, see how they skirmish in this game, see how they survive through that bottom lane. On the other side, Flyquest, Cassio, set, got a center down bot. Yeah, there's a Lilia there too. This is great. All right. Cass no boots, by the way. Low? Sorry, it's an old one. You know, you're an old player. You're like 41. You get it. Remember when Cass could buy boots?
I do. You know what? Yeah, I've had this discussion before, but it's the fact that Cassiopeia can't buy boots, but like, what about Nami?
True. She's got to buy fins, bro. Like,
Yeah. You know, there's a lot of champions who I feel like also wouldn't buy. Like, Corky buys boots and it makes him go faster, but he's driving the plane.
They should put little legs on the plane.
Right? And also, Inspired, playing Lilia buys one pair of boots.
Needs 2.
Yeah, what about Hecarim?
Yeah. Oh, how many legs does that guy have?
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Some consistency. If you're willing to say Cassiopeia doesn't buy boots, right? You know, just make it consistent.
Also, I'm pretty sure, like, Rakan has claw feet. You know, he's a bird. Right, so he wouldn't have normal boots.
I don't think he's like a full bird. I think he's like a bird person.
So he's like a mermaid, but for a bird. A bird.
Ne znam, dobili su
Like he has feet, right?
u teoriji counter na midu I na topu I na botu su fine.
He's not like Anivia. Anivia's just like a...
Vipo cancel basic.
Uj. Oh man. It's not the true damage, but it is the damage on the side with a fully charged up shield.
Yep.
Mislim da ni Keen nije očekivao da će Vipo uzeti level 1 W.
And this is a matchup that Whippo, so he did play set at MSI, but it wasn't into Gwen, but he did play set into Gwen against Cloud9 in the LTA North playoffs to great success. Won that matchup. So confident in this matchup, confident to bring it out against Keen, and doing pretty well with it so far. You can see Quad also happy with his matchup. So mid and top, both getting some good early momentum. Bot lane on a bit of the back foot, but we talked about this. It's very much a survival game for Masu and Busio playing this Rakan center.
To što kažeš, Mata, nisi siguran. Mislim, ja ne znam kako to uopšte funkcioniše. Poslednji put kad sam vidio da tako neko radi ono kao 6-man roster, da jedna osoba ne igra uopšte, nego uči kao od drugog je bio TSM kad su imali Double Lifta I ono Mr. Raleza.
No heal though. The trades are still going well. Ghost from Masu, but the Ghost is going to be a chase down.
Ne znam, meni je čudan 6-man roster ako nećeš koristiš igrače, iskreno.
Da. Ruler je umro za malo od scene sa Lucianom. Šta?
He's all over the place.
What a flip. And this all came from Ruler taking that tower hit. The summoner's being burned, and Masu and Busio just walked forwards, got the healing out from their kits, and that's the thing, you know, obviously the pressure, those short trades around the Braum passive can go in favor, well, should go in favor of Lucian Braum, but the sustain is so heavily in favor of Flyquest bot lane, and they managed to capitalize there.
Facebreaker's now down. Whippo.
That's a little bit low on HP. If King gets one more stack, he can Q flash.
When he's this low, he gets good passive healing, but no. King won't let him. Really nice matching.
Jao, Whippo je samo Inter danas I to je to.
Sad je dult. Da, sad je dult. To je to.
He facebreaked, you know, way too early. He just did that in front of a Gwen.
Samo flashuj, nemoj gridovati.
The early levels were going well, and Whippo obviously went into this matchup confident in it, wanted some redemption for game 1. But a 1-0 Gwen this early it's got to feel bad. And it's a shame as well because bot lane was going pretty well for Flyquest.
Replay time. Where are we looking? We're looking top. Yeah, that base breaker. Keen just steps down.
Yeah, gets the Q and then that E-auto, and then he's just ready. He has the full stack, levels up the Q.
Oh my god.
Flash.
Jako je lepo Keen odigrao.
I just fucked up. Sorry, it's my bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry for the swearing, chat.
Keen just played that so well, and
Flyquest, Sync Quest. Whoa, that sign.
Yeah, Whippo, fortunately, obviously he knows he made a bit of a mistake.
Yeah.
And now Keen with the early plated steel caps, gonna be a little bit harder to deal with. Do end up getting a swap come through already, so Masu and Busio in the top lane.
Set also without flash in 1v2 against Brom when Canyon is pathing down. As soon as he gets 6, that could be trouble as well. Keen steps up here, Flyquest for 2v1. It's still looking good for soul stacking, but the W makes it a little bit annoying for the time being. Means King can walk away.
Yeah, the steel caps as well. They're just not doing that much damage at this point. You know, they'll take the souls. Like they're obviously happy to go for that trade, but in terms of actually doing anything to Keen, the pressure's not really there. We also see that despite the fact that there was a good trade from Masu and Busio, still down in farm compared to Ruler right now.
Canyon's on Dragon in the meantime as well. He'll hit level 5. Inspired is just farming up. I mean, Inspired last game was quite much the same as, I don't know what Lily is singing about. Hope it's happy.
Because having a good time farming.
He needs this game, yeah. Jungle roll. Attempted dive, but more so just to chunk out Keen. No damage comes down. Busio hits him in the end. Gleaming Quill for the
Nisu mu radili damage pre nokapa, tako da Rakar mogu da izleti ne primi previše damage, ovo je legit.
Oh yeah. Keen's needlework. Wave is thinned out.
Yeah, the wave's gone, the ult's available.
Inspired. 6 now, but yeah.
I think the moment's gone.
Okay.
I think they were trying to set up, if they got him a bit lower, if they beat in the W, I think maybe we were going to look to dive, but I think it's too risky. Because, you know, especially with the wave being gone, I don't think you go for it. Even if you get the kill, if he gets the kill back, if he gets 2, it's just game over.
Ne znam, ja samo znam da su ga doveli. Zato sam razmišljao, nisam znao da je tako mlad lik.
Also, Inspired just took that whole topside jungle.
Yeah, he is super farm.
He's 57 to 36, and obviously Canyon's trying to reach 6, but him being a little bit delayed gives time for Quad, for example, to get his flash back up and available. So some of that pressure is now taken away.
I mean, I said this in the draft, but in this game, it is such a good Lilia composition to play Lilia into because, you know, there's not that much instantaneous CC to lock you up that you can't really, like, sort of skid around with your movement speed. Like, you have to... A lot of it's conditional, like, Wukong has to commit his ult, but the CC's not that long. Chovy has to get their spell flux on you before he can root. The passive from Duro has to stack up. So when you have all that mobility, it's not easy to immediately pin down the Lilia, and everyone is so short-ranged, right? It's 3 melee champions, 2 short-range champions, so if Inspired gets ahead, he can really do so much work in these team fights.
Looks like Inspired again in another game where he needs to help carry. In this game earlier on. The kill not meaning too much as Masu, hang on, has to go. The damage is nuts. Early as Masu, that goes now down. He has to leave the lane, which means less souls. Early game stymied a little bit. Whippo's just going to ulti straight away. The showstopper already down, waiting for the face breaker, and Haymaker in next, but Inspired doesn't land anything, so it's no sleepy time here for Gwen. What is sleep? But he's okay.
Keen doing a good job there to be untargetable when the...
Petrifying Gaze, Miasma down as well, grounded for the time being. Chovy's going to run it out, and luckily he got the phase rush before the Petrifying Gaze, because otherwise Quad would have just sunk his fangs in. Oh, TP across map. We just see a Rakan floating as a from Dragon Ball.
They're looking for Ruler.
Yeah, they are going to find him as well. That root up is nice, but Massive will he die in the process. Ruler with a culling blocked out by Busio. In the end,
flash.
Relentless pursuit away.
Pa ne možeš...
And the kill. Ruler double summoners down again. That's a rough.
Kako ne volim kada tako pokušavaju da flashuju basic koji je već krenuo.
Vidi jako flash.
Canyon has no response, you know, if Masu had flashed in there.
Gonna get Lullaby. Hang on, Juro's coming in, looking for 2 targets. A Q turns into a lilting Lullaby. There's the Drowsy. Inspired's done a good job, but over the wall Canyon gets before the re-engage, and Keen is shredding.
Ali Keen je rotirao bez teleporta samo tamo.
Juro setting up with the passive. Masu has the flash, but not before Busio dies in the process. Flash from Keen.
Oj, 3 kila Gwen. Okay.
Oh, such a disaster. You know, I think the play on a ruler was great, but unfortunately, they thought they had an opportunity there, getting a sleep on a Canyon and Duro, but the sleep being burned early backfired, because when Keen came in, there was nothing left to deal with this Gwen, and he is such a problem now. 3-0 for this Gwen. He is not something they can deal with at this moment.
Top wave's going to be received by Inspired, but Fly's early game is in a rough spot.
Oh, Chovy might just be dead.
Maybe something back. Chovy walking down. Juro's here, though. Ground up at the time being. Good knock up here with the grand entrance from Busio. And again, with Quad getting the DPS down. There you go. Something of a punishment for Flyquest. Early game feels a little bit better, however slowly.
Good setup. The flanking Cassiopeia.
Yeah.
Doing a good job. Yeah, and I think this one was unfortunate because in this situation, like, Masu's so low on HP, and Duro and Canyon start the fight confident that Keen's coming in. The sleep being burned means that Keen is so confident to slide in.
Yeah.
Busio doesn't have ult, Masu doesn't have ult, and is super low. And there's just no real response that can come through to deal with this Gwen.
And something that everyone will talk to you about is how good Brom is early on. Oh my god, that sign. Innovation. Oh, shout out to that person. That's a cool sign. I feel like LCK has cool signs, though. You start having the, you know, the ones that move?
Yeah, that's the meta.
That is the meta in LCK. Signs are so good.
Vipo, sudar Titana. 0 damage uradili u posljednjem teamfight.
Broken, I think, is just an easy way to say it.
He's very good.
He's very good early
I mean,
on.
there's so many champions who are great at stacking it. It's everyone but Rise basically is just a great stacker of the Braum passive.
But now Quad is going to actually play up against Keen. There's option here. Petrifying Gaze still available, but it looks like we're going to fight again because Canyon's found his way in. Busio. He's got concussive blows on his head. There is no lilting Lullaby to be pulled out yet, but Inspired has.
Mislim da Quad još i može da igra, sve dok pogodi Q dobije mu uspjede da može da beži. To mu je legitimno.
Flyquest will force him away, and important to note, Keen not in a position to teleport right now with Quad up in his face. And I think with GenG, I wouldn't really want to fight if the Gwen isn't available personally with how important Keen has been so far. It looks like they are just going to give the Dragon over. Bwipo's going to get some plates, and Flyquest get a pretty positive outcome here.
And Bwipo's been keeping up in CS. He's been mismatched in this lane. While Keen went up for the fight, Bwipo was obviously just pushing around. And so from 1200 the lead to 750, Bwipo is definitely making this set draw some eyes from GenG.
Yeah, I think the person who suffered the most is Masu, who's quite a bit behind.
For sure.
Obviously fell behind in lane, but I think maybe the swaps have favored Bwipo more than it's favored Masu. Souls-wise, I hear it's a little bit, but as long as you are getting a decent amount of soul stacks, he's not too far behind.
Okay, sada Fly drže se.
You can start to pick up farm quite consistently on the center.
Yep.
But this center coming online is really important.
Engage though, setting down with the trap. Juro might be caught out, the wall's up, but he wants to stand behind.
Sad će on da rikne, neće rikne. Ok, hoće da rikne.
Ok, Canyon? Šta je to bilo? Canyon, what was that?
Samo pusti supporta da umre kad inta.
And as a result, they get both Canyon and Duro for that play. Nice little 1-2 from Flyquest. And a really positive play has put them equal in gold, equal in dragons. They'll even take this red buff as well.
And Bwipo's got attack speed in this lane. There's no full completed item for the 3-0 Gwen. So with Stride Breaker out, quick pushing, sticky movement, and GenG will go back to how they got caught here.
Yeah, I mean,
Duro je istrolovao Canyona. Skočio na njega sa snarom.
Chase potential is there, and then he wants to W to Canyon, but look at Masu who predicts. Knows Canyon's over the wall.
Ah, Masu je predictao, never mind. Ok, ja sam mislio da je Duro imao na sebi.
Gets hit by the Lily ability and tries to juke and just ends up going down.
Some much needed goal for Flyquest. This early game was a horror, turned into now some kind of reciprocal factor where Flyquest have caught back up. And Masu will do a soul count for you all. 40 on the right side of your screen. You see now just hit at 13 minutes, so He does feel like he could be a little bit behind, but let's find out as
Masu je umro instant.
cancelled early because the damage on Busio will be enough to step back. Almost kills him with the auto attacks, but Lilting
Koji ima damage-a?
Inspired gets the snooze and on
Ima
Imaju
damage-a.
više nego dovoljno, wow. Ok, samo je mrtav sad i dalje.
Boga mi. Ok, ima Karen, ima Karen. Sad je rastakao pasivnu i jedan basic još. Lepo od Vipa.
Jako lepo.
Whippo comes in clutch with the cleanup there. Such a scrappy back and forth, and in the end, it's a 3 for 3.
Stigo je Vipus da pokupi killove.
And I mean, Inspired is doing a lot of damage in these fights. We'll see the replay. So Masu just ends up stepping up a bit. Canyon finds a great angle. Kusio does his best to try and steal here. And then we end up getting the cleanse from Ruler early on. So Inspired's like, okay, I can go for an ult. Completely deletes the Lucian here. So much damage. But then Duro does a great job with the flash to land the Q. They get the stun. But then once again, so much damage from the Lydia. Yeah. Nearly finishes off Canyon there. Canyon just clutches it out, but Whippo comes in. Cleans the kill. Lucio, if he'd survived there, that would have been pretty clutch.
Man, it's just clutch again, the Flyquest. You said it. Game one, they just keep sending Hail Marys. They're like, okay, we're losing some of these fights. Let's just keep going. Let's keep going. They're not afraid. And Flyquest, it's great to see that here that was that 3-kill Gwen. They've mitigated it. Look at Whippo now. Gold's almost even, 3 kills himself. It was the difference of him getting his item first. He's able to move up. And with that double in his back pocket, also trailing on levels and getting closer to where Keen is now, I feel like Flyquest can be a lot more confident. They have a top laner again. They might have a fight again as Herald spawns. Yeah, Herald spawns, so could see both teams looking towards that one. Do have flash on Masu, but he's playing quite aggressively now. Got to be a little bit cautious. Be careful. For Duro, poke onto him. He's going to be rooted down. Busio's going to take that advantage. That's free souls for Masu, but more importantly, good damage. But Herald resets. It's going to go back to its home as Shelly decides another day. I think it's super risky just to start it up because if you're trapped in that area and Wukong approaches, Gwen approaches, that you can be really vulnerable. I don't know if that's a GenG fan or a Flyquest fan. Could be both. George is taking a beating at the moment. Yeah.
Ne znam, Ruler nema I dalje dovoljno itema da ima neki insane impact. Ima 50 klipova, više 1100 golda, head, ali on bez Infinity Edge I dalje nema to što je potrebno.
I ne ide Infinity, ide na vori. Tako da treba će mu još malo vremena, onda još.
Onda Infinity nema damage-a. Mislim, na vori je okej, u smislu kao ti resetuješ je brzo.
Da.
Znaš, mrdaš se, ali opet kažem, realno gledano, bez trećeg item Infinity on nema taj impact na game koji želiš da imaš kao Lucian uopšte.
Herald's going to get taken, and they are moving down to see if they can get to Dragon in time. It's still very high on HP. There's a lot of DPS on
it. Herald, pa ne znam da li mi je dovoljno vremena. Što da ih puštaju? Možda I ne.
The power play from GenG is to open up the map and maybe go for inner as well. No defense available here as Flyquest will get the dragon, but Inspired doesn't have a clear target. So many mites and minions in the way, and with the dragon going down for the mid lane trade, it is still a gold lead here for GenG at 17. Yeah, GenG get the Herald, get mid tower. They can be okay with that, with the outcome of that. But second dragon for Flyquest. I wonder if he can kill him. No, he needs Lily, he needs Inspired, and it is going to happen. 2 versus 1. Swellseed misses. That's a start. Stridebreaker slows him down, and Key's got nowhere to go. He's stuck to the ground. Sleepy time indeed, and as he sits there waiting, again, it's the ulti, but Keen, hang on. Almost bringing it back with too much shielding. The kill goes to Inspired, and Keen is down. Yeah, well played. Both of them able to get inside the Shroud, and Inspired gets to sleep off. No real way for Keen to escape, so a good kill picked up there. Flyquest continuing to make proactive plays in this game around this Lilia. Opens up for Whippo to get the push in. He's going to back now. Probably sitting on quite a lot of gold, actually. We'll check in a second.
Sad samo da niko ne umre na drugoj strani mape I bit će okej.
Tunneler picked up. Shows one thing for now. Busio though just taking a culling. He's got nowhere to go. Auto attack galore. Ruler almost taking out the Featherman.
Zamalo Busio.
And he gets quite low as he has to run away.
I think when you get the set build and you just have a ton of HP, ton of AD, and you get the haymaker off, and it's just a million.
It feels so good.
Skoro, Fly GenG. Možda ovaj game.
Oh yeah, that's the set.
Mora napeto da bude. Taman posla da završe u 4 gema svi da ja mogu da odem da se naspavam malo. Ne rade oni to.
You know what's the funniest thing is when there's like a CC immune tank or something.
And he throws nothing.
And he throws nothing, but it still does the damage.
It does, yeah.
So he just
throws air onto the ground.
The best is like when there's a Morgana shield and a Cho'Gath.
Oh yeah.
And it looks like he just grabbed nothing and slam and do a million damage. You just have to be careful here.
Sad će Bipa da umre.
He's got a bit of health to play with if he sticks around, but he will not. Chovy's going to open up this turret. And again, the gold trade. GenG, they already got feats before, but they're definitely on the warpath here in this game as well. It's still kind of their game in the early game, but remember, second dragon went over to Flyquest. There will be a forced fight in 2 minutes 30. Atakan up in 25 as well. This game is far from over. Flyquest still have a lot of options here, and Dan the man has already told you about what Inspired can do on this Lilia in this game if he gets the time.
You see Canyon waiting in the wings. But yeah, I feel, it's a lead for GenG. They have the piece of strength, they have more pedals. But I feel like it's still anyone's game. And Senna on the side of Flyquest, Cassiopeia, the tools they have in these 5v5s.
Yeah.
A lot of things I think Flyquest have in pocket with the champions they picked, but it's also GenG's team fighting, which is scary to go into.
I also feel like
now around the Atakan.
I also feel like Masu's MSI Senna was the most reliable out of anyone's. Like he was one of the best centers at that tournament as Busio. Face checking, has to be careful, but he is Rakan after all. So if there's anyone who can scale up, it's definitely going to be him. As GenG are just trying to get themselves priority up at this top lane. Atakan sits there waiting, but no one from GenG nearby. Canyon's around bot, and Chovy as well is just backing off after getting bot push. And just feel like they're waiting for these.
Znači mi se kao da je GenG samo usporio malo kad su shvatili da je Fly došao se napada. A Fly je radio pravu stvar, mislim, rekli smo. Trebaju da pikaju reca i trebaju da counter pikaju. Čak šta više mislim da je GenG-ev play ako izgube ovaj game nekako, sljedeći game samo oni da uzmu reca i da ne, bukvalno ne da bi oni counter pikovali, nego samo da ne bi dali Flyquestu da ima counter pick.
Da.
Flyquest could do so much damage if you're in there.
Culling, quad, takes half. Can't zone out, can't do much to Ruler. He stays at full HP on the side. Juro is zoning. GenG walking in ever so quietly. Flyquest.
GenG im je dao da counteruju i midi top. First pickovali Ryze i uzeli Gwen također. Nekako dosta su igrali ono na hrabrost, kao neće, možemo dobiti čak i kad nas counter pikuju. Cancelovao.
Atakan might reset patience here as Swellseed doesn't do much. Canyon is now on the path as well, but Chovy's pushing down bot side. Blippo has to respond. Both solo laners with TP, but Atakan is going to reset, so it's not like Fly have a lot to work with much.
It's a bit risky, you can see the shred starting to come in. Busio can do a bit of healing, queuing Atakan to get some health back for them. But GenG are here to respond. I don't think you want to start this up. I know you're getting pressured by Chovy and the rest of the lanes, but I think starting Atakan would be a mistake. Dragon is up and available right now.
It is. Chovy's walking up though. GenG are just going to start this themselves. They've got a lot of
Vipo bi mogo samo da ode na Zmaja.
Have to respond now.
Oh, these are some good TPs.
Double TP bacaju.
Svi idu na Vipa.
Pa ne znam baš. Sim, oni počinju fight sa pola healtha missing na cijeloj ekipi. Triple ult, jao. Jao,
mene.
Kenju ga... Ja sam mislio da flipa.
Prvi Ryze je jako diskutabilan kao prvo.
Is going to be taken away. Chovy tries to step up, but there's another route. Chovy caught out, flush away, but Blippo under turret will care not. His haymaker sets Chovy straight as Masu picks up a kill.
GenG ima gold lead.
The approach with the TPs, I think GenG must have miscalculated. Did they think it was Quad who was coming in on that TP? Because going into that point with the set coming in, that was prime opportunity for Blippo, and he took that chance to disrupt GenG.
That's a great question, right? Did they think it was quad?
Because you look, both TPs on the right is quads, on the left is Whippos, and if you look at how they move in, if this
ne znam, jako čudan Ryze ult.
Whippo arrives, he just slams them, and he takes this chance to do so much work. And then this huge sleep that comes in from Inspired means that Ruler and Canyon have to run away. The ult comes in as well. And I think the angle of approach from Flyquest here was so good. Chovy ends up overstaying, gets caught out. Now set up for Dragon here. Flyquest trying to get position.
Masu also has a bit of range in this fight as well. 2 items, I believe, as well. He's starting to do some damage. You see in the bottom of your screen, but focus up. This Dragon is number 3 and Flyquest wants it.
Vipo I dalje ima flash za ogroman haymaker.
Taken down, slowly but surely. Buffo's not here. GenG, they're in the river, they have control. I mean, it's going to be a flip, but it's taken away. GenG, get it! Flyquest now have to run out as GenG. Maybe they're the ones who actually have to run as well, but Chovy gets himself a bit of damage down. Quad gets zoned out. Culling is good as well.
Vipo je problem. Da. Bup i bup. Opa, lepo od rulera. Jako lepo od rulera. Ruler je presmurfovo. Jo, ruler je presmurfovo.
Ne sme Vipo, ne sme da engage sa flashom, što je najtužnije.
Mora da ima flash da follow-upuje kad baci W. I onda ako se recimo Lucian deša da se flasha s njim da prenese W damage.
Treba da puste Busija da engage-uje, a ne Vipo. Busio ima i flash, također. Čak nije ni bacio ulti, ne znam šta je radio onda u fightu Rakan. Mislim možda mu se vratio, ali ne bi.
A big blow there. 3,500 gold lead now for GenG, and with Baron in pocket, they're going to look to extend that even more.
We're going to have a look at a replay in a second, and I feel like this fight might be the straw that breaks the camel's back, honestly. We'll see in a second. Baron coming out of base here for GenG. There's no objective up. But as you said, it really well escalated all.
Nije nemoguće I dalje da pobede, samo što ono, teško je.
Charging forwards at Ruler.
He's so separated.
But the dash comes in, and we see Inspired gets CC'd as he's trying to move in. Chovy on the flank is threatening Quad.
Oni, aha, dobro. Oni su engage-ovali Busio, nije ni multi.
Are good at like peeling backwards against these short range champions. The range advantage isn't really working.
Komunikacija nula, mislim, šta ne razumijem, otkud, kako možemo da forsiramo fight ako nam Rakane nema ulti.
And GenG able to capitalize and punish.
It does feel like Flyquest outdiffed in that last fight then, and the Baron now.
Napraviš jednu grešku u GenG, izgubiš game. Toliko jednostavno.
You feel sore after losing an objective.
You want something, you need a trade, right?
Yeah, and now GenG 5,000 gold up, taking more and more structures.
Bukvalno samo tako bude, jedna mala greška protiv ekipe kalibra GenG-a I manje više si ga ugasio.
Yeah, some good wave clear. Quad though might have found a pick onto Chovy. Quickness flashed in with the hero's entrance, and it is heroic indeed. But Petrifying Gaze looked away from Chovy.
Petrifying Gaze otišao u prazno samo.
Flyquest looking for the chase. They want the realm warp though, and GenG are going to take it and get out. Flyquest chase again nullified.
So close, honestly, to finding the kill, but Chovy a bit too bulky and the damage is not quite there. The ult for Masu just missing, but the locket, Duro is there to keep him safe regardless. Now Keen.
He's got no help here. If a bowling ball hits again, but it does not, so Keen just walks it out.
Yeah, able to get away. And the thing is, you know, they weren't able to take an inhibitor tower, but they were able to get a lot of standing gold there. 4,000 Baron power play there to 6,000 gold lead. This point of the game, and GenG super far ahead on the back of that. It feels frustrating because I think Flyquest were in a great position in the back of the Arakan fight, but GenG are ruthless.
They're great to watch. Flyquest, you have to say, is Quad can be rooted up by Chovy. So phase rush even through the Rylars is going to be enough for Chovy just to disengage. Not much damage given over.
I think this is sadly it's going in the direction of another one of those series where Flyquest really challenging.
Yeah.
But you're wondering what if, and I hope Flyquest aren't letting it get to that point. You just think this game is still winnable. It's hard from here, but last game was hard and they really give it a fighting chance.
Yeah,
so
they did.
Just focus on what they can do from here. Dragon up in 50 seconds. A lot of summoners available for GenG though. So maybe see if they can try and find an angle, find a good flank angle. Because I think it's harder to just fight head on when those are available.
So let's give some cope angles. As teleport comes in, and that's just Duro joining the fray. Flyquest, I'm seeing 3 items center with 82 souls. Yes, needs a little bit more time, but still, center's getting to that point. Casio getting to that point. We talked a little bit about scaling.
I think
it's a cope angle, but it's
still... sutra su 2 best of 3.
If I'm being honest, if you look
I
at the
T1
map
će biti napeto.
Yeah, I think that's the call. 6,000 is a big lead right now, and I think they'll find better opportunities other times. The things with the Dragon as well is that you don't get a real advantage from them being on the Dragon. It's not like it does very much damage compared to like a Baron.
True.
And they already have such control of the area. They're pushing up now, but it's too late. So I think give them the Dragon, that's fine, you know. It's obviously not ideal, but...
Lipo iskreno bolje da išao Sterax nego Ruler, reakcije strašne. Previše dobre reakcije. Buš je bacio ulti da pobegne.
Canyon sam zona, če je pogrešno. Canyon sam ubija 3 čoveka.
Lipo je one-shotovao Rulera, inače. Quad? A, ne vredi, Brown. Čekaj. A ne, nema dovoljno.
Of Flyquest. Heavy blow from GenG. You know, they try and find an angle. They get a flash from Ruler, but now GenG might just push to end the game. Keen does so much damage to structures. Now I was hoping they'd fight another day. I don't think they'll get that chance.
As you said, Flyquest, it's the what if, it's the close calls, it's the honorable performance in the quarterfinals at EWC, but GenG 2025 is quickly becoming their year as they look towards another Nexus turret, another Nexus. Teams have challenged them.
Mislim, čisto ovo smo manje više očekivali od GenG-a. Možda nismo očekivali da će KOI uspeti da odvede T1 u Game 3, ali bilo kako bilo današnji dan. Pola trajanja prethodnog, što mislim da je sasvim ok, mislim da je također vreme da se nastavi i spavanje. To meni zvuči odlično.
Ja, nažalost, imam obaveza pa moram prvo da izađem napolje, pa onda tek mogu posle kad se vratim.
Ja imam obrnuto, ja mogu sad, ja mislim, jedno 3-4 sata da odmorim i onda posle moram da izlazim napolje da rešavam stvari. Tako da, ostavit ćemo intervju, dobit ćemo intervju od igrača GenG-a, da ima što oni mi da kažu vezano za G2. Igraju sutra, grafike giga trolaju, ali svakako. Što se nas tiče, to je bilo to, mi se vidimo sutra od 11, inače finale i bitka za 3. mesto, znači nedeljni program kreće u 10, čisto da znate, eto, još sat vremena ranije, svakako mi smo otišli za danas, malo se kasnije vidimo na streamu, Mare, mislim da se mi vidimo tek za EBL, je li tako?
Da, tek za EBL, tako da družite se sa našim lepim kolegom Raletom sljedeća 2 dana za EWC, a ja sam tu za EBL. Ne znam kako je stanje sa... kako je stanje sa obaranjem luku, jer ćemo to i dalje raditi, nećemo, hoćemo?
Možemo mi uvek for fun to da organizujemo za nas. Možemo da snimimo, ne moramo da streamujemo, možemo da snimimo pa... Vidjet ćemo. Ajmo slušamo intervju, vidimo se ljudi moji sutra u 11.
Pozdrav!
So much as a player being around so many seniors.
일단 듀로 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째로 드릴 질문은 일단 데뷔 2년 차에 또 MSI 우승컵을 들어 올리시고 또 이렇게 EW에 오셔서 이렇게 또 큰 무대에 계속해서 오르시게 됐는데 지금 좀 소감이 어떠신가요?
일단 당연히 2대0으로 이겨서 기분은 좋고요. 뭐 MSI 우승도 해서 기분은 좋은데 아직 더 올라갈 산이 있다고 생각하기 때문에 더 열심히 하도록 하겠습니다.
Yeah, it is very exciting that I have won the MSI, but I think there's still more way to go. So I'm gonna put my best until the end.
Well, there's a lot of history between GenG and Flyquest, and we heard from the Flyquest guys that you guys have scrimmed a lot during MSI. So I want to know, how was your preparation individually to them for this match?
이제 그 이전 인터뷰에서 이제 플라이퀘스트 선수들이 이제 젠지와 굉장히 또 MSI 때 스크림을 많이 했다고 또 얘기를 해줬었거든요. 그래서 스크림 파트너로서 어떻게 보면 좀 서로를 많이 알고 계셨을 것 같은데 선수 본인 스스로로서는 좀 어떻게 준비를 하셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 늘 하던 대로 스크림 데이터를 이제 티어 분석을 좀 열심히 했고요. 이제 개인 기량도 올리는데 열심히 좀 중요했던 것 같습니다.
I did just what I did. I used to because I analyzed all the scrim data, and also at the same time I tried to enhance myself as a player. So I think that worked well.
Absolutely. Well, now that GenG has won their first elimination match, they get to crush their first key on the stage for Esports World Cup League of Legends, and you get to do that. Are you excited?
이제 또 젠지가 이렇게 또 e스포츠 월드컵에 와서 또 처음으로 이렇게 키를 또 부수게 됐는데 그것도 듀로 선수가 이렇게 첫 주자로 이렇게 하시게 됐어요. 어떻게 좀 기분이 어떠신가요?
지금 그 TV로만 봤는데 이제 실제로 보게 되면 어떤 기분일지 정말 기대가 됩니다.
Yeah, I only watched on TV, so I'm very excited how it's gonna be.
Well, now you get to do it yourself, so let's move to the key crushing machine. And congratulating you once again for getting to the semi-finals. This is GenG's first key crush in Esports World Cup League of Legends. So again, we will let you enjoy this moment.
Hey everyone, this is Kitty for the losers interview with Flyquest Bo3. So unfortunately you guys weren't able to top GenG this time around and you weren't able to find your revenge. So what went wrong today?
I mean, many specific things in game that we could do better, but overall I feel like we didn't play like ourselves. We were either too scared at times or too hasty at others, and I just think we weren't as calm as usual, and that led to us losing.
And this is also your first time versing Ruler versus Duo, Ruler and Duo as a duo in bot lane. So walk me through what laning phase was like and what their presence was like in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, both are excellent players, best in the world, but me and Masu had no trouble in lane this series. Game 1, we accomplished everything we wanted to accomplish, and Game 2, we also had a good situation, so from my perspective, we did pretty good in lane.
And of course, we wanted to talk about the mid game, which was the turning point for specifically Game 2, where you guys were able to grab some gold back. So let me know what the comms were like going into the late game.